Okay. Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, September 14th, 2021, and I'm going to start with a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, I want to just briefly go over meeting procedures, particularly this morning for the public and all of us. We have a 1 o'clock item that's going to get a lot of attention, so I'm going to try to keep the morning on schedule to the fullest extent possible. So we'll go through our items, but with public comment, we'll take public comment to the fullest extent that we can until the 9:45 timed item. Then public comment will be continued at the end of the meeting if we need it. And other than that, I think everything is pretty self-explanatory. But just so you know, at that 9:45 time, so we can get started on schedule, we'll do that. So our first item is the consent agenda, and this is a list of items that are intended to be taken all in one vote because they're pretty procedural. But the board is happy to pull any and discuss those independently if somebody prefers or any members of the board prefer. And I understand we need to pull 18A.
17. I'm requesting 17, BJ.
17? Okay, and that's the only one?
No, and I'm an 18A.
So those two items. Okay.
An 18A, actually, I would like to defer it until our next board meeting, so not discuss it now. It's the item about joining Partnership Health Plan of California.
Right.
We're having some further conversations with staff.
Okay, so why don't we then take the remaining consent agenda?
We have, Chairman, I believe we have someone online that wants to pull an item off of consent.
Oh, good, thanks.
Mr. Garabedian, please unmute your mic. Would you like to remove an item from consent?
Yes, good morning, Supervisor. I'd like to remove item 16C, an annexation in the Sunset Industrial Area issue.
Okay, good.
And I guess I will explain that at the time, or is this the time?
Right, Michael. We're going to consider consent with the remaining items, taking off 17A, 18A, and 16C, and then we'll come back to those items individually. Okay, so what is a pleasure?
I'll second.
Motion and second for the remaining consent items. Roll call, please.
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes? Jones? Gustafson? Wygant?
Yes. So let's start with the first one first, which is 16C.
Good morning, members of the board. Michelle Kingsbury with the Community Development Resource Agency. Item 16C is another annexation request into the Sunset Fire and Emergency Services CFD-2012-1. This property that the first step in the process of annexation is the resolution of intention for the annexation is set the public hearing for October 26 at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as may be heard. The property is located off Cincinnati Avenue. It's approximately a 5-acre parcel out there. And as part of its conditions of approval, as well as the policies and objectives of the Sunset Area Plan, the project's required to annex into this CFD, and this is just part of that process to do that. The CFD annexations fall under the Mello-Roos Act, which is memorialized in the Government Code, Section 53311, and it's a Mello-Roos Act, as most people know, is a pretty common tool within jurisdictions as to use for financing purposes, both to finance services as well as infrastructure, and it doesn't pertain to any jurisdictional boundary changes or anything like that. I think with that, in this brief presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions by board members? See none. Anyone from the public?
Mr. Garabedian, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
I think I'm unmuted. Mike Garabedian, Placer County Tomorrow. I do have a question for this. I've read through the staff report and attachments, and it does not say what the project is. It says there's PG&E land, and there's a project in design, but it seems a little bit missing to not know what the proposed project is that would be annexed into the district. So that's my inquiry and concern about this, that we're not being informed about what actually would potentially be annexed.
I'll do my best to try and answer that. I'm not the planner with the project, and certainly we can follow up with Mr. Garabedian with the project-specific proposal. I believe it's in a design review application. It's just part of the conditions of approval, but we can certainly forward Mr. Garabedian.
Well, I think the board needs to know that, what they're doing, frankly.
And county council has a comment, it appears.
Yes, Mr. Chair. As Michelle mentioned, this is a condition of approval. This is a separate action, a separate request, which is annexed into an existing Mello-Roos district for fire services. Again, this action today is simply the resolution of intention to set the public hearing for the next board item. And at that point, we will discuss whether or not to annex into the CFD. This is perfectly appropriate and legal that when it's a condition of approval, we deal with the condition of approval and the annexation.
Well, I think doing the minimum required by law, it lacks common sense.
Any other comments, public?
Chairman, I see none.
Thanks. What's the pleasure of the board regarding 16C? Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
So we'll go to item 17A.
I think Brad's coming up. I did have several members of the public ask me last night at the Forest Hill Forum to delay this item to allow for more public comment on these fees. So maybe, Brad, you could give us an update and tell us the process you've used to date.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Wygant, fellow board members. Brad Boulay, Deputy Director with Facilities Management. Yes, so before you today is a rate increase for the Forest Hill Memorial Hall rental. It was approved by the Hall Board. And give you a little background, staff did a survey, rental survey countywide. We also did a survey outside the county and neighboring counties, specifically related to memorial halls and other rental venues like for like. That was presented to the Forest Hill Hall Board for their consideration, and they used that data to then generate a new proposed rental rate starting in 2022.
Great, and they did approve that, and I did see that survey. You guys, I thought staff did an excellent job on that comparison. The concern was that the rest of the public apparently hadn't heard about this. There must have been an earlier meeting last night in which this was discussed again because they came to the town hall with concerns. If we were to delay it to allow more public comment, could we still make the new rates effective January 1st? What's our deadline for taking action?
So the Hall Board rates are published on an annual basis. Mm-hmm. So January 1, new rates would take effect for the halls. We're currently in the process of having regular users and other users who are requesting fee waiver requests being presented to the boards. So we could take reservations at this site, and let the public know pending final approval of a new rate structure.
So we wouldn't be delayed in implementing January 1st if we waited till December?
If you want the rates to be effective on the 1st of January, if we took at I don't have a calendar in front of me, but remember it's a 30-day effective period. So if you count back from that and figure that we have to have an introduction and an adoption, we can certainly delay this probably till the first meeting in October, and I'm guessing right now. I'd have to look at a calendar, but you can certainly delay it and then bring it back.
Okay.
And if you want to, what I'm hearing is that if you want to delay this and also bring it back as a department item, that can also be done.
I think that would be beneficial to the folks that approached me last night about allowing for some more public comment. We haven't been having in-person MAC or forum meetings. And I know that there's been, with everything going on, people haven't been as engaged maybe. And so we can give it one more shot to make sure they're informed and get their feedback before we approve. So.
Okay, so in terms of options, do we need to continue it to a department item or what? If
I'm struggling here technology-wise. What I suggest you do is take a motion to drop it off the calendar and let us then go ahead and look at a calendar of agendas and set it for a departmental item.
Okay, thanks. And Jim, you have a?
Yeah, the hall board meetings are open to the public, correct?
That's correct. And actually, this was presented in two of the hall board meetings. The last one where we presented all of the data and the studies. The first one, we talked about just the board's appetite for a rate increase. And then the second one, and we did have quite a few of the public show up to that second meeting.
And those meetings are advertised to
Correct.
the public.
Correct.
I don't see the need to go back. I think you've done your due diligence as far as reaching out. I wouldn't be supportive of continuing it.
So is there a motion somewhere in there?
I hear that. I know that I'm part of a hall board, a memorial hall board, and items don't get posted right away. It's right before a meeting. We at the Roseville Veterans Hall are looking to increase ours as well, certainly not as high as this. And I can understand why residents are concerned. And, if we want to have people engage a little bit more, I don't see an issue with giving residents a little bit more time to engage in the issue, another month or so, and hear what folks have to say.
Jim,
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of the item.
is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Is there another motion? And I'm going to take public comment on this too, by the way, if we can get a motion, get some direction going.
Okay. I'll move that we continue this item and look for a future date to hear it with the intent of approving the rates to have them implemented January 1st along with all the other rates.
I'll second that.
Okay, is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this? Could we have a roll call?
Gore?
Aye.
Holmes?
Aye.
Jones? Gustafson? Wygant?
Yes. Okay, item 18A.
Thank you.
And that's the one that I would like to ask us to bring back at the end of the month in case there is an opportunity to make some changes. But if we leave this item to be heard in another 2 weeks, we still meet the state deadline, but if we like to make some changes, we have an opportunity to do that in the next couple of weeks.
So do we need the similar motion?
So I'll make a motion to move item 18A until the next board meeting.
Oh, you did. Apologize.
No, it's right.
Motion Gore, second Holmes. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, if I can, I'd like to jump down to the 905 item, Karen. That'll allow Brian to take up his obviously very busy and important business, but appreciate to have Chief Estes here to give us an update essentially on the fire circumstances, but particularly Bridge and Caldor and anything else you want to offer up. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you, Chair Wygant and members of the board. Good morning, Brian Estes. I'm the State and County Fire Chief. I also have Captain Wright with me here, and he's going to speak a little bit more specifically to some of the issues with LE and evacuations on two fires that I'm just going to brief you on briefly here, because I know you have a very busy day. And first and foremost, I want to thank all of you again for just your continued support of the fire services in Placer County, both CAL FIRE, County Fire, and all of our allied agencies. Your support it does not go unnoticed by the folks out in the field, and we very much appreciate that. So I want to start out with giving a brief overview on the Caldor fire. While it did not burn in Placer County and really never burned closer than about 18 miles south of the Placer County line in Tahoma, it did have an impact to us. And so I wanted to give all of you a update on that. Currently, that fire started on about 1 month ago, September or August 14th. So it's about a month old. The fire is currently almost 220,000 acres, burning all in El Dorado County, primarily on National Forest System lands. About 90% of this fire is National Forest lands or their direct protection area. It did impact as the fire grew to the east. It did start to impact a lot of private lands and communities, including ultimately the city of South Lake Tahoe and the surrounding communities. As I said, the land ownership is primarily U.S. Forest Service impacted SRA lands. Because of that, CAL FIRE went into unified command with the Forest Service, and ultimately the fire was zoned on an east-west with a Forest Service incident management team commanding the east zone in South Lake Tahoe with our interaction, and then one of our Type 1 teams was commanding the west zone. As of today, the fire, I believe, I looked this morning, it's 68% contained. They lost almost 800 residential structures in the path of the fire. And really, just to give you a kind of a clockwise tour of the fire started down here off Caldor Road in the National Forest System on the west slope of El Dorado County. It made significant pushes to the north, but then predominantly got influenced by an easterly motion for the better part of the last month. It did impact 50, and right up around Kybers is where it did cross to the north side of Highway 50. Outside of that, they've been successful in containing that northerly spread. Really, about the farthest it made it was about that Lake Aloha area in the Desolation Wilderness. Thankfully, we had that large granite expanse of the Crystal Range to prevent it from impacting Placer County. The fire did continue to move east and ultimately spotted over Echo Summit and into Christmas Valley and the surrounding areas around South Lake Tahoe. Simultaneously, it burned to the east around Kirkwood and the Carson Spur. And at this point, they have the fire pretty well contained to the east of Heavenly Valley and to the east of Kirkwood. And right now, I've seen the fire is, in the last week or so, and things are looking very moderated. There's no more future or forward spread on the fire, but there's still a lot of work to be done on it. There were 16 firefighter injuries, but thankfully no civilian fatalities or serious injuries. I want to turn it over to Captain Wright real quickly just to talk about the impacts to Placer County and Tahoma before we move on to a fire that was more locally impactful to us, and that's the Bridge fire. So, Captain Wright.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning, Shane Wright with the Placer County Sheriff's Office. So as for the Caldor fire, we had a lieutenant embedded with the incident management team early on. It was well before it even got south of the Highway 50. During this time, we provided our typical mutual aid resources as far as evacuation orders, deputies going door to door, as well as housed 30 inmates from El Dorado County Sheriff's Office. One particular point I'd like to make is that during the evacuation patrol that the Placer County Sheriff's Office provided in the El Dorado County area, Deputy Spencer, who's here today, him and his partner made a stop on some looters that were inside of an evacuation order area and recovered a lot of stolen property as well as a gun. So I wanted to point out Deputy Spencer, who's here today, and the great work that him and his partner did. So one of the challenges that we faced in Placer County was when the evacuation order from our partners at the El Dorado County Sheriff's Office put out an order all the way from the south end of Lake Tahoe all the way to the county border of Tahoma. Some of the communication and information sharing that we had was that, as luck would have it, there's a Tahoma portion in El Dorado County as well as Placer County. So it created some confusion with some of the Tahoma folks with Tahoma being under an order. And I'm actually really impressed with the constituents that they are on top of knowing where the orders are and the best practices of being under a warning up against an order. However, under an extreme abundance of caution from our partners, the greatest run during this fire, and Chief, correct me if I'm wrong, was 8.5 miles over a 24, 36-hour period. And Placer County at that point, Tahoma, was no closer than 18 miles from the closest portion of this fire. So with those facts and knowing how a warning can typically turn into homeostasis of business as usual and people dropping their guard and not being ready to go, we felt that it was a little too early to put Placer County residents in the Tahoma area under a warning, no less an order. So with that said, we had many conversations, and as I said, we had a lieutenant involved in this from the very get-go. For this particular incident, not to be confused with incidents in the future, we discussed Fallen Leaf Lake as being our decision point for going to a warning in Placer County, and then just north of Emerald Bay for that to turn into an order, with the next priority area being a warning. And so with that, end of report on the Caldor fire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. And so we will move to the bridge fire, which as of this morning is 100% contained, I'm happy to say. And I've talked a lot lately about the difference in containment, control, forward progress, and that we've done some great work with County PIO trying to explain to the public why those percentages move up, because it's all inclusive. It's not just the forward progress of the fire being stopped, but it's making sure that all lines are secure, that there's going to be no threat of that fire escaping those control lines. So we are 100% contained this morning. And I thought for the bridge fire, instead of just showing a map, it would be interesting to show you an aerial view of the fire. And so this is looking from Air Attack 230, about 2 days after the fire start. And so the smoke had cleared out for the most part. And this is basically doing a right-hand bank over Auburn and looking to the east. So from this area down here, you can see this is generally the point of origin of the fire. The yellow is the perimeter of the fire. This is right here is the east end of the Forest Hill Bridge. So this is Forest Hill Road that moves through here. And so the fire came up this first kind of west-facing slope, got to the top, got influenced by a really strong, not a strong, but a predominantly easterly wind, and started running to the east instead of to the north. At that point, it jumped or spotted over Forest Hill Road and started to burn on both sides of the road to the east. You can see here referencing, this is the Lower Lake Clementine here. This is the Middle Fork right here. This right up here is the intersection of Old Forest Hill Road and Forest Hill Road. And then up here, you can see the first of our 3 contingency lines that we built. And then this is Old Forest Hill Road as it comes down past Mammoth Bar and all the way back around to the confluence. So you can kind of see that we used really, for the most part, Forest Hill Road to Old Forest Hill Road. We didn't make it to the actual intersection there. And then there's an old fuel break from the 1970s called the Clementine fuel break that we were able to open up and utilize to keep it from any northerly spread. Interestingly enough, too, and if you look at Google Maps, they're very, very apparent. Supervisor Holmes, you may have to help me out on this one here, but there are 3 fuel breaks that were placed with a defoliant back in the early 70s. One of them is shown right here clearly. Another one's about 8 miles further, and then the third one's up by Driver's Flat. And one of the great things about using those is we were able to open those up with our dozers. And right now, the first 2 of the 3 sit about 150 feet wide as far as fire breaks. And we're going to continue to work closely with state parks and BOR to ensure that we can maintain those and use them for future fire prevention efforts. So the fire did start on September 6th, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. We had forward progress stopped on that fire by 8 o'clock that evening. The initial ICP, or Incident Command Post, was right here on the east side of the bridge. We quickly moved that up to Station 10 in the back of our Auburn headquarters, which had a great view of the fire and allowed us to establish a good extended incident command post. We had line fully around the fire by 0400 that next morning, which basically brought it down Old Forest Hill Road and all the way tied back into the origin here. As I said, the fire is 100% contained, 411 acres. No structures were damaged or destroyed, thankfully. The land ownership on this fire was almost 100% Bureau of Reclamation. About 5 acres was owned by BLM. And so under cost recovery, we will be preparing a billing package back to the Bureau of Reclamation for full suppression recovery on that. The direct protection area for the local fire district was Placer County Fire Department, and the fire was wholly in SRA, or CAL FIRE jurisdiction. We went into unified command almost instantly with our partners with the Sheriff's Office, State Parks, and County Fire. And really, as I said, our objectives were number 1, to keep it from crossing Old Forest Hill Road, and then we had 3 contingency lines there forward. Fire was basically 16 miles from that community. Was first and foremost in our minds when we established those control objectives and evacuation areas. And I'll let Captain Wright again talk a little bit about the evacuations. This one didn't have some of the complexities, but what I do think is important for all of you to know is that this area up here that is really evident with the burn scar is an area that really didn't have any recorded fire history on our maps. And so that brush and fuel type in there was probably 60 to 70 years old, very decadent, a lot of dead component in it. And it obviously burned very hot and was throwing spot fires well out in front of the main fire. As we do with CAL FIRE, we hit this fire extremely hard right from the get-go. We had 35 engines, 10 water tenders, 13 dozers, 11 hand crews, 9 air tankers, 5 helicopters, and our suppression cost to this point is $3.3 million on that fire. So great stop, and really one of our target hazard areas in Placer County. And I'll turn it back over to Captain Wright for evacuations on that fire.
Thank you. So as the slide shows, we had approximately 500 people evacuated for this incident, and that was right around the Musso Road area all the way to the closest perimeter of the fire to Clipper Gap. One of the complexities that we experienced in this that we don't typically experience, which was identified early on, was the amount of people at Lake Clementine, which was definitely in play in this incident. And thanks to the fire suppression efforts, as well as being in unified command with our partners at state parks, they found an opportunity to evacuate everybody off that lake. And I want to say it was done in less than an hour and a half. When initially, with the progression of this fire, it was recommended that they shelter in place. So if you can imagine the displacement of being shelter in place on a boat overnight at Lake Clementine. But thanks to the fire suppression efforts, we were able to find a window and get everybody else out with our partners with state parks. So that's pretty much the end of it, the involvement with the Sheriff's Office on the bridge fire. Thank you.
And just lastly, I'll say that, certainly on the bridge fire, we had mutual aid from almost all of our allied partners, both law enforcement, but specifically our allied fire agencies across the western slope of Placer County, and just want to thank them for all their efforts. Big, medium, or small fire departments in this county, we all give it all, and we all help each other out to accomplish the mission, and that does not go unnoticed. So at this time, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer, or that will be the end of our report.
Well, just first, again, thanks to both of you, Sheriff's Office and CAL FIRE, and great work again. Greatly appreciated. So Cindy, then Jim.
Thank you, and ditto. I mean, we can't thank our firefighters and our law enforcement enough. And I hope not to have to take any more tours with you of any other fires near or in my district this year. And I say that, but I know we're just headed into continued dangerous situation. I really want to thank Chief Estes and Captain Steinhauer for putting out that video. I know that you were involved in that as well, Captain Wright, and making sure that we did get the word out to the Tahoma residents who were just right across the street from mandatory evacuations and wondering, what the word was from Placer County. And so I really do appreciate, we were put in an awkward spot with that, and that you responded and we could educate our Placer County residents that they weren't in danger at that point in time. So that was really quite good. I mean, we had a lot of calls at the office, as well as all the social media that was going out about what's going on. Why are we not evacuated? So I appreciate that outreach. And also the efforts to bill the Bureau of Reclamation. And I want to make a point that Congressman McClintock has been trying, and his office have worked with ourselves in the city of Auburn to get the Bureau of Reclamation to invest more in their fuels reduction. And I want to make sure that we continue to use this as an example. It's far cheaper to get the fuels work done than it is to pay the bill for fighting these fires, let alone the risk involved to our lives and structures in our county. So keep that up. And then one last question. I do have a question here. Lightning strikes. We're still seeing some helicopters in and around the Tahoe Basin. I think it must be Forest Service land where there's been lightning strikes, up Parker Pass maybe, or that area?
Yeah, so the fires you're referring to are on National Forest System lands, both in the basin, the Tahoe, and I believe even out into the HTF or Humboldt-Toyabe. We have been supporting them a little bit, especially out in Loyalton, where we have a lot of SRA. Most of those are holdovers from the storm that came through 2 days ago. I guess it was now 3 days ago.
3 days.
One thing to mention, and it was a great little reprieve and got the dust and ash off everything and cleared the skies. But here across Placer County, we really didn't record much more than a tenth or so of precip, tenth of an inch to a quarter of an inch. So really not enough to change much. We did have 9 lightning fires on SRA within the county, and all of those are fully contained and suppressed.
Great. Well, I appreciate all that effort, and please let us know what other resources you need from the county to support your efforts. You did such a tremendous job, both in the river fire, the bridge fire, and supporting in the Caldor fire. And we can't thank you enough.
Thank you.
Jim.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can't emphasize Cindy's remarks. What I do want to say is the effect that the Unified Command has, not only on this fire, the bridge fire was 411 acres, but the river fire as well. And that was about the same amount of acreage. But that Unified Command and working together with all the jurisdictions, particularly the Sheriff's Office, has really, really made an impact as how we can control these and not let them get out of hand. I'm also appreciative of reaching out to the population and getting them evacuated and letting people be prepared. Even Beverly Roberts, my amazing district director, was all ready to go. She was all packed and ready to go. I was very proud of her. She showed me what she had in her car. It was just set an example. So again, thank you for your work with all the surrounding fire districts and keeping our county safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Okay, thanks again. Good luck.
Thank you.
Be safe. Next item then is public comment. This is the time for items, for people to comment on items that are not on the agenda. Mentioned earlier that we're going to try to stay on schedule as much as possible because we have a 1 o'clock item that's going to have a lot of attention, a lot of people that have set aside time and energy to be at that 1 o'clock meeting. So we will take a public comment now for 15 minutes, and then we'll continue public comment at the end of the meeting if it's necessary. So if you would like to comment on something not on the agenda, please come forward and state your name.
Hi, good morning. My name is Susan. I'm from Lincoln. I'd like to start with the recital of your oath once again. I can't stress strongly enough. I feel like everyone should be standing up and reciting your oath along with the pledge, but I'll read it nonetheless. I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I want to just bring attention to the fact that there are Nuremberg principles. It says the fact that a person acted pursuant to an order of his government or a superior does not relieve him from responsibility under international law. It also states it is not an acceptable excuse to just say I was following superior's orders. I'm bringing that up because as I go to all these meetings with the school district, I keep hearing my hands are tied, or, that's pretty much what I hear. My hands are tied. I hear it over and over and over again. When I hear that, I feel like it's almost like you're following the orders, whether they're lawful or not, which is unacceptable. I mean, you guys are all smart people. You're on this board. You're not stupid. You got there. You're smart. But again, you have to be able to discern between lawful orders and unlawful orders. Which brings me to, in the military, they also swear to the same oath, except they have more verbiage, which I want to read that. It's called the Uniform Code of Military Justice. And it makes it clear that military personnel need to obey the lawful command of his superior officer, the lawful order of a warrant officer, the lawful general order, lawful order. It keeps repeating, lawful. In each case, military personnel have an obligation and a duty to not to only obey lawful orders, and indeed have an obligation to disobey unlawful orders. So again, I want to stress, you really need to discern what is lawful and unlawful. And then I want to show that this map of the United States, all of the red, there's 26 states, that's a majority, that are suing the federal government for illegal mandates. Literally, they are suing for illegal mandates. So again, I ask all of you to make sure that when you are supporting or not supporting, that you're in line with they're supporting on grounds of they're not constitutional laws. So I just want to remind you, when you're in this office, that you're following lawful constitutional laws, because that's the majority and that's your job. And I do thank you for your service, but I'll end with this. When governments fear the people, there is liberty. When the people fear the government, it's tyranny. Thank you.
Hi, I was here your last meeting, Sue Franklin from Roseville. And we were all asking Dr. Oldham, and I also asked you a question about, did you know what was in the vaccine? And I never heard Dr. Oldham come back with any of the answers. A lot of the people that came up and spoke, and I think we deserve an answer from him on all the questions. I look at some statistics that were brought out by VAERS. And VAERS is a website that report death and other adverse effects from the vaccine. And as of July 24th, they had 3,296 deaths from the vaccine in the United States only. and it's worldwide, so the number is way high. And this number, they're saying the doctors don't report everything, so it's a lot higher. But they just came out again on September 9th, and they brought up more data, and the deaths from the vaccine in the United States is now up to 14,701 deaths. And between those two, the data of the 24th of July and September the 9th, that's 70 deaths a day. Are we hearing it on the media? No. Is anyone talking about it? No. And, you know, if it was any other vaccine past, I mean, if there would have been 5 deaths, they would have been going, oh my gosh, we got to maybe pull this and wait and look. You got to start asking yourself, why are we not hearing it? Why are people not talking about it? Why are we running to our hospitals and saying help when maybe we should be looking at the doctors in the hospitals? Maybe we should be seeing what kind of money's flowing in there. We have to ask ourselves these questions because if you don't look into the real facts of what's happening, it's going to be coming back to all of us as to why do we just bury our heads in the sand? And like Sue was saying, everyone's going to be accountable at the end of all this. It's a very scary thing. I believe big pharma, hospitals, our government are in on something. I believe this is the biggest medical cover-up in the world, in world history, and it will go down in world history. I follow a Dr. James Meehan, Meehan, and he's cured over 2,700 patients with COVID with the ivermectin. And that's another thing that our media is saying, oh, don't use ivermectin. Oh, you know, it's horse medicine and blah, blah, blah. And actually, it's been proved to cure COVID, cancer. It has a whole bunch of different uses, very cheap. And of course, pharma doesn't want that out there. So my last thing I would say would think about it, really dig deep into your soul, ask yourself, what side of the road are you going to choose? I said that last time, because fear has no place here, because this is the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Hello, my name is Michael. Just on the VAERS report, a Harvard study showed that only 1 to 10% of the cases and adverse effects and deaths are actually reported. I've been hearing a number of reports that people are going in to vote, especially Republicans, and going out in to vote in person, and they're being told they've already voted. So I'm wondering what Placer County is doing to ensure voter integrity. So very, very concerned about that. Last time we talked about, you know, how the hospitals are filling up and stuff like that, but I've heard many nurses and health professionals say that the way they're counting the cases is really corrupt. Like if you're vaccinated, they don't test you at all. Okay. And if you're vaccinated and you're having an adverse reaction, you are tested and you're considered unvaccinated. And if you've only had 1 or 2 dosages and it hasn't been the full 2 weeks, you're considered unvaccinated. So the way they're looking at the numbers is very skewed. And if the Delta variant is scary, why would they be firing nurses and doctors and health professionals? I mean, think about that. Does that make any sense? So on the Children's Health Defense website, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Has a video about peaceful non-compliance or civil disobedience. And I just wanted to read a little bit. He does a lot of research. If you don't know who he is, he's an attorney. He's been fighting fighting the pharmaceutical industry for years. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. explains in a recent video why all need to stand up now and resist with civil disobedience. Now that the FDA has given a very curmudgeonly justification for approving Pfizer COVID vaccine that leaves many questions unanswered, Also, because the science shows the vaccine has no positive impact on overall mortality that puts young groups at risk, it has become clear it's not about health, it's about control. A healthy child has zero risk from the disease, and yet the risk from the vaccine is very high. That's why we all need to make our voices heard and express our opposition. Call on your friends and your neighbors and join us. Why are you not with me? Robert F. Kennedy Jr. quotes American freedom fighter and thought leader Henry David Thoreau. Anyways, check that out. childrenhealthdefense.eu or Google it. And thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Larry Tajiri. I live in Rockland, and I'm actually with Children's Health Defense, Placer County. I want to talk about misinformation and how science has become misinformation, scientific facts and truths. So let's talk about, well, one, the VAERS, following up with VAERS. Just in 6 months, the data, the deaths from VAERS, from the vaccines has exceeded all of the previous vaccines over the past 20, 30 years, all of them. This is 6 months data. But let's talk about some scientific facts that become misinformation. Let's talk about ivermectin. If you can do this at home, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, use DuckDuckGo. You can use Google maybe. But if you Google ivermectin, you'll find articles pre-COVID, scientific journals, medical journals that talk about it's a wonder drug, it's a magic drug, cures a whole bunch, has great antiviral properties, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The two scientists that discovered it were awarded the Nobel Prize only 6 years ago. But it's very cheap, it's very effective, but it's unpatented now. So it's of no use to big pharma, CDC, et cetera. But now if you Google ivermectin post-COVID, what do you find? It is unsafe, unproven, controversial, dangerous, horse paste. You can do this literally in 10 minutes. Ivermectin's being used in countries like India. The states of Gal and Pradesh have shown a 97% elimination of COVID. Mexico City, similar. Doctors Ryan Cole and Dr. Pierre Corey, who testified before Congress, said if we would have used early treatment for ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, we would have saved 80% of the people, 400,000 people. We would have saved them. But this doesn't fit into the narrative for big pharma and so forth. So how is this possible? Well, because billions of dollars are at stake. Well, I'm sorry, one other example. Merck, who produces ivermectin, they donate 900 million doses of ivermectin to Africa alone. Maybe interesting enough, Africa is not having that great of a issue with COVID. They now say that it's unsafe and dangerous. Merck does. So and again, it's unpatented. So how is this possible? Billions are at stake. Fauci controls $7.6 billion of medical research. Joe Rogan, he actually knows a lot. If you listen to his podcast, he knows a lot about COVID. You can Google or just look on YouTube, his specific videos on COVID. And one of them, he talks about the reason he didn't say this, but basically he has a number of doctors, scientists, microbiologists, immunologists who have contacted him directly. I can tell you this privately, but I cannot tell you this publicly because guys like Fauci have all these funds. Real quickly, I want to talk about asymptomatic transmission versus symptomatic transmission. We've known for centuries that symptomatic transmission is all you had to be concerned with. Asymptomatic transmission, Dr. Michael Yernin, who's a retired chief scientist from Pfizer, Dr. Peter McCullough, it's a complete myth, asymptomatic transmission. So there's no scientific need for a lockdown, zero. We've only quarantined the sick ever. That's all we've ever done. Apparently we've done it once in Venice in the 14th century where we locked down the whole city and it had disastrous results. Sweden has proven that you don't need to lock down and you can have pretty good results. What's going on in our country is a complete disaster between the lockdown, mask wearing, so forth. I mean, if you believe asymptomatic transmission is real, then fine, you can stay home, wear a mask, whatever. But anyways,
Larry, it's,
I'm out of time.
yeah, I want to give as many people here the time, so thank you.
Hi, my name is Susan from Lincoln again, and I just want to restate what he just said, that ivermectin won the Nobel Prize in 2015 for medicine. It's been safely used for over 40 years. You can go home and Google that. In fact, I want you all to go Google it. Ivermectin wins Nobel Prize for medicine in 2015. The problem is there's no money in it. It's cheap, effective. It can be used as a cure and a treatment. That's all I want to say.
Hi, guys. My name is Leah. I'm a small business owner here, and I just wanted to pledge allegiance to the flag for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I just wanted to show you guys how easy it is to follow a crowd.
For the record, we start all of our meetings with a pledge of the flag, as well as all of our committee meetings. So,
Hi, my name is Amanda, and I just have two things. One is published August of 2021 by Peter McCullough, Dr. Peter McCullough. 5 things we need to know that they don't want us to know about COVID-19. 1, the virus does not spread asymptomatically. 2, we should never test asymptomatic people. 3, natural immunity is robust, complete, and durable. I have it. 4, COVID-19 is easily treatable at home. 5, the current vaccines are obsolete, unsafe, and unfit for human use. Thank you.
okay. No, thank you all. We're on schedule, except for now we're going to committee reports from my colleagues, keeping in mind, you know how adamant I am about trying to stay on schedule. So with that, you're welcome to have any reports that you might want to offer or share.
Just one, and that is somebody asked about the integrity of our election. I have not heard in Placer County any issues, but I will tell you this: if somebody comes to our polls in Placer County and there's a concern about somebody already being voted, they are allowed a provisional ballot. That's what our county clerk recorder provides, a provisional ballot. That person can vote, and then they'll take it back and make sure that that person only voted one time. So, and people can actually go to our office and watch ballots being counted. We make that available to people. So, unfortunately, Mr. Ronco is running an election right now, which is why he can't answer those questions. But know that you have the opportunity to vote. We want you to vote, and we'll make sure that your vote, just one, is counted. Thank you.
And I know that I'm trying to keep myself on schedule, but I actually met with our elections after the last presidential to talk through with him and his team, actually, several items that I'd read about as it relates to voter security. And I'm very confident, I have full confidence in Ryan Ronco and his team. But it was interesting, and he has on several occasions been available to make comments during board meetings if questions come up. And I'm sure he would be willing to come in and give a presentation as it relates to the mechanisms that are in place and what we're doing here in Placer County to make sure we do have secure elections. So there's an offer if anyone wants to take up on it. But Cindy.
Thanks, Robert. I just wanted to report to the county staff that I'm hearing from a number of businesses in the North Tahoe area that the smoke shutdowns and the Caldor fire have dramatically impacted small businesses and large businesses. And they're looking for any suggestion on reaching out to FEMA or anyone else if there are natural disasters declared, whether there's any assistance for the reduction in business that's occurred. Missing 2 weeks of August or 3 weeks of August is pretty dramatic.
Yeah, I'll have Sherry Conway look into this about what funding sources we have, because I know we did have some declarations regarding some of the fires. So I'll follow up on that.
Thanks. Okay, we'll take up our 9:45 timed item, which is Placer County Older Advisory Commission's annual report and the Placer County 5-year plan to address growing senior population, 5th annual update. So Colby, I think, is going to do that.
Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. Thank you for your time today. My name is Colby Hightoff, and I'm a manager with Health and Human Services Adult System of Care. I'm joined by Michelle Nevins, Chair of the Older Adult Advisory Commission and Executive Director of Del Oro Caregiver Resource Center. We have 2 items to present to you today. First, I'll be providing a brief update regarding Placer County's 5-year plan for meeting the needs of a growing senior population. Then Michelle will provide an update regarding the Older Adult Advisory Commission's annual report. Placer County was ahead of the curve in recognizing the need to create programs and grow services in response to the increasing older adult population. In 2016, a 5-year plan was developed, and the framework was based on the World Health Organization's 8 domains of livability that influence the quality of life of older adults. The COVID-19 pandemic has been difficult for older adults and for those who provide services to them. Nonetheless, many new programs and services were established this past year to improve the lives of older adults and people with disabilities. I'd like to take a few minutes to highlight some of those programs. In July of 2020, the county launched the 211 information and referral system that provided a much needed, sustainable, single point of entry for older adults and people with disabilities in need of information and resources. Placer has an emerging aging and disability resource connection program, or ADRC, which is a collaboration of partner organizations designed to streamline access to long-term services and supports for older adults and people with disabilities. The Western Placer Consolidated Transportation Services Agency recently partnered with Seniors First to launch a free, county-wide shared transportation assistance program called Placer Rides. Placer Rides is rider-centric, in that riders are responsible for securing volunteers within their own network, such as friends, neighbors, and acquaintances, rather than being matched to a volunteer by program staff. This makes trips possible for residents who live in remote areas where there are no registered volunteers were available previously. The new program is successfully serving more seniors for less cost than the prior Dial-A-Ride and My Rides programs. Adult Protective Services wrapped up its 3-year Home Safe pilot program last June, which prevented homelessness for 93 older adults and people with disabilities. Over $165,000 was spent on direct client intervention. We are waiting for our next state allocation to launch the Home Safe 2.0 program that will operate through 2024. And we look forward to preventing homelessness for many more vulnerable older adults and people with disabilities in the community. Public Health has taken the lead to create a dementia-friendly community in Placer County and was one of 6 local health jurisdictions in the state to be awarded funding through the U.S. Centers for Disease Control. In November of 2020, Public Health launched a Healthy Brains Initiative Committee that is working on increasing awareness and creating a safety net for those with Alzheimer's and dementia. The last program I'd like to mention is called Home Share American River. This innovative program was launched in June of this year through collaborative efforts of Agency on Aging Area 4 and the nonprofit organization Placer People of Faith. The program's goal is to pair a homeowner who has some needs, such as extra income, light housekeeping, transportation, or even just companionship, with a home seeker willing to meet those needs, sometimes in exchange for reduced rent or utility costs. Either the homeowner or the home seeker would be an older adult, or both parties may be older adults. The program's a win-win because it capitalizes on the numerous unoccupied bedrooms throughout the county to create affordable housing, and it offers older adult homeowners the ability to age in place with some assistance. Over the last 5 years, much progress has been made to meet the needs of older adults in Placer County, and yet there's more work to be done. The 5-year plan concluded last June, and now is the perfect time to pivot to the state's first ever Master Plan on Aging, which Michelle will talk about in more detail.
Thank you so much, Colby. I appreciate the ability to be here this morning, and good morning to our esteemed members of the board. As Colby mentioned, my name is Michelle Nevins, and I am the chair of the Older Adult Advisory Commission. This report marks the 17th year anniversary of the Placer County Older Adult Advisory Commission. We're a group of dedicated and passionate group of volunteers who come together with the goal of advising both the Placer County Board of Supervisors and the Department of Health and Human Services on matters we feel would improve the quality of life for older adults in our county. As Colby mentioned and discussed in the commission report, the 5-year plan has concluded. It is our intention to transition to developing a master plan on aging for Placer County to mirror what the state of California has in place. California's master plan on aging serves as a 10-year blueprint that can be used by state government, local communities, and private organizations to build environments that promote an age-friendly California. The master plan on aging outlines 5 goals: building housing for all ages, improving access to health services, providing inclusive opportunities for older adults to live and work without fear of abuse or neglect, bolstering the caregiving workforce, and increasing economic security for aging Californians. The Master Plan on Aging offers a local playbook, which we will be using, with tools and resources that can be used to create their own tailor-made strategies on aging, disability, and of course, dementia. The plan requires a much larger coalition to be successful, including a collaboration of partnerships such as the Area Agency on Aging, service providers in the adult and aging and disability field, public health, independent living centers, PACE, which is the program for all-inclusive care for the elderly, nonprofit community-based organizations, civic groups, the private sector, and more. The OAAC, in collaboration with the Placer County Aging and Disability Resource Connection, has met in the new fiscal year discussing first steps from the Master Plan on Aging local playbook and seeks to hire a consultant to explore local data and conduct a baseline assessment of Placer County's age friendliness. Future steps will involve engaging local leaders, determining local needs and areas for opportunity, and then, of course, selecting initiatives for implementation and building an action plan. Ultimately, the Master Plan on Aging will build upon the accomplishments of our previous plan and move us into the future with the goal of making Placer County even more age-friendly. We thank you for your time and attention today, and I look forward to reporting back on our progress next year.
Thank you. So we are being asked to accept the 2 items discussed, but personally, I turned 70 this year, and so I want to thank you for your work. Rather amazing to me, actually. Right, Supervisor Holmes? But I also want to open this up to my colleagues for any questions or comments, and then the public after that, if there are any. Jim.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just want to thank Colby and the members of the Older Adult Advisory Commission for keeping us abreast of what's going on. I try to attend those meetings. They're all engaged, and certainly the statistics see that the older population is rising. Thank you, Supervisor Wygant, for contributing to that. We really appreciate your participation. But all in all, the evidence suggests that there's more and more of us living longer, and we really need to prepare for that in the future. So appreciate the 5-year plan and moving forward with what we can do to better provide for our seniors.
Thanks, Jim. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment? Okay, what's the pleasure of the board?
Second.
Motion, Holmes, second, Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We'll now take up our 9:55 timed item, which is an appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of the Kim Conditional Use Permit Modification. And Amy, I think, yep, there you are.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. My name is Amy Rossig with the Placer County Planning Services Division. The item that I have before you this morning is a appeal request regarding the Kim Conditional Use Permit Modification. This request was denied by the Planning Commission. The project site is located in the Granite Bay community. It's located north of Douglas Boulevard and to the west of Barton Ranch Road on Barton Ranch Court. The project site is located in the Barton Ranch subdivision. This is a 10-lot subdivision, which was approved in 2017 as a planned development. When this project was approved, there was a rezone approved with it. So the project's area is zoned residential single family with a combining agriculture, a combining minimum building site of 40,000 square feet, and a combining planned development of 1 residential unit per acre. The surrounding properties are zoned similarly with the base zoning district of single family residential. They run in minimum parcel sizes between 20,000 and 40,000 square feet. The only difference between the Barton Ranch subdivision and the surrounding area is the planned development. This is an aerial of the project site. As you can see from this aerial, there are no homes yet built in the Barton Ranch subdivision, but the surrounding parcels are all fully developed with single-family residences. Since we've started this project, 2 homes have been started construction in this subdivision. They're located towards the entrance on the east side. And 2 more building permits have been issued on the left and the right side of this project site. The lot coverage for the homes that have already been issued building permits, they range in size from 5,600 square feet to 6,200 and 6,300 square feet in lot coverage. In January of this year, we received a request from the property owner named Julie Kim, and she submitted a request to increase the lot coverage on her lot from 20% to 23% in order to construct 2 covered patios, a covered porch, and a future shade structure. This is a picture of the site plan that was provided. In the front of the property along Barton Ranch Court, you have your paved driveway and the garage. And then in the rear of the property, you have your single family residence. Per the conditions of approval, this lot was approved with a 10-foot landscaping easement along the rear of the property. So the swimming pool has to be located outside of that landscaping easement. And this home was also approved to be reduced to a single story in height. As shown on this site plan, the lot coverage right here that you can see, the lot coverage is 20.7%, or this equates to 6,545,000 square feet. The lot coverage that this site is approved for is 20% lot coverage, or 6,291 square feet. The applicant does not show the future shade structure on this site plan, but that is part of the request. The applicant would like to move into the property and eventually construct a future shade structure, which is why the request is up to 23%. With the future shade structure and the lot coverage at 23% maximum, that future shade structure would be 689 square feet in size. In March of this year, we held a zoning administrator hearing. And during that hearing and before the hearing, we received public comment from the neighbors, Holly Johnson and Thomas Hillsland, objecting to the request and stating that the request would be precedent setting. They expressed that this would create a square footage advantage compared to other lots in the subdivision, and stated that they felt that this entitlement request was a variance instead of a conditional use permit modification. Prior to the zoning administrator rendering his decision, he explained the difference between a variance and a conditional use permit modification. With a variance, there has to be special circumstances applicable to the size, shape, topography that deprive the property owners from privileges enjoyed by surrounding property owners. But for a conditional use permit modification, the request must be consistent with the county code, the general plan, the community plan, that the maintenance and operation would not affect the public health, safety, and welfare for those in the neighborhood, and that is consistent with the characteristics of the immediate neighborhood, that it will not operate additional traffic, and that it would not have an adverse effect on adjacent property owners. Furthermore, pursuant to Placer County Code Section 1744090E, this allows the zoning administrator to approve a request to increase the lot coverage in planned developments if the request affects no more than 4 lots, that the request doesn't exceed the standards of the base zoning district, that the request doesn't violate the conditions of the CC&Rs, and that the findings for a conditional use permit are met. So when the zoning administrator rendered his decision, he felt that this would only affect 1 lot, as this was a request only for 1 lot to increase. The standards of the base zoning district is single family residential. And in the single family residential zoning district, you are allowed to build up to 40%. So this property owner could have requested up to 40%. They requested 23%. The zoning administrator felt that that was a reasonable deviation. and that the request would meet the CCNRs and that all the findings for a conditional use permit could be made. So ultimately, the zoning administrator decided to approve the request. Following the zoning administrator hearing, we received an appeal from the neighbors, Holly Johnson and Thomas Hillsland, which contended 6 points, including that the request should have been a variance and not a conditional use permit modification. Further, their appeal letter raised concerns over the future shade structure. So before the Planning Commission hearing, I met with both parties separately to come to an agreement regarding the future shade structure. And the compromise that we had arrived at is that the future shade structure would be reduced in height to 13 feet. It would still be required to meet all setbacks, and a building permit would be required to ensure that these parameters were met. However, the property owner was not in attendance when we went to the Planning Commission hearing, and the Planning Commission felt that this would be precedent setting and that the request was inconsistent with the limitations placed on the property when it was originally approved. So ultimately, the Planning Commission decided to deny the request and uphold the appeal. So we attended the June 10th Planning Commission hearing. That's when the Planning Commission made a tentative decision, and on the June 24th decision was finalized. On July 6th of this year, we received an appeal from the property owner regarding the Planning Commission's determination. The appeal letter reiterates the original request to increase the lot coverage to 20.7% for the covered patios, and then further increased by 2.3% to allow for the future shade structure, and that they were in support of reducing the height of the future shade structure that was originally discussed when we went to the Planning Commission. When the project was approved in 2017, this lot was proposed to be single-story, and consideration was not made regarding any changes in the lot coverage. Typically, single-story residences have a higher lot coverage compared to two-story residences. And further, the planned development is more restrictive in site coverage compared to the surrounding properties with the RS zoning district, which range from up to 40%. Also, the Planning Commission felt that the property owner purchased property knowing the restrictions and that the home could be designed to meet the lot coverage requirements. Lastly, the resolution to reduce the height of the future shade structure was provided to the Planning Commission, but they felt that this could be precedent setting. So with that, I'm bringing forward the Planning Commission's determination and recommendation to deny the appeal filed by the property owner and to uphold the Planning Commission's determination to grant the third-party appeal and deny the conditional use permit modification request.
Thanks, Amy. Good job. Is there anyone on the board who has a question or comment at this point? Cindy.
Thank you. Thanks, Amy. I believe it's in here, but when was the subdivision approved?
In 2017.
2017 is when the subdivision was approved. So when we talk about the project. And then I'm more familiar with coverage being calculated on all hard surfaces that would include the pool. You know, in Tahoe, that's what we have to do. But down here, the pool is not included in that coverage. Is
Correct.
that right?
Yes, it's anything, lot coverage is included with anything with a roof over it.
Okay.
So the swimming pool, the driveway, any hard patio covers that are not covered do not get included in the lot coverage calculation.
Okay. So the patio can be there. It's the cover over the patio that creates the issue.
Correct.
With the coverage. It's different than the environmental rules we have in the Tahoe Basin. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you.
Okay, so next what we'll do is hear from the appellant or their representative, and then we'll open up to the public after that. So is there someone here on behalf of the Kims or the Kims themselves, or?
Good morning.
Good morning. And if you could keep your comments within about the same time frame as the staff presentation, would appreciate it.
I hope to speak as little as possible. My name is Pete Lugo. I'm the designer architect for the project. I just wanted to add a couple other things to consider. The neighborhood was approved in 2017. There are neighboring lots that have the 23% that we were shooting for to begin with. That are also two-story lots, so they're actually allowable for bigger square footage. The Kims came to me wanting a house that would fit into Granite Bay. They wanted around 5,000 square feet. We got it at 5,000 square feet. We are, realistically looking, if we took the cover off the back patio, we're under 20%, so we could do it. So the house footprint won't be affected if you approve the 20.7, the 23 would be even better, just for the kids to have a place to have some shade out by the pool. That's basically where we're at. I can go through numbers. I just don't know how important that is for you guys to see in terms of, lot 9 has 23% two-story, lot 6, 23% two-story, lot 7, 22% two-story, lot 8, 20% two-story. So the two stories definitely give them the opportunity to get a house that's in the right square footage that they were shooting for, and I think is reasonable for that part of town. I just wanted to add those things. If there was any questions that I could discuss with those that are filing the complaint, we haven't had that conversation, but I'd love to have that. I'm open to discussion.
Thanks. I think Jim has a question or comment.
Yeah, as far as the shade structure, the potential shade structure, there's no intent to build that into any part of the setback.
No, of course not. No. We'd be respecting everything that would be required of us for that. And I think they came to an agreement on height, which I thought was fine as well.
Okay, thank you.
I see no other questions by board members.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item?
Good morning.
Good morning.
We are the appellants, the original appellants. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I'm Holly Johnson.
Tom Hillisland.
So we filed the original appeal. There's a couple of things.
Would you mind doing me a favor, getting in front of the microphone so we can hear better? Thank you.
So what was just referenced about the percentage coverage, the lot 4, at 20% has the largest coverage. If you, even at 20%, the square footage of the house is the largest house. Can't just look at the 23% of the other lots or 22%. At 20%, lot 4 has the largest square footage of coverage. The other things is we had a very extensive discussions with the Planning Commission on the 2 different meetings that we had, and we're going to incorporate by reference all the oral arguments, all the written documentation that was submitted as part of the administrative record. We are respectfully requesting that you agree with the ultimate staff report to deny the Kim's request for modification to the CUP and to agree with our initial appeal. If there are any questions, we would be more than willing to answer them.
Do board members have any questions? I see none.
I do have a quick
Bonnie
question.
does.
Well, there was conversation that you had spoken with the Kims about the covered patio and reducing the size. So what happened with those conversations?
I'm glad you brought it up. We'd never had conversations directly with the Kims. We had conversations with Amy Rossig and within Placer County. We thought we had what we would deem an agreement. There was not a meeting of the minds. We were not in agreement with any shade structure that would have a bathroom, a changing area, and such. In our minds, that's an accessory use. That's not a shade structure. That's another building. That's not what we agreed to. So there technically is not a meeting of the minds. Even though we went into that meeting thinking that we had an agreement, the Kims were not there. We were not able to put something where we actually could flush out the agreement. And the planning commissioners, regardless of what we had thought, deemed that this would be precedent setting. That it seems incremental. It seems minimal to go from 20 to 23%, or we're just asking for this little thing of just a shade structure, but it's really not. It's, you already have the largest square footage of a home that you can build, regardless of what these other lots that are smaller acreage or lot coverage have a higher percentage of coverage of 23%. Their home that they can build now at 20% is larger than any of the homes in that development or in the existing surrounding neighborhood. We've been at our house for 14 years. We're raising young kids, young family. Our neighbors who we're also representing, who are not here by name, but we are in alignment and representing their interests, have been at their homes for 32 years. It's not similar to what is in the neighborhood. And that's what the planning commissioners, after 2 meetings, after hours of discussion, going back and forth with the county as well, trying to resolve it, what they deemed was appropriate was to not have any modifications to a development that was only recently approved in 2017. The argument about that it's a single story, that we should have an increase in lot coverage, was flushed out before the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, as well as as Placer County staff prior to 2017 and in 2017. Lot 4 and Lot 5. And just so it's in the record, we are not adjacent to Lot 4. It's our concern that this is precedent setting. Lot 4 and Lot 5 were deemed to be single story. We're required to be single story. with setbacks of 30 feet from the rear, and also a 10-foot landscape easement that runs with the land in order to protect the privacy rights of surrounding neighbors. We are part of those surrounding neighbors. So to increase a home that is a larger lot coverage with an already largest home in the area is contrary to the general welfare of those that are surrounding. It's contrary to what the conditions that were put into place when this Granite Bay subdivision was approved only in 2017. And the Planning commissioners unanimously stated that they don't want this to happen. They want to stay with the conditions that were put into place, to keep it at 20%, to modify a plan with a home that has not been built, modify the plan, and keep it within the designated parameters.
Thank you.
See no other questions from board members at this time, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'll open it up to the public. Please come forward, state your name. Sandy.
You're just a baby compared to me.
Well, thank you. I think we're doing well, actually.
I try. Sandy Harris and I live in Granite Bay, not in the immediate neighborhood, but close by this project. I walk by it every day, and there are now 2 homes under construction, and they have the foundation laid out for another one. This project goes way back. The community association first met with the owner of the property and the engineer, and we fleshed out some things. And then the planning commission in 2016 had their first hearing on it. And then the Board of Supervisors had 2 more meetings on it. And at those 3 meetings, they were well attended by the neighbors. And if you look at that overhead map they had, the lots to the south are probably 2 acres that actually back up to this project. And the ones across the street, they're an acre minimum. And on the north, I would say they're an acre too. But anyway, the neighbors worked with the Board of Supervisors because there was a question about the county right-of-way on Barton Road, because apparently the neighbors to the south owned that property. They just put the road down there, and on both sides of the road, the property owners still owed that, so they had to flush that out. And they put conditions on it to limit the buildings on that particular border to 1 story because of they were slightly higher, the land there slopes down. So totally, there have been 7 hearings on this project. And the very first home that they wanted to build there was the Kims, and nothing else was there at the time. And so there are 10 lots, so it would have been precedent setting if every other person came in there and decided they were going to try to change what was approved. And it took a long time to get those conditions approved because there were a lot of concerns. It's an infill development, and the newest project was probably across the street. And I've been there 44 years, and the original property owner was a farmer. He owned the whole 10 acres, had a little tiny house on it. When he died, the heirs sold the property. But anyway, it's kind of discouraging to people who try to stay involved and attend these hearings. This is the 7th meeting I've been to. I can't tell you, I wrote letters on the first submittal, and we tried to get a project that fits the community. And I think this is a lovely family, according to the letter I read that Mrs. Kim submitted. She'd be welcome in the neighborhood. But please observe what the Granite Bay residents have worked really hard to make our community so attractive that you want to live here. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who'd like to address this item on Zoom?
Hello, my name is Michael. It just seems it's troubling to me that there's so strict requirements and that the government or the county can tell people who bought the property what they can do with it. I mean, to this degree, 20 to 23%, it just seems like some of the neighbors are a little bit busybodies. Maybe they should not mind their own business. And I think that there needs to be less restrictions on people and on their personal property. Thank you.
Cheryl, will you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, thank you. Good morning. I would like to first compliment staff on upholding the Planning Commission's recommendation. I think that there has been, as Sandy said, there's been a lot of activity here. The Kims knew the constraints, they knew the lot size. A 5,000 square foot home is hardly disadvantaged. They knew that it was single story and they knew what the setbacks were. It's a lovely property. They're asking for greater coverage is precedent setting. I'd like to bring up the boathouse on Douglas apparent. There's a condominium or duplex environment development that's being proposed. It's actually being built now on the Douglas and Auburn Folsom area there. And they immediately pointed to a couple other developments that had gates. This is how precedent setting starts. It starts not only within the development, but then other developers are going to come along and say, well, it's only 3%. And then that becomes the new standard. And so the lowering of those, consistent lowering of those standards becomes problematic because it's only a small request, but the cumulative effect, I think, is not fair to the neighbors. The imposition on neighbors that have been there for years, it seems reasonable that those setbacks were set and that they should be honored. Also, there's a disturbing trend for architects. We now feel like we have to keep going to the zoning administrator because architects are designing plans that fit every single inch on the property and then come back to get special entitlements because it's only a small request. The architects know what the design constraints for the property are. They're listed right on their plans. It really wouldn't have been much of an effort for them to, with CAD drawings, to just build to be able to fit that shade structure in. And as the appellant said, it's not just a shade structure, it's entitlement upon entitlement. It is a self-induced variance. They failed to demonstrate that it's not a special privilege. No new information was actually provided. I would hope that the Planning Commission and the staff's recommendation for the conditional use permit modification would be denied. Thank you.
Cheryl, would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Cheryl Berkema. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amber, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good morning. Amber Beckler, can you hear me okay?
Yes, good morning.
Excellent, good morning. Hi, Board of Supervisors. I just wanted to say I'm Amber Beckler. I live in Granite Bay. I did speak at the Planning Commission appeal hearing for Holly Johnson, and I just wanted to reiterate my comments. I think the owners, the Kims, and the architect working with the Kims could have simply designed the house to comply with the underlying zoning and the coverage requirements of 20%. There doesn't seem to be any extenuating circumstances to actually go beyond that. The public spoke out in support of Holly Johnson in the original appeal at the Planning Commission to overturn the zoning administrator's decision. This is a precedent-setting decision, and I support the staff's recommendation before you and the Planning Commission's decision not to approve the self-induced variance. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chairman, I see no further public comment.
Okay. So bring this back to the board for further questions or comments and or dialogue. Start with Cindy and then Jim was next.
I had a question for staff. Were there any site constraints that would dictate the need for this additional coverage? Are there any obstacles, I don't know, boulders or?
Yeah, not on this site, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Thank you.
Jim, then Suzanne.
So apparently the Kims had agreed to lower the height of the potential shade structure. Is that correct? In that?
Yeah, there was a discussion with that, with staff and with the neighbors, and that was discussed at the planning commission hearing, although the Kims were not at the planning commission hearing to discuss that.
So the property in question, they could extend, they could go to 40% of lot cover of their request instead of 23%. Is that correct?
So this is a planned residential development and it was approved as such. Because of that, there are limited coverage, to the 20%. If it was just the base zoning of the site allows up to 40% coverage. The PD ordinance does allow the provision where you can request to modify through the CUP modification process to increase that coverage up to that 40% without doing a variance.
And so if anyone else came in for a modification of their conditional use permit, it would have to go through the same process. They would have to follow, and they would either be allowed or denied, as the zoning administrator would do.
Correct.
And so the Kims are requesting an additional 2.3% of the lot coverage.
Correct.
And the zoning administrator felt that that would be acceptable.
He did. He approved that, thinking that was a nominal increase in the coverage.
I don't know why we're here. I mean, this makes sense for anyone that wants to build a home. They're not increasing it, another 300 square feet? Is that about what the request is, to increase the coverage another 300 square feet?
Correct. That total, Amy just did 900 for the, yeah.
Oh,
But let Amy clarify the exact square footage.
okay.
The 20.7, I think, is at 300 feet, but when you get to 23, we're at.
When you're hit 23%, it's an increase about 900 square feet.
900 square feet. Okay. I'm fine.
Suzanne?
Hi, Jay. Hi. Thank you for that report. I wanted to go back in time just a little bit, so I don't think people are quite getting the whole picture on this. When the developer came forth to buy his project and get it going, he dealt with the neighbors because the neighbors had concerns about the coverage, correct? There was some negotiations, either informal or whatever, with the developer and the neighbors.
Yeah, back in 2017, when this went through the hearing process, the concerns from the neighbors was the elevated lots and having two-story structures that may, peer down on the neighboring properties. So it wasn't specific to coverage. I don't remember a discussion on coverage. It was more as to the two-story residences as opposed to a single-story residence being permitted on that site.
Okay, I was under the impression that it included coverage as well. I don't know, Sandy, you were here a long time ago, but so the deal was an agreement between the developer in order for everyone to let the developer get his project developed and approved. There was sort of an agreement with all the neighbors. So the issue became, okay, the developer is selling the proper parcels and they're telling the homeowners, well, yes, we did have an agreement, but wink, wink, you don't have to abide by that. You just, apply for variances or conditional use permit and you get whatever you want. So that's kind of what the crux of the matter is when they talk about precedent setting. So you get a neighborhood, you get it approved for certain coverages of the lot, certain heights, whether 1-story or 2-story, and then your developer gets everything approved, gets everything he wants. All the neighbors are under the impression that they have this agreement with the developer. However, when he sells the property to the individuals buying, he just says, don't worry about the limitations on it. So this is the deal that's coming forward now, is everyone is worried. So this one's going to come in and want to increase lot coverage. The next one, there's 10 lots there. So everyone's going to come in and request increased lot coverages. It's just the way the whole thing came about years ago is kind of what the crux of the matter is. But the one thing that I'm going to say is that when it was appealed and it went before the Planning Commission, the parties concerned right now did not come to defend themselves at the time. So the Planning Commission
they upheld the appeal, and that was the time for the Kims to come forward. I understand they have the right to appeal that, but they knew of it, and I think that that was the time to come forward. And so that's what I have to say.
Make a motion.
I move that we uphold the appeal.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, not this appeal. I'm sorry, we deny this appeal and uphold the previous appeal.
I'll second.
So we have a motion, Jones, and a second, Gustafson, and Bonnie has some comments.
A couple of questions. So first of all, the setbacks are still the same, correct? So what was agreed upon, the setbacks are still the same. And in that development, each individual lot had a coverage amount, correct? From what I can tell. So 20 to 23%, depending on the size of the lot, right?
Right.
So
Yes, there's like a formula.
when I look at it, lot 4, I assume then is larger than lot 9 and 6.
Correct, yes.
So it's
Yes.
larger, thus it's at 20%. Okay, so I understand that. So each one was granted one. And you know, I struggle with this because Suzanne, I hear what you said. There was an agreement, right, to make this project work. There are 2 projects that have already gone forward and that they haven't asked for a variance or a change. And I look at this and I'm thinking, how does this affect the residents? So if somebody has a little bit larger lot, it's a single story, nobody's looking in on them, you've got walls, how is this affecting that applicant? I don't see how that's affecting the applicant. The applicant, it's not affecting the residents. They're not looking down in their property. It's allowing a resident to have use of their property. I struggle with this because I understand that people want containment, but so the difference is somebody's house is a little bit larger than somebody else's. I really struggle with this because I believe in personal property rights and I don't want to affect other people's property, but I don't see how this is affecting other people's property.
And I see your point, Bonnie. I also look at a decision that was made before I was on this board that did limit coverage, and people bought the property understanding those limits on the coverage. And I see the precedent that the next property owner comes in and says, well, gee, what's the difference if I do this or this? And then our staff will say, well, you've already started down that road, and so we're going to have a harder time defending that action. So I trust our planning commission made a good decision on this, and that's why I'm voting the way I am. I'm used to these kinds of rules and regulations. I chose to live in an area where there are a lot of those rules and regulations, and so I think the Kims also made that decision. They wanted to live there, and sometimes they don't make sense. Umbrellas work for shade. There's other ways you can have shade without, and it sounds like there was actually indoor space going to be included in this structure, from what I understood that was brought up. So,
Yeah, just a minute though. I'll let you do that, but I want, Jim has his light on and then Suzanne has her light on. So why don't we do that? And then if you have a question, you can come forward and ask that question.
I don't see how this is setting a precedent. I mean, modifications of conditional use permits come forward all the time. It's not a precedent. I mean, right? Am I wrong or right? Or
Is that a question to staff?
Yes.
Sure, let's make it a question.
You know, I guess my supervisor, the answer to that is, there is a provision in the ordinance that allows a property owner to make that request. And it's not through a variance process where you have to make special variance findings. So yeah, our code allows a process to do that.
Right. So again, anyone that wants to come for a modification, they're allowed to do that, and it'd be based on the merits of their request. And I think the merits of their requests are adequate, and I agree with them.
Okay, Suzanne, and then I want to hear, there's this one question that we want to get that aired, so.
Okay. The only exception I would say is that is true, but when you buy into a neighborhood that has set lot coverages and you agree, I mean, you buy fully informed, you know what you're getting into. If that's not what you want, you should buy what you want, not come in and change everything that has been agreed upon in the past. One other issue is that, it's my understanding, the lot coverage allowable right now is 20%, correct?
Correct.
It's my understanding, according to Mrs. Kim's letter, is that their house right now, the footprint of their house is set at 20.7%.
As shown on the site plan. Yes.
Okay, so it's already exceeding the coverage by 0.7
Correct.
without any permissions or approvals.
It would have to be approved. That's just what they're proposing from what they would like to get right now if they were to pull a building permit today is 20.7%.
Right, so how does this work? They've already been denied an increase to 23% from 20%. But their footprint now and I believe they've set a foundation framework for a foundation. Haven't they, EJ?
So, I haven't heard any action on this request yet. If they were proposed, right now their house is at 20.7%.
Right,
So the
according to the
county,
letter.
if action of the board today is to, deny the appeal, they would have to get building permit approval for a house that meets that 20%.
Okay, and then if we could we get this question on the table just so it's under control. So come forward and just state your question, please.
My name is Paul Bianchi. I'm the builder of the Kim's residence. I did attend the last hearing on behalf of the Kims, and I thought I had mentioned, we agreed the shade structure would be 10 foot in elevation height. There are no walls. There was never intended to be any walls. It's simply some posts and a shade structure that we may build out by the pool at a later date.
I'm sorry, you have a question?
I did not. I wanted to add that information.
Well, actually, public comment is closed. I'm sorry. But I just wanted to make sure we had all questions on the table. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question. You guys understand that the shade structure will not have any walls, bathrooms, and we did agree that it would be at 10 foot. We mentioned that at the last meeting.
I'm sorry. We have already closed public comment. We've gotten all the information we need. Suzanne.
Yeah, let me just say one more thing, is that the Planning Commission heard this whole entire thing. And I, like Cindy, we're in a neighborhood, we're in a district that has rules because we have higher ended properties and stuff. And in order to preserve.
Speak for yourself.
You have me beat you have me beat hands down up there. But at any rate, the attempt is to preserve the uniqueness and, the aesthetics of the community. And so all part of all this is that, when we set limits on this stuff, if somebody comes in, they know when they buy it what they're getting. So unlike, Auburn, you have huge parcels of property. You can continue to build forever. But based on the hearing the last time, the Planning Commission heard from everyone. And I'm sure he must have heard from their builder or whoever attended on their behalf. And they still made this decision. And so that's why my motion is to uphold the Planning Commission's decision in my community.
And I do have to point out, Suzanne, that we actually have to take all of these in individual motions. So actually, the public hearing is closed.
It's honestly a question for you.
And what's the question?
If the concern is that it's precedent.
Come forward and you state your name for the record, please.
My name is Holly Johnson, and it's generally a question for you. If the concern is whether or not this is precedent setting, I'm wondering if you.
Actually,
it's a question.
The board is deliberating now. That's a sort of
I understand.
philosophical question.
No.
And so I'm going to close public comment.
I understand, but
we're going
you're
to
allowed
move forward.
comments.
Thanks.
And the only thing is to consider why the Planning Commission.
If you would please let us continue with our deliberations, you might end up not getting the vote you like if you keep on. Want to point out that we need individual motions for all four of these items, Suzanne. So why don't you make the motion for the first one, and at least we can proceed towards.
Okay, so that would be number two,
to
to deny the appeal filed by the property owner, correct? I make a motion that we deny the appeal filed by the property
Correct.
owner.
I'm sorry, there are three, yes, and that is the first one, yes.
Second.
So there's a motion, Jones, second, Gustafson. Does anyone else have any board members' comments or? I'll just throw in my comments. It's interesting because this is kind of an age-old conversation between private property rights and the rules and regulations that accrue to a community plan and or a particular neighborhood and area. And individuals, I think, should have and do have, in our county at least, opportunities to find places that fit their desires. But under a normal process of these rules and regulations and implementations, the question, I think, boils down to whether or not this particular request is reasonable. And that's very arguable. And I personally am very torn on the question, but I've heard a lot of Granite Bay issues over all the years. And with the testimony that we've heard and the fact that the presiding supervisor from this district is in favor of a particular thing, I'm going to err on that side of the arguments. But I think the discussion was good, and I think there are some really good questions here that are difficult, frankly, which I think is why we had a split difference between what happened at the zoning administrator as compared to the planning commission. So with that, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Gore?
No.
Holmes?
No.
Jones?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes. And now we need to take up item 3, Suzanne.
Okay, I move that we uphold the Planning Commission's June 24, 2021 decision to grant a third-party appeal filed by Thomas Hillsland and Holly Johnson and deny the Kim conditional use permit modification.
I'll second.
Motion Jones, second Gustafson. Roll call, please.
Gore?
No.
Holmes? Jones?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes. And item 4, Suzanne.
And so I move that we find the project is statutorily exempt from environmental review pursuant to provisions of Section 15270 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines and Section 18.36.010G of the Placer County Environmental Review Ordinance projects which are disapproved.
Second.
Motion Jones, second Gustafson. And just to double check with County Council, I'm assuming under the discussion and motion that the findings are adequate as is. So roll call, please.
Gore?
I guess I'll just stay with no, even though it's just saying that it's exempt from CEQA, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Okay, well, then I'm going to say yes, because it is, so.
Holmes? Jones?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes, thank you. Okay, we'll now take up our 10:30 timed item, which is county's multi-departmental housing unit team update and a proposed work plan. Shauna, there you are.
Good morning, Shauna Purvines from the Community Development Resources Agency. And I have the distinct pleasure of providing the report on behalf of the multi-departmental housing unit team, or what we call the HUT for short. So there it is, looking for the clicker. So this team was originally established in 2017 by the CEO's office and was inclusive of those divisions, departments, and agencies that all touch housing in some way throughout the county. At that time, the team did set its housing goals to increase. 3 primary goals were to increase the availability of a mix of housing types in the county, improve the county's overall employment growth by ensuring there are housing to meet their employee needs, and then reduce vehicle miles traveled by looking at where housing can go consistent with or in proximity to other services such as transit or shopping or work. So although this is generally an annual report and we talk about just what we have accomplished this past year and what we're looking forward to working on this coming year, I thought I'd share a little bit. It's 4 years now that this team has been in place. And in that 4 years, the county has invested $11 million in direct county assistance to housing throughout the county. That has been leveraged to over $80 million that have been invested in housing development in the county. It has supported 85 units of affordable housing that is constructed and in place today, and there are 261 units under construction right now, many of those becoming available or open by the end of this year. There are also over 600 units in the planning process at this point too, so trying to fill that pipeline as we move forward. With the adoption of the new housing element, we are also starting a fresh regional housing needs allocation. And so we are, as a team, looking to meet the affordable housing needs, which is been identified between now and 2029 as 4,728 units. So back to kind of the annual report, just to talk a little bit about some of the notable achievements from the various different departments. We did adopt that housing element this year. We also were able to take forward amendments to the Tahoe Basin Area Plan to bring and the Tahoe Code of Ordinance, TRPA's Code of Ordinance, to address the state accessory dwelling laws. We established a new Housing Development Advisory Task Force. We launched that Workforce Housing Preservation Program, which really addressed some of the missing middle housing needs. Implemented the Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Program. This was using state funding and put into place a program that was well established just in time for some of the federal tent rental-based rental assistance program that is now underway. Purchased the 14-unit motel in Tahoe using home key funding, and implemented the Affordable Housing and Employee Accommodation Ordinance. This is just a highlight of a few of them. In the staff report is a longer list of the items that were accomplished this past year. Also during this past year, we were fortunate to have a number of different grants or funding opportunities, nearly about $8 million towards the funding of housing. We're working on those projects now, and they conclude funding from this board and from the county, as well as both state and federal funding. And I'll talk more about some of those programs as we go forward. And we also have our accessory home program that was launched. It actually got launched in 2019, but in late 2020, we actually did a rebranding. We now have Placer Accessory Homes with a website that includes both cost calculators and return on investment calculators, and probably most important, our free plans. So we have 3 base plans. There's roughly about 13 different variations on that. Since its launch in April, we've had over 558 downloads of those plans, and we are now starting to see some of those applications coming through for construction. And one of the biggest asks that we have had on those plans is, could we include plans that have foundations and then snow loads? And we are working with Nevada County and the cities there to purchase additional plans where we will have those foundations and those snow loads, and hopefully those will be available probably just after the first of the year or around the springtime. Through COVID, we did, working with our economic development office, the housing unit team supported as I mentioned, the rental assistance program, and then the investment your board did with the $16.2 million in the small grants for our businesses to help keep those businesses going and their employees being able to keep into their housing. In addition to that, we were able to apply to the state for larger grant funding, or for funding that for larger small business loans, and that is about $800,000. And we'll be rolling those out here very shortly, working with many of the businesses that were also awarded some of the COVID funding that was done last year. And then this past year, we also implemented the first-time homebuyer program, and as I mentioned, the Workforce Housing Preservation Program. The county hadn't actually implemented a first-time homebuyer program since the redevelopment agency was dissolved, so that was in 2012. So we launched that earlier this year. We do have 5 applications and 1 qualified buyer. The Workforce Housing Preservation Program is our deed-restricted program. It is actually county-funded and really is targeting more of the missing middle, where the first-time homebuyer is targeting more of the lower income. Both of these programs rolled out at the very same time that we started to see significant increases in the cost of housing, particularly in the Tahoe area, where we see prices going up over 103%, average home costs in that area. So we are looking forward to these programs really getting activated this coming year, but just due to the change in that home price, we've gotten a little slower start on these two. So looking forward for our annual work program, much of it will be around the implementation of the new housing element. That housing element had 58 policies and 49 programs, and there are actually 8 responsible departments and divisions throughout the county that will be participating in the implementation of that program. That actually kicks off next week, and we'll be working over the next couple of years to get the housing element fully implemented. County was also awarded funding through Senate Bill 1 to do a mobility and fill acceleration study. This is just a study to look at areas where up to 5 locations to identify feasible and infill development and opportunities that will increase mobility options. We anticipate this to be completed probably next summer or fall in the timeframe. This will help to inform future projects and infill development as we go forward with implementing the housing element. And then through the what they call the REAP program, or Assembly Bill 101, this was a trailer bill on the 2019 budget. This is in support of what SACOG, or the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, calls their Green Means Go program. The county designated 2 sites, both in the northern Auburn area, one along the corridor of Highway 49, and then the other along in the Bowman area, 4 areas to invest in infrastructure in the support of infill development, particularly in housing and mixed-use development. So there actually was additional funding that is coming down through that REAP program, or they're calling it REAP 2.0, through this year's trailer bills, that in our discussions with SACOG will also be focusing in on those Green Means Go areas as well. And then this year, the housing code amendments, this was actually one of the last items on the very first annual housing work program of the housing unit team, and includes a real focus on reducing the cost and the timeline it takes to get our higher density projects through development, from concept to construction, and really focusing in on that mix of housing types, particularly in that missing middle area, reducing those vehicle miles traveled. So again, looking in our infill areas, and then supporting our employers with making sure we have housing commensurate with those housing needs of our employers. And we have actually heard a lot about the Government Center recently. We're very excited to be working with Griffin Swinnerton with their creative ideas to bring to the Government Center up in the North Auburn area. But second to that is the co-housing project. This actually did launch about 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago now, where they held their first meeting. There was about 100 people that attended that meeting, so there does seem to be a lot of interest in co-housing. They will actually be having their second meeting starting here in October, where they'll actually begin to start to design their site. So we're looking forward to working with the co-housing company in the development of that site. And then back in February, as I mentioned, we launched the Housing Development Advisory Task Force. Their first meeting was actually July 26th. They've actually had 2 meetings now, and they really are hitting the ground running. They're also right now learning all the stuff the county has already done and put into place, but their focus will be to identify sites and assist in getting those sites from that concept to construction. Even at the second meeting, we already started talking about, say, surplus land with the school districts. And so we are now meeting with school districts, or have planned meeting with the local school district here in the North Auburn area to look at sites that they are considering for surplus land to add to our opportunity sites as we go forward. This is also in partnership with our private housing trust, our Housing Trust Placer, who are participating in the task force. They are advisory, as well as the Community Foundation. And then our e-services, this was launched in 2019. This was our package, or our suite of services that allow people to access the county information, sign up for appointments, and or submit permits electronically from anywhere 24/7. So this year we decided to add one more application to our suite of services, and it is called Gridix, and it's a system that allows to do a more focused look at our zoning and some of our sites. So with that, I'm going to ask Jeremy to click on that link for me. We have a very brief little commercial that tells you a little bit more about what Gridix will do. Hoping he's there.
Give him just a second. It's a little, we tested it, so it's a little slow.
Placer County is proud to partner with Gridix to provide interactive, parcel-specific zoning tools for staff, citizens, and developers. The Gridix zoning platform encompasses 3 different applications: Code Hub, digital code text management; MuniMap, 3D mapping, data filtering, and GIS layers; and ZoneCheck, a quick zoning data lookup tool. Just type an address in ZoneCheck to see robust parcel-specific data like allowed uses, lot area, and setbacks. Type the same address in MuniMap to view the parcel in a visual context and leverage filters and layers across the entire municipality. Questions about the zoning code text itself can be addressed through Code Hub. Typing affordable housing, for example, brings up all the ordinance sections matching that criteria. Once the code is live, all 3 applications can be accessed through Placer County's website or by visiting placercounty.gridix.com. Thanks for partnering with Gridix.
Thank you, Jeremy. So this actually went live yesterday, so that the public can access that information. There's actually a 4th component that is accessible to county staff, and it allows them to actually play with certain designs on the site. And we plan to use that tool when working with the Housing Task Force. Give me a second. I think I'm just about at the end here. When we get back to the presentation. There we go. And then, as we've discussed, we do have a number of projects that are under construction today. Mercy Housing, which is just about ready. We're actually ordering some of the artwork that's going to be going into the building here soon. So that is very exciting for us. That is a multifamily project located at the Government Center for 78 affordable units plus a manager's unit. And then Sabre City, this was actually a reminder, this is county surplus land that actually is a for sale product. And we've had quite a bit of interest in the Sabre City project. They are slightly delayed just due to some of the same issues that we're seeing with other developers, and that is just the timing of materials and labor to get it moving. But it is moving forward. On the eastern side of the county, we have Hopkins Village and Meadowview Place. Again, Meadowview Place is a rental project, and Hopkins Village is a for sale project. These are 2 projects that are going to be part of a ribbon cutting ceremony on April 1st with the addition of 3 other projects. I'm sorry, October 1st. Thank you. Whole year back. That would not be good. That will be in conjunction with the 3 projects that are going in at the Truckee area. There are actually 288 affordable units that are going to be live by the end of the year in the North Tahoe and Truckee area. Dollar Creek Crossing will be bringing additional information back to your board at the late October meeting being held in Tahoe. We are working with Williams & Patton Architect and refining a plan that we believe really addresses those community concerns that were identified during those public outreach meetings through the 2019 and 2020 outreach efforts. And then lastly, I'm just looking forward to working with the new T-bid, freeing up those fundings that we can now start to look towards workforce and transit services in the area, working with the CEO's office and Stephanie Holloway on investing those funds towards future workforce housing in that area. And then the Tahoe Basin Area Plan, we're actually starting a 2.0 update with working with TRPA to look for areas where we can reduce some of the constraints to the development of higher density housing. So with that, before you is the work program for this coming year. It is still broken up into the 4 primary categories: the funding and resources, advocacy, relationships and communications, advancing housing policy and adaptive regulations, and then the housing development and incentive programs. There are 31 programs as part of our next year's planning. And at this time, we would just ask, is there anything that maybe we should be also including in that program that we may have missed? And then for your just approval for us to move forward with that work program.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. And I'll just kick it off by, we are doing so much better as it relates to the housing issue than we were 10 years ago. So again, thanks to you and staff, and really some nice things that have been coming together. But we will start with Suzanne, then Cindy, then Bonnie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh. We will start then with Cindy and then Bonnie and Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Shauna, you're just amazing. And I know we all know this, but the amount of knowledge you have on the variety of state and federal programs and how you're bringing these forward is just incredible. And I can't thank you enough. You asked, is there anything else?
Anything else?
Last night again at the Forest Hill Town Hall, I heard about the mobile home park that is in horrible condition and has been the source of a couple fires. HCD operates that, but the question the community had was they don't want to see the people kicked out. They want to make the facility safe. Are there any state or federal funds to help try to improve it? We don't want these folks to be homeless. They're really on the fringe. There is no power. There's generators. We're headed into winter. So if there's opportunities to try to help some of these derelict type properties get improved through some sort of long-term loans or financing, the community would really very much appreciate it. We even had people on the phone last night offering to house the people in the interim while repairs are done because they want to keep those folks in the neighborhood. It's just a really horrible situation. So, but again, thanks for all the great work on this.
Bonnie.
Thank you. Quick question first. Is there still rental assistance available through all the relief programs for residents?
There is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So people can find out from our website?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are being run through the Health and Human Services.
All right. So HHS is making it available, making sure folks know that there's still rental assistance available. I know the state put in some more money. And then I think it's a great idea. I'm really glad that you're talking with the school districts about surplus land. We've looked at local government, but the school districts also have surplus land. And I just think that would be a really unique way, and talk about reducing VMT, right? If you've got people who are walking distance to their schools and to jobs. So I appreciate you looking into that. Thank you.
Jim.
Yeah, I echo the hard work that you and your staff have done. We come here every 2 weeks, we pass resolutions, we approve projects. But when you put everything in place here, it's amazing how over the last 4 years, how much you've accomplished. And it's really, really amazing. And so I just want to thank you for the hard work that you've done to put all this together, and anything we can do to help move this forward you've got our support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, question. Well, first let's open it up to the public for any comments if there are any. Thanks. Now bring it back to the board. We are being asked to approve the housing program for 21-22.
I'll move approval of the housing program.
Motion Gustafson, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, our 11 o'clock item is a commendation for Deputy Kenneth White, who is retiring after 27 years in Placer County. So I'm going to read this commendation. I see Devin back there. There he is.
Where is he?
So yeah.
Hiding in plain sight.
Maybe you could come to the podium and we could embarrass you a little bit, but then you always here you always get rebuttal opportunities too. So
oh, I do.
Yeah, you do. So in the matter of your commendation, whereas Deputy Ken White is retiring from the County of Placer Office Sheriff after serving that agency and the citizens of this Placer of the county for 27 years. Whereas Deputy White held assignments in corrections and patrol and served in special assignments in community services as a school resource officer. Whereas Kenneth possessed an excellent working knowledge of laws, codes, authorities, applied them in a fair and consistent manner. Whereas Deputy White was instrumental in educating young students and their parents on the dangers of the internet, taking great initiative in creating and developing a program to help ensure the safety of children and youth in Placer County and surrounding communities. Whereas Ken has been consistently dependable and accurate in carrying out the deputy's responsibilities as a deputy sheriff and has been courteous to both the public and coworkers. Whereas Deputy White's dedication to the office of the sheriff and the citizens of Placer County has been exemplary, and he has performed with professional and conscientious attention to duty throughout his career. Therefore, be resolved that we are taking forward this commendation. So I'm going to bring it down. Well, I'll let you
Thank
any
you.
statements you would like to first.
Thank you all. Actually, my first day on the job was August 7th, 91 in the jail. I was extra help for a while. So yeah, 23, but I've actually been here 30, but who's counting? And I grew up here in Auburn. I went to Alta Vista, E.V. Kane, Placer. I am a proud Chana graduate. So Chana's not around anymore, but and it's always been a family atmosphere for me. That's why I wanted to stay here. That's why I raised my family here. Currently, I'm in Tahoe. I've been there for 9 years now. But just the family atmosphere in our department is second to none. Going to trainings, doing things with outside agencies. Placer County is by far the best place there is to be in law enforcement and to live. And no thanks to that gentleman back there, Sheriff Bell. He and I went to the academy together, so we have some history. But I was hired by Don Nunes, and it's just been a great time here. So
great, thanks you. Before I bring it down, actually we have to approve this thing, so I see if I can muster the majority of votes. Motion, Gustafson, second, Jones. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sue? Sergeant? Sergeant's got one.
Thanks, Devin.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks for your
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Sure he wasn't blinking. Thank you so much. Enjoy retirement.
Yeah. Enjoy.
We're all envious.
Yes.
Definitely envious.
So now we have completed our timed items for this morning, and we will move to our department items. And the first is with facility management, mental health facility, vocational training, medium security facility in the Santucci Justice Center. And I think this is a really cool project personally.
Good morning, Lisa James, Facilities Management, Senior Project Manager. Today, I also have Captain Powers from the Sheriff's Department. He will be giving you an update on the operational side, and Karen Boulay from Real Estate Services will be presenting on a separate but related item. So we would like to ask that your board defer action for approval until the presentation is complete. Next slide, please. The items we're seeking action on today are the adoption of a resolution to authorize the Director of Facilities Management or designee to execute the real estate documents with the Board of State and Community Corrections of the State of California to lease and have access to portions of the Bill Santucci Justice Center for development and construction of the partially state-funded SB 863 mental health facility, known as the SB 863 project, and the SB 844 vocational training and medium security facility, known as the SB 844 project. Approval of stipends to be paid to each of the two unsuccessful competing design build teams for the construction of the SB 863 and SB 844 projects in the amount of $50,000 each, totaling an amount not to exceed $100,000. Approve the First Amendment to the Consultant Service Agreement with Banner Construction, Inc. to provide additional architectural and engineering services for the SB 863 project for a revised contract amount not to exceed $275,922. Approve the First Amendment to the Consultant Services Agreement with Vanner Construction, Inc. to provide additional architectural and engineering services for the SB 844 project for a revised contract amount not to exceed $716,000. So for a little history on how we got here, in August 2015, your board approved a resolution authorizing the Sheriff's Office to submit an application to the Board of State and Community Corrections under Senate Bill 863 for $40 million for the construction of the mental health facility known as the SB 863 project. Then in November of 2015, the county was conditionally awarded a 9.5 partial award of the $40 million. Then in February of 2017, the Sheriff's Office returned to your board for approval to submit the new application to the BSCC under Senate Bill 844 for $30 million for the construction of the vocational training and medium security known as the SB 844 project. In June of 2017, the county was conditionally awarded the $30 million. Through state funding, the two projects will bring $39.5 million in BSCC funding, with the county contributing a 10% cash match of $3.9 million, plus additional funding to bridge any project funding gaps. Next slide, please. This is a site map of the whole Santucci Justice Center. Over here in the bottom corner is the existing jail, and this is the location of where the SB 863 project will be located. Up here in the top corner is the existing minimum security facility where SB 844 will be constructed, and it will be attached to the minimum security. The project for the 844 also includes more secured staff parking. Next slide, please. The SB 863 mental health facility will be a 13,238 square foot building. It will be a single story, separate building adjacent to the existing jail, connected with a secured corridor. It will provide housing, programming, treatment space for 45 beds with 3 15-bed pods containing individual cells, day rooms, recreation yards, central officer, custody station, multipurpose counseling, interview rooms, exam rooms, and miscellaneous support spaces. The project will include building systems, equipment, and all necessary appurtenances. Next slide, please. The SB 844 vocational training and medium security facility will be a new 39,050 square foot building. It will be standalone, single-story jail facility with a mezzanine. The building includes 2 housing units with 120 dorm-style single and double bunks, day rooms, recreation yards, and multipurpose classrooms for programming. The building will also include vocational shops, in-person and video visitation, a public lobby, office space for administrative and staff support, laundry facilities, medical and behavioral health space. The project will include site improvements, sally port, upgraded fencing and parking, and emergency generator, and all necessary building systems and appurtenances. Next. So at this time, I want to turn over the presentation to Captain David Powers so he can update you on the sheriff's operational side of the two projects.
Good morning, Chair Wygant, members of the board, Captain Dave Powers of the Sheriff's Office. As Lisa stated, we are hopefully in the home stretch of a long 6-year process. As you're aware, we currently operate a very successful 15-bed jail-based competency program at the South Placer Jail. This program is fully funded through a contract with the state and in partnership with the Department of State Hospitals. SB 863 is designed to be a 45-bed mental health facility. We will increase the total number of beds from 15 to 45. 15 of the beds will continue to treat male inmates. 15 will be identified for 15 female inmates who we are currently unable to treat due to lack of space. This will allow us to finally provide treatment for them in-house. Finally, 15 beds will be available to treat our more acute mental health inmates that do not meet the jail-based competency criteria. We will enter into a new contract with the state and will be fully fund the program. SB 844, which was the 120-bed medium security inmates, will provide a much needed vocational training and preparation for their release. Staffing will be achieved by reallocating staff gained by closing 100 beds system-wide. As previously discussed, in board meetings. Current and anticipated vocational programs allow us to hit the ground running when the vocational center is complete. Some of the programs we have already implemented or plan to have in place are Serve Safe certification, which will aid in employment in the food industry, embroidery and direct-to-garment printing, which will be tied together with a graphic arts program, landscape design and maintenance, warehouse operations and forklift operator certification, and finally the construction trade, which we will run in collaboration with probation and their prep program. And I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions at this point? See none at this time, but thank you very much.
Okay, next slide, please. So with the conditional approval of the funding from the state, the county entered into 2 separate project delivery and construction agreements, PDCAs, with the State Public Works Board and BSCC for the design build of the 2 projects. The county then entered into a consultant services agreement with Banner Construction, Inc. for the scope and design build solicitation documentation required by the PDCA. For the last several years, staff has been working closely with Banner Construction and the state to fulfill the requirements of the PDCA real estate due diligence. The due diligence associated with the issuance of lease revenue bonds board satisfaction of real estate due diligence involving review of current easements and the preparation of several transactional documents for the SB 863 and SB 844 projects. Staff is nearing completion of the due diligence requirements, and the Real Estate Services Division is now prepared to recommend approval of these real estate agreements through a separate item being presented to your board today. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Karen Boulay with Real Estate Services, and we can go ahead and change to the next slide, please.
Thank you, Lisa. In support of this project, Real Estate Services is requesting your board to adopt 2 resolutions authorizing the Director of Facilities Management or designee to execute 2 ground leases, 2 rights of entries, 2 facility subleases, and 2 easement agreements for grants of access, utilities, and repairs. Those easements are non-exclusive, by the way. And the co-party for each agreement will be with the Board of State Community Corrections. So on this slide, it shows that there are actually 5 agreements for each site. However, the county will be a party to only 3 of those agreements. So, and the easements. So we'll continue to look at the map. Next slide, please. So the ground lease, there will be 2 ground lease agreements that we're asking that that our director execute, and the SB 844 is the top right. That will include both sites. It'll include the facility itself and the parking area. And the ground lease for the SB 863 will be the lower site in purple. We will ask our director to enter into 2 rights of entry agreements, which will allow the county to come onto the site the county will lease the sites to the BSCC, and we will come on as a licensee with BSCC as a licensor, allowing us to come onto the sites to develop projects. The easement agreements that we'll enter into are non-exclusive, and they will start at Industrial Avenue. The first one for SB 844 will go from Industrial and wrap around the SB 844 facility. And the SB 863 will start in Industrial as well and come down to the SB 863 site. The ground lease will commence approximately September 20, and it will continue until the payment of the bonds is complete. This facility sublease will not actually be signed until, or be in effect until the bonds are actually issued. So once the I wanted to make sure I covered that. The termination of the ground lease, one or both, is possible, and that's after the design build team comes in and they give us their design costs. The county can approve or disapprove, and at that time, the county can terminate those ground leases if necessary. And I think with that, that is the overview of our site site control documents. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I don't see any questions on that part at this time. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Contingent on your board's approval related to the real estate documents, the Public Works Board approval for the SB project scope and design solicitation, phase 2 of the request proposals, the RFP for the award of the design build contracts for the SB 863 and SB 844 projects can proceed. Phase 1 of the RFP was issued by Procurement Services Division in November of 2019, which resulted in the recommendation to move 3 selected design build teams to phase 2. The teams are CS Broward Builders with Arrington Watkins Architects, Roblin Contracting Inc. with Nocton Lewis, and Slutton Companies with DLR Group. One of the 3 competing design build teams will be selected for the design build contracts, and it is common in design build competitions to award stipends to unsuccessful teams as compensation for their effort expended pursuing projects. Next slide, please. With approvals to move forward with the real estate agreements, staff is anticipating the release of phase 2 of the RFP in late September, returning to your board in early 2022 for award, with the tentative date of construction completion in early 2024. The RFP indicates that the county will award 2 separate construction contracts to allow for separate tracking for the projects, which also allows us to, if the costs come in too high for one or the other projects, to only issue a contract for one of the projects. Next slide, please. The cost of the stipends totaling $100,000 and the CSA's amendments totaling $50,000 are budgeted in the fiscal year 2021-22 capital fund as part of a 5-year capital improvements plan. Due to escalation since we started this process, the state and current bidding climate, both projects are expected to be impacted by an increase in construction costs and the county's contribution to the projects. SB 863 was originally estimated at almost $13 million, with a capped contribution of $9.5 million from the state. Currently, the county has contributed $3.4 million of the $4.3 million in required funding to date. Likewise, SB 844 was originally estimated at $35.2 million, with a state capped contribution of $30 million. The county's current contribution to the project is $3.6 million of the $5.2 million of required contribution. The fiscal 2021-22 5-year capital improvements plan for facilities has identified the use of general fund capital reserves towards both projects. The total project costs will be updated after selection of the design build team, and at such time, a funding request will be brought to your board as necessary to complete the 2 projects. Pursuant to the PDCA, the county can decide to not proceed with either of the SB projects in the event that the project costs exceed available funding. Next slide. So that concludes our presentation, and we would like to open it up to any questions.
Any question by board members? I see none. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to address this item? Okay, bring it back to the board for action. So we have do A and B both need to be made in different motions, or do they need to be made? Yes, that's what okay. So we're looking for action on item 7A first.
Move approval.
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And 7B.
I'll move approval of 7B.
Second.
Motion Gustafson, second Jones. All those Gore. Thank you, whatever it was.
Yeah.
We'll sort it out. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And I just want to add, this kind of effort and direction with public protection, I think it's just a great addition to the effort that we're doing. And I want to thank facilities and the sheriff's office working so well together and so efficiently, and the success we had on the grants. I think that's worth mentioning. And then you guys were looking at me like, am I okay? You're good. Okay, so item 8, which is drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system. Amy.
Good morning, Chair
Good morning.
Wygant. I know, it's nice to see you this morning. I didn't have to change my notes. Chair Wygant and members of the board, I am Amy Ellis, the Director of the Adult System of Care, here with one action item today to adopt a resolution approving the intergovernmental agreement 21-10031 with the State of California Department of Healthcare Services for the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System initial revenue agreement in the amount of $53,835,000 from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed an additional $100,000, consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. So this contract will allow Placer County to continue to participate in the Drug Medi-Cal Organized Delivery System and receive federal reimbursement for substance use treatment activities for Medi-Cal eligible beneficiaries in Placer County. These funds are mostly used to fund our contracted providers, but we do have some eligible activities from county staff, so partially used in that way as well. The funds, they help us to fund services such as residential treatment, outpatient, intensive outpatient, case management, recovery services, and medication-assisted treatment. This contract is based upon the anticipated federal financial participation to Drug Medi-Cal, and amendments will occur throughout the term if the need or expenditures are greater than anticipated, which would therefore increase the federal participation. So this multi-year revenue contract includes 90% federal funds and 10% state general funds. It's been budgeted appropriately and includes no general fund. So happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions? I see none. Anyone from the public?
Chairman, I see none.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Motion Gustafson, second Holmes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 9 is procurement countywide temporary staffing. And April is going to bring this forward. Yep. Good morning. You might be muted.
So sorry.
Yep, now we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm April Pay. I'm one of your senior buyers in the Procurement Services Division, and I'm here today to request your approval to amend a contract with SearchPro Staffing of Sacramento in the amount of $750,000 for a new maximum contract amount of $1,550,000. And the contract is effective through December 31st of this year. As a matter of background, back in May of 2017, your board approved the award of a competitive RFP for these staffing services to SearchPros of Sacramento to provide temporary staffing services for county departments, primarily in the areas of administrative staff and accounting staff. This contract has been renewed with your board's approval for successive annual terms and will currently expire at the end of December of 2021. The current usage of this contract has outstripped our original prediction from about 9 months ago, and your board's approval is now being requested to increase that contract in order to support additional needs through the end of December. That concludes my comments, and I believe we have someone from Human Services on the call if you have any additional questions.
Thank you. Any questions by board members? Any questions, comments from the public? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for consideration.
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 10 is a resolution with regards to hot mix asphalt overlay project. Matt.
Yeah, hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Happy to be zooming in here in the morning. This is Matt Randall with the Department of Public Works Road Maintenance Division. This morning, we are asking you to adopt a resolution awarding construction contract number 1269 to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, All American Construction of Live Oak, California, for the construction of this project in an amount of $1,503,009. And we're asking you also to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute changes to this contract up to $87,650, consistent with Public Contract Code Section 20142 and the County Procurement Policy Manual. So this is a little bit of background. This is a construction contract where we, if approved, will overlay approximately 2.5 miles of roadway. We received a great response to our bid advertisement, 6 bidders, and All American Construction was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. There were no bid protests also. And this project is funded with road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding. And if approved, work is planned to start first on the Tahoe roads in the next week and a half. And then the rest of the roads, the West Slope roads in Granite Bay and the Lincoln area, will be completed in October. So with that, just open it up to any questions.
Thanks, Matt. Any questions by board members? Anyone from the public? No questions. Bring it back to the board for action.
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And Matt, you also have the next item, which is roadway surface treatment project.
Right. Yes, I do. So this has 2 actions, very similar to the last one. First one is asking you to adopt a resolution awarding a contract number 1268 to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, Pavement Coatings Co. of Sacramento, for the construction of this project in an amount in the amount of $1,989,171, and also asking to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute changes to the contract up to $111,958, consistent with Public Contract Code 20142 and the County Procurement Policy Manual. We're also asking you to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute a cooperative work agreement with the with County Council on Risk Management approval with the Town of Loomis in an amount not to exceed $100,000. And this is to reimburse the county for work performed under this contract within the Town of Loomis. So similar to the other project, just a little bit different in terms of what we're doing to the pavement. This is a construction contract that, if approved, will perform preventative maintenance on approximately 22 miles of road. We included the Loomis portion of work first because they were interested in working together, and also because there's typically a cost benefit to doing a larger volume of work. Like the first contract, we received a very competitive response from 5 different firms, and Pavement Coatings Co. was the lowest responsible bidder, and there were no bid protests. This project is also funded with the road maintenance and rehabilitation account funding. And of course, Loomis is paying for their portion of work. And this contract, there's roads in Lincoln, Auburn, Meadow Vista on the west side of the county, and then we have some Tahoe Vista area roads as well. And our contractor was all set to start work in the next couple of weeks, just like the other contract. But due to a COVID-related shutdown of the rubber chip seal plant supplier, it's looking like we may not get started till mid-October. So what basically the plan is we'll get done what we can this fall, depending on weather and temperatures, and whatever doesn't get done will get done during the next construction season. But that's pretty much it with this one. Happy to answer any other questions.
Thanks, Matt. Questions by board members? Any questions, comments by the public? Seeing none, bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion Holmes, second Gore. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next,
Thank
we
you.
have, thank you. Equipment purchase and budget amendment with regards to, well, I'm just going to give it to Kevin as I just got some documents here. Certain equipment, we'll leave it at that.
Yes.
Kevin.
Thank you, Chairman Wygant, members of your board. I'm Kevin Bell, Deputy Director of Public Works.
I do need to point out that the staff report that was originally posted had the order of actions incorrect and some additional detail in it that it was not necessary because it's included in the background section. We had a little bit of a version control.
That is the information we just received. correct?
You have now the updated staff report. I do want to point out that the agenda itself had the actions correct. And so wanted to point that out. And then actually to present the item, I wanted to introduce Lou Perrin, who's the new utility operations manager. As you know, Dave Atkinson was formerly in that position, is now with OES. Lou Perrin has actually been with the county for 25 years and started as a utility service worker back then. Has worked his way up and is now the new manager for that group. So I'm going to turn it over to Lou to talk through the Vactor that we're needing to replace.
Thanks, Kevin. Welcome and congratulations, Lou.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today and seek your board's approval for a budget amendment for the purchase of a Vactor sewer cleaner. This will be a replacement for equipment which has been retired because it no longer meets emission requirements. Placer County maintains approximately 300 miles of sewer pipe, 48 lift stations, and 670 step tank and fluid pump systems. These all require regular cleaning and maintenance. A Vactor sewer cleaner is an essential piece of equipment necessary for both preventive maintenance and emergency response. The county recently retired our oldest Vactor and will be required to retire another at the end of this year due to their inability to meet emission requirements. The following requirements, these retirements, operations would be left with only one Vactor. Staff is recommending a second Vactor be purchased to ensure the preventive maintenance can remain on schedule, as well as ensure emergency response is available also. There are sufficient reserves in the environmental utilities budget to cover the additional expenditure. On February 20th, 2018, Sourcewell awarded cooperative contract number 12-2017 FSC to Federal Signal Corp, doing business as Elgin's Sweet Sweeper Company, and Vactor Manufacturing as a result of request for proposal number 12017 for the period of February 20th, 2018 through February 20th, 2022. Owen Equipment Sales is the sole authorized dealer of Vactor Manufacturing in Northern California region and provided a price quote under the terms of Sourcewell contract in the total amount of $474,395. Price includes applicable sales tax, freight charges. Procurement policy section 3.5A permits contracting with a vendor that was awarded an agreement by a cooperative purchasing program as a result of competitive process without further competitive bidding by Placer County. In conclusion, we are seeking your board's approval of 3 items related to this purchase. First is authorize the purchasing manager or designee to sign all required purchasing documents. Approve fiscal year 2021-22 budget amendment AM 00531 in the amount of $474,395 to increase the fiscal year 2021-22 environmental utilities budget to purchase a 2022 Vactor sewer cleaner 21I. Approve the purchase of a 2022 Vactor sewer cleaner 21I from Owen Equipment Sales in the maximum amount of $474,000. Should be $474,395.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie, you have a question.
I have a question.
Yep.
So other than the air requirement, so is this equipment actually still functioning, but it just doesn't meet the current air standards? So because I'm guessing the Air Resources Board has said we've got to meet some certain standards, we have to spend $400 and some odd $1,000 on a brand new piece of equipment?
Correct.
Okay, I'm just asking that question.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, obviously air quality is really important. And to me, it would be really interesting to know like how much it's not meeting that requirement, because we're spending almost $500,000 for a new piece of equipment. And then think about how many other jurisdictions have to do that same thing. So
Yeah, that's it.
I understand it. I'm shedding light on the frustration with some government regulations.
I
And
understand.
we've got a piece of good working equipment, but we can't use it. And they'll send it over to India so they can use it in India.
You don't even have to send it that far.
They didn't go to Nevada.
They
can
go to Nevada.
They can go to Nevada, and it
I
doesn't
surplus them
change
all the time.
anything with the air issues. Okay. Well,
And on that, is it diesel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Cindy?
I actually have probably a question for the gentleman behind you. On the contingency fund, is this vehicle part of a vehicle replacement reserve, or is this a one-off with this emergency contingency? I'd like to get to a point where I was seeing a vehicle reserve, so we planned for these expenditures. And while I understand the frustration, a 1998 vehicle is an old vehicle. And these are essential for a lot of services. I'm finally talking about something I know about, a Vector truck. So anyway, but you can surplus it as well and get some value back, because there's a lot of Nevada districts that will take our
Correct.
California
Yes, a little bit of surplus.
factors.
So you want, sure. I mean, it's the,
Yeah, so we do have a plan in our budget to plan to replace equipment. So it's we have basically a 5-year kind of immediate look ahead, but then we have a longer term look ahead and plan for, in our budget and our rates that we charge to all the districts, a certain amount of money that's added to our overhead. So it builds a fund to replace this type of equipment.
Okay, great. It just said the utilities contingency reserves, and so usually capital replacement reserves or vehicle replacement reserves, I would understand better, but.
Yeah, and yes, we do plan to replace this equipment.
Okay,
and,
so it's in the budget.
And do budget for it.
Thank you. That was a.
This one is a little bit before we had planned to because of the air regs. But yes.
Don't go away. I'm just curious. When you do surplus these things, about how much can you get for them, selling them to Nevada?
I don't know when the last one we surplus. Do you know? How
well,
much we got?
the last one we actually didn't surplus. We've been using that to steal parts off it to keep our other factors running.
Good for you.
So we've been
Cannibalize them.
Yes, we have been. Unfortunately, it's pennies on the dollar that we get when we
Well,
surplus it.
at least they're useful in a way.
Yeah.
Parts. Great. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, any questions from the public?
Chairman, I see none.
This requires a budget amendment and thus a roll call vote. So Megan, if you could, we need a motion though first.
I'm happy to.
Motion Gustafson, second Joe, roll call, please. Jeez.
Gore. Holmes. Jones. Gustafson. Wygant.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
And agreement, and Rich Moorhead is going to take this.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Richard Moorhead with Public Works. I'm here today to present an item before you. It's for the Penryn traffic signal that was recently constructed by the United Auburn Indian Community, and we have 3 actions. The first is to ratify the determination made by the Community Development Resource Agency that the traffic signal is accepted as complete for the construction. Authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to take all actions to accept the transfer of the traffic signal from the UAIC, including a bill of sale, and approve a budget amendment for the fiscal year of 21-22 to increase the revenue and appropriations in PJ 01676 by $1,265,530. Just for a little bit of background, in 2019, there was a conditional use permit approved for the school, tribal education center, and tribal cultural center. As part of the environmental analysis that was done for that, there was an impact determined or identified at the intersection. The fix for that was for signalization. The Department of Public Works has in our capital improvement program funding for that traffic signal. And we came to your board in April of 2020 with an agreement to reimburse the UIAC for the construction of that signal. As part of that agreement, it requires the board to accept the project as complete. So that's that first item we're asking for today. The UIAC paid for the construction and oversaw the construction of the signal, so we need to take ownership of that for the various components of that traffic signal. So that's that second action being requested. And then we need to be able to pay them. So the third action is for that budget amendment, so we can pay them pursuant to the agreement. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thanks, Rich. Any questions by board members? Seeing none from the public, comments or questions? I'll bring it back to the board for action. Motion Holmes, second Gustafson. Roll call. Also, we need a budget amendment. So Megan?
Gore. Holmes. Jones. Gustafson. Wygant.
Aye. So with that, then we are completed with our morning items, and we will be returning at 1 o'clock for that timed item. And we have no closed session. Thank you.
You're welcome to go.
Okay, welcome. We are now going to take up our 1 o'clock timed item, which is total compensation package for deputy sheriffs. And I want to just describe a little bit about how we're going to proceed here. Our staff is going to give a presentation. I'm assuming that the Deputy Sheriff's Association will also want to have an opportunity to do that. They'll get the same amount of time. And then we'll open it up to the public, both here and on Zoom. And we'll take public comment and we will deliberate after that. So with that, if staff could start, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Kate Sampson, your Human Resources Director, and we're pleased to be here this afternoon to discuss compensation for the Deputy Sheriff's Association. I'd like to introduce Chade Johnson, our outside counsel for this negotiation, and invite him to share some information with your board and members of the public.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. The board agenda item before you today is a fantastic opportunity. It represents a $5.6 million investment in public safety, where the county has offered the DSA a 4% raise in the first year, a 4.25% raise the second year, and a 4.5% raise the third year, for a total of 12.75% over 3 years. This also represents a commitment to the public that this board will be accountable for the salaries and the raises for the DSA, and gives this board the ability that it has, that most other public entities have, to negotiate salaries. And that's not only a right that other public entities have, but a right that this board has with all other bargaining units, including Management Group for Law Enforcement, which recently reached an agreement with the county consistent with the terms of what we have offered the DSA of a 4% raise, a 4.25% raise, and a 4.5% raise over the course of 3 years. Before we get into the specifics of the matter, we do want to talk about the recent bargaining and remind the public and the board about how we got to the place we are now. Today is the culmination of a process which started in 2018, when the parties first began negotiations. Despite not reaching an agreement over the course of that term, the DSA has continuously seen increases because of the current county ordinance has uncontrolled escalating costs that occur on a yearly basis, despite the parties not negotiating an agreement. In the new 2019-2021 negotiations, the DSA repeatedly said that they were happy to keep the current system the same, because the current system guaranteed them automatic wage increases, which the public had no accountability for. No resolution was needed to be brought or discussed because the county ordinance would automatically provide for these increases. And then this, of course, created an escalation in specialty pays, which we emphasize to the public. If anyone is concerned about the compensation of the deputy sheriffs, they should go on a website called Transparent California. It's a third-party website which publishes all of the salaries and total compensation for all public employees. And they will see that DSA members often earn more than $200,000 per year, some more than $400,000 in a single year. And the DSA members deserve every penny of it. This is not an attempt to reduce the pay of the DSA. This is an attempt to ensure that this board has its constitutional, state, and charter authority to negotiate salaries as it does for all other employees in the county. There's also some discussion regarding what has often been referred to as Measure F, or the ordinance that was passed in 1976. From a beginning standpoint, it should be noted that this original computation was outdated and incomplete. It only looked at the word base salary, not total compensation. And as most people know here today, salary is just a small part of total compensation when you take into account specialty pays, when you take into account retirement, and when you take into account health benefits. But under this old ordinance, there was a survey done amongst Nevada County, Sacramento County, and El Dorado County. But incorporated in that survey of El Dorado County were the counties of Amador County, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and more importantly, the statewide organization of the California Highway Patrol. Under Measure F, this board does not have control over employee salaries. That control has been given away to outside entities, including a state of California organization. And despite rhetoric from the DSA that this has been a great system for the last 40 years, the DSA twice attempted to repeal Measure F because they wanted the board to have the control to give pay raises if it was deserved. And today's resolution allows the board to do exactly that. After following a declaration of impasse, the parties went through a fact-finding procedure. This was highly irregular. As someone who has been through dozens of these fact-finding procedures, this was a very unusual process. Typically, the process involves a 30-day process where the parties submit information and received recommended terms of settlement. This fact-finding process took over 160 days. And although the county accepts the recommendations of the panel, the recommendations are what they are, the recommendations changed twice to the detriment of the county when the county representative stated that they would not agree with the recommendations of the panel. That led the county to believe that this was neither neutral nor impartial, but rather the opinion of an outside individual who is not from Placer County, not accountable to the public of Placer County, trying to come up with a solution that they believe is in the best interest of the citizens of Placer County. We believe that that report should be disregarded due to its highly irregular nature, and that the will of the board, as reflected through the voters of the county, should be more important. The county's position today is one of fiscal sustainability. It guarantees that we will provide pay increases to DSA members, but at the same time ensure that public safety compensation grows at a sustainable, reasonable rate. Measure F does not accomplish that goal. Additionally, the county's proposals and the resolution before the board today allows for total compensation that can be viewed in light of the entire negotiation process. According to the county's current estimates, the DSA's total compensation is seen at 23% above other markets. And this has led to a staggering increase in costs for the county. Whereas in 1987, when Measure F was passed, the county was spending about $80 per capita on public safety. That number has nearly doubled today, while all other areas for the county's resources have stayed relatively the same. And this, of course, shows that when we're looking at the expenditures on public safety, that nearly 72% of the funds spent by the county are used on salaries and benefits from the public safety fund. This has led to a significant increase in salaries. And again, we are not looking to cut salaries today. We are not looking to reduce anyone's salary. But this chart shows that the salaries for DSA members have grown beyond that for other employees in the county, and more importantly, far above the CPI. This has created a significant impact on the budget for the sheriff, as the discretionary revenue that the county has to be directed to the sheriff's department and offset. The county believes that this is not sustainable in the near future, given the significant rise that we see and the future implications that this has. This chart shows, which if this board does not make changes, what the fiscal future of Placer County looks like. that by 2030, we'll be looking at a $60 million deficit that is owed by the citizens and public of Placer County. Because of that, we've also done an analysis to look at total compensation. And in looking at total compensation, while salaries appear to be just below the Measure F counties, when the board looks at the total compensation, we see that we are far above, representing that more than 25% increase above market agencies. The measure before you today is to provide guaranteed pay raises. We are looking at a guaranteed pay raise in the first year of 4%, which is more than what Measure F would have provided. Measure F provided less than 4% for this current year. This is important because it shows over the 5-year average that this is the first step in helping control the increases that the DSA have received. We have done a comparison of the differences in paychecks in the current system versus after this board is to impose this decision. And what this slide shows you, in that in all circumstances, DSA members will get a pay raise. They will see an increase in their salary, in their paycheck, because of the changes that we are proposing today. This is not a pay cut. The county believes that this is important because it is the voice of the public as channeled through their elected officials. More importantly, the state of Constitution vests counties with the ability to set salaries. The state code invests the board with the ability to negotiate salaries under the MMBA. And the county's own charter, which was passed by the voters in 1980, gives the board the ability to establish salaries. For that reason, we believe that today's agenda item will increase local accountability, because no longer can the board ignore the will of the public when they come in open session. If the public believes that the DSA deserves salary increases, after this resolution is passed, the board will be able to negotiate those very increases that the public demands. That is not available to the public currently. Accordingly, we are looking at the recommended terms of a salary increase of 4% for 2021. That would be to augment what they currently receive to bring it up to a total of 4%, because what they received was less. To convert percentage specialty pays to flat dollar amounts, which in most circumstances is at 10% above the top step, representing yet another increase. And to make it clear that those who are assigned to the Tahoe branch must work or live within 50 driving miles to receive the pay increase. It also provides that legacy members will pay 1.25 up to 2% more towards their total pension costs, and that the county will have an 80% healthcare plan pickup for healthcare. The recommended action for the board today is either to conduct this public hearing, to adopt a resolution to impose the terms, and to approve the ordinance and the resolution to implement the terms. We thank the board for your time, and we now turn it over to the association to make their comments to the board.
Yeah, before you do that, I want to make sure, see if my colleagues have any questions or comments at this time. Cindy.
I just wanted to get a clarification. If you could go back to the slide that shows salary, total cash, and total compensation.
Correct. Yes.
And I think this is where I know many constituents I've talked to are somewhat confused that these special pays have grown significantly. And to get a little bit of the background on that was negotiated when Measure F wasn't adequate. Is that my correct understanding? When Measure F increases were not moving forward and we needed to be more competitive, we added more special pays. Is that correct?
That's my understanding as well. Supervisor Gustafson, some of your colleagues on the board may recall a time when the county was vulnerable to losing public safety professionals to other agencies, specifically cities. And so in response, began adding special pays and increasing in the amount of those special pays to try to create a compensation package that was competitive.
And if I could just add to that, Cindy, because I'm as old as I look, and I was around here back then. So I came onto the board in 1995. The then sheriff and I grew up together, so we knew each other well. We're friends. I met with him on Friday, this last Friday, just to catch up on this and see if I could learn some things that are confusing me. But in 1995, during that era, Measure F did not provide for salaries and total compensation keeping up with competition. Specifically, we were having a hard time recruiting, getting good recruitments. Probably more compellingly, I think in the sheriff's mind was we were losing deputies, and mostly to Roseville, because Roseville had a very high pay schedule. And interestingly, Measure F back then was considered to be a burden, an anchor around our neck, a difficulty, which is confusing to me as we go forward. And I'll make some comments before we hear from other people also. But that was the issue. That was exactly the issue. So there was basically the base pay, and there were special pays. We literally called increasing the special pays enough to compensate for the lack of increase in base pay because of Measure F, workarounds so that we could be competitive. So that's what we lived through. Over the years, we were obviously successful in overcoming the deficiency, but it's confusing to me that we are here where we are today.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that background. And then that we show salary and total cash, and then we show the final total compensation. Does that include the pension contributions and the medical?
Yes, excuse me, yes. And in fact, one element to note is that particularly around the time of the Great Recession and pension reform that followed, many other agencies were increasing salaries of their employees in order to reduce the pension contributions that the agency was making. So in essence, they provided a raise and then asked that employee to contribute that raise to their own retirement costs for the future. Placer County did not make those same adjustments. And so while salaries continue to go up at other agencies, which drives salaries here at Placer, that change does not recognize the fact that Placer's benefits are significantly more generous than those other agencies.
Okay, and so I think that's the slide with the, I wanted to look at the slide with the competitive, with the other jurisdictions. Or maybe that was in my other background materials. Anyway, looking at, I think what's important for me to understand, so salary is pensionable at the full rate. Are all of the special pays also completely pensionable?
Most of them are.
Okay.
There are some circumstances in which specialty pays might not be pensionable. There's a specific provision of the PERL, which is the CalPERS regulations, which go into great detail as to what's pensionable and what's not.
Right.
But in most circumstances, they will be pensionable.
Okay. I know I'm going to have questions for you and for the association, so I think that's all I had right now. Thank you.
And we'll have full opportunity for all questions and all answers as we go forward. That's part of the goal here. Suzanne and then Jim.
Yes, hi, thank you for that. Can you explain, you've been doing this for 3 years, I've been doing it for 8.5 months. Define total cash up there for me. Can you explain that?
Correct. So remember, Measure F only uses the term salary. And when we look at salary, salary means the base wages that are set by the salary structure for each position. But in addition to that, there are, as we've discussed, some specialty pays that are added on top of it. So if you were to, for example, to go to Transparent California and you were to look up at a deputy sheriff on this website, it would show you that while a deputy sheriff's salary, their base salary is $88,000 a year, in specialty pays, they earn another $88,000. And then when you add on top of that their overtime, which in some circumstances can be anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 in overtime, total cash that they get in their paycheck far exceeds what their base salary is. So total cash is a representation of all the other cash that at the end of the day, that deputy sheriff receives in their base take home.
Right. So are the special pays affected by Measure F?
Yes. So the reason for that is, and again, as the chairman indicated, this county values its public safety and its deputy sheriffs. And in the past, in order to work around the restrictions of Measure F, the county did something like give a 10% raise or 10% increase if you had a basic post certificate.
Right.
A basic post certificate is a minimum qualification for the job.
Right.
It's like paying your attorneys 10% more for having a law degree.
Yeah. No, I understand
So that is not represented in the salary. That would be reflected in the total cash.
Okay, but I'm not understanding because I thought you said the base salary was the only thing that Measure F controlled. But now you're saying that the special pays are also controlled by Measure F.
Because the specialty pays have all been done as a percentage of salary, every time Measure F increases the salary, it's a domino effect, which causes all the specialty pays to go up as well.
Okay, so if you just had salary controlled by Measure F and put all the other items into the bargaining, is that something that would give county a little bit more leverage to control?
Potentially, it would create another problem. And the problem that it would create is because of this current issue, the county has had to assert its constitutional, its state, and its charter authority to negotiate salaries. So in the event that that was the direction of the board, it would have to be a negotiated term that is a contractual requirement from the parties. Otherwise, arguably, Measure F as written is unconstitutional if the board is unwilling to waive its statutory rights as it's done for the last 40 years.
Okay, so you said due to this current problem. Can you define that current problem?
So we've been at this since 2018.
Yeah, I know that.
And that has caused a series of legal issues to be filed by the DSA against the county
Okay.
and by the county against the DSA. As part of that, the county was forced to explain why it had the ability to negotiate salaries and to assert that, yes, in fact, it does have the legal authority to negotiate salaries.
Okay, so I understand all that. And I also understand what initially caused the county to try to raise the salaries so that we could be competitive in the market. But my question might be something like, why didn't we build in a sunset clause or something like that? So then we got out of the slump that we weren't stuck with this forever and ever into perpetuity.
I would say that hindsight is always 20/20. And had any of us had the ability to rewrite things, I think that would have been a good idea. Measure F has been this way on the books for over 40 years, essentially, over 40 years. Very few laws remain good after 4 decades and no revisions. This shows a need to update the laws to keep up with current times and shows that the ability that the county will have to negotiate with the DSA to have a fair contract on total terms and conditions of employment where not any one party can say, we don't want negotiations, we just want automatic increases.
Well, I understand all that as well, but it's a little concerning when you say no law is really good for 41 years, when it's been put to the test in 2002, when it was put to the voters. They tried to get the voters to repeal that specific ordinance and Measure F, and then again in 2006 to get the voters to repeal. And on both counts, it was handily voted down. So technically, I would say that the law has been good since 2006, since that was the last time the voters spoke about it.
That's a fair point, Supervisor Jones. And if the board chooses to continue to waive its rights, the board has the ability to waive its rights. But the analogy I like to think of is that I have a gun in my safe. And I don't pull that out, ever. But it doesn't mean I can't take it out in the future. The board has the ability to assert its constitutional, state and charter rights to negotiate like all other employers in the state of California do.
Mr. Chair, I had a follow-up to Ms. Jones' questions. So the special pays were not in the original Measure F packet. And I think what the real misunderstanding is by the public is that what the public said was they wanted the average of those other compensations. And now that we're so much in it above it because of those special pays, how do we make that transparent to the public, right? Because we don't want our deputies paid at the average, which is what Measure F says. We want them paid at what we've been paying them, but we do need to look at these increasing costs. So how do we get there? And I think that's been, since I've joined the board, what we've been trying to do is say, you know, we did a workaround when Measure F didn't work, and we wanted our sheriffs to be paid more than the average. But now we've gotten to a point where it's so much more. And how do we, because that also spins into huge pension contributions that we're responsible for. And we have to look 30 years after somebody's finishes employment to understand the full magnitude of the costs as those escalate. So that's been kind of my understanding, and I wanted to validate that.
Supervisor,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kate.
Supervisor Gustafson, to your point, when looking at the actual ballot from 1976, the language says this measure is intended to ensure comparable compensation for our law enforcement professionals when compared to the surrounding county agencies. It's clear that was the intent at the time. Unfortunately, because of the board's interest in paying better than in order to recruit and retain the best talent, we've now arrived at the situation that you see up on the screen, which arguably is not at all consistent with what voters thought they were voting for at the time in 1976.
Jim.
So Measure F sets the base salary. And when it didn't work back in 2002? 1995, the board in its generosity did the workarounds. What happened was they added a percentage instead of a flat rate. And that percentage, every time the DSA Measure F kicked in, that percentage went up as well. And that's the issue, is that percentage is over the average of the surrounding areas. That gives the compensation more than the other counties, and it's not sustainable. And so that's why we need to rework this formula.
Okay, so just a couple of comments, and partly I was completely serious when I talked about being perplexed as it relates to this negotiation, in that I have been on the board since 1995, 3 bargaining units, so 3 different union issues in terms of negotiating new contracts. This is by far the most perplexing one that I've been through in what must be 20 different negotiation cycles. So I'm curious for answers and feedback. I want to emphasize that last few days, particularly over the weekend, I have to provide a big thanks to Shanti, but we literally tried to respond to as many emails as we could from constituents, and responded to over 300 of them. And some of those led to some pretty interesting dialogues that were constructive and encouraging, because there is so much miscommunication and misunderstanding, and or I'm missing something that's glaring. But you did a great job of making your presentation and being succinct, except that, again, I want to emphasize that my view over these years was that we have costs that have started rising at an unsustainable rate. I mean, my background's in finance, but another way to say that is arithmetically, it is impossible for the growth in the deputy sheriff's total compensation to continue at its current rate that's been going on for over 20 years. It's mathematically impossible. It's unsustainable. And along the way, there's just a huge amount of financial destruction caused to the rest of the county budget and all the other critical services that we provide. The board has generally wanted, different board members, different perspectives, to have our pays for public protection to be above the market. We want to attract and keep the best and the brightest. So there's a lot of numbers behind all of that, but that conceptually is what I always understood is exactly what we were trying to do. And to do it, to accomplish that, we simply approached it by trying to bump up base pays significantly more, but discontinue having the special pays be a percent. They had to become a fixed amount. Otherwise, that sustainability would never be achieved. The sunset concept, I have to add, in a labor contract, there is a sunset with the expiration of every single contract. Every time it expires, you have to renegotiate a new contract. Now, you normally sit down and start from where you are. And if there are compelling issues, you have to try to address those like we have today. And if things are sort of normal, then it's just more of a negotiation. How much is inflation going up? What's the market? Are there things going on with other compensations that are changing in the world of insurance, et cetera, et cetera? With the Deputy Sheriff's Association, one other time we had a similar experience where the contribution that the taxpayers county was making towards deputy sheriff's insurance and their retirement was also not sustainable. So that was a difficult negotiation, but we got through it. It was much more normal. It was just a challenging negotiation, but we did it. So one other key thing that came up in this conversation that I referred to, and I want to note that I have actually reached out and met with union representation and was told that they concurred with what we were trying to accomplish. And so from here to there, I don't know exactly what went wrong, but in the conversation I had with our former sheriff, we talked a lot about trust and potentially the lack of trust that might exist between the Deputy Sheriff's Association and the board. And since I've been here for so long, that troubles me a lot. And I think about, so the board has the burden of dealing with the whole budget, all the services that we have to provide for. And when you have unsustainable cost in any element, you have to deal with that because it just starts tearing apart other critical services that we provide. And so I think back, had some research done on this, and we were reminiscing and kind of lamenting current circumstances. But early on in my career, we also were confronted with having to deal with the possibility of a gaming casino in Placer County, and it was extraordinarily controversial. It was extremely difficult, but the board stepped up to the plate, and we essentially created a circumstance whereby if the United Auburn Indian community was willing to do it, which they didn't have to at law, we would negotiate with them an agreement whereby they would be treated like any other business, pay in lieu property taxes, et cetera, et cetera. And that would lay the foundation for not having to address a right that they had at federal law, which was to gamble, but it would protect the citizens of Placer County. Again, very controversial. And in it was the foundation laid for opportunity to have the tribe work with our sheriff for greater public protection. And it was out in an area that used to be called the Ocean Beat because it was as big as the ocean, and the response times were a half hour to an hour. They were horrible. So I want to point out that over the years since that's been approved, we have received over $82 million in lieu property taxes that would not have come to the county for lack of that memorandum. More specifically to the deputy sheriffs and to the public protection component, the United Auburn Indian community willingly entered into an agreement with the sheriff's department where they provide extra protection there and generally in the area. And they've received $27 million that they would not have received otherwise. And then clearly you've articulated the numbers that exist here in Placer County with how much more we are spending as a percent of our budget as compared to the time I came in here on public protection, and how deputy sheriff's salaries are now in excess of market and have definitely overcome the problem they have. So somebody's got you did a good job of articulating. There can be this age-old argument amongst attorneys, I'm sure, about whether Measure F exists anymore or if it should. But when I came here, Measure F was a burden. It was considered to be even thing. And now a lot of the emails we get, it's almost like Measure F is sacrosanct. And I don't understand that. I'd like somebody to enlighten all of me with all of that. And particularly, anytime you go into negotiations, there has to be trust. And the real question here is, does the concept work or not as it relates to upping the base pays but fixing the special pays? Is that going to put us on a sustainable path? Will we then be able to go forward and negotiate new contracts a year from now or 3 years from now or 5 years? Because we have to do it anyway. And if there's no trust, we can negotiate part of the contract, or we can just sit down and trust each other. And it always will require that there be a good Board of Supervisors overall and good representation from the union. But those are the kinds of things that I'm looking to be enlightened upon as we go forward for the remainder of this afternoon. So unless there are any other questions by board members, we'll now hear from the Deputy Sheriff's Association. The time that was used for our presentation was 15 minutes. They'll have that. And then we'll have the same kind of opportunity for questions and comments, and then the public will be allowed to comment.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Noah Frederido. I'm here on behalf of the deputies. Before I get started with the comments I'd like to make, I'd like to address some of your concerns and some of these issues real quick. I appreciate Mr. Johnson keeps this bar graph up. Mr. Johnson just gave a verbal testimony today in this hearing that the deputies have a base salary of $88,000 a year. The slide we were on, the one I asked you to keep up. I think there's a clear example why there's no trust between this board and the union right now. I appreciate that. So Mr. Johnson made a statement that the deputies make $88,000 a year, and then they also get $88,000 of supplemental special pays on top of that. This visual that the county's provided, which clearly shows a bar graph of salary that's half the size of a bar graph of total cash, would coexist with the statement that it's doubled. For the folks in the back that can't read that fine print, it clearly shows that it's only gone up $2,000. It's a flat out lie by the county during this hearing. It's just one example of many that the deputy sheriffs have been dealing with. Mr. Wygant, you make the statement that mathematically this is unsustainable. The facts are that county revenue has grown 5.9%, while the deputies' growth in pay and benefits have only gone up 3.79%. That math absolutely does not add up. The county's given the same presentation before a fact-finding panel over a neutral arbitrator, and they did not provide any evidence to support any of these positions or statements they've made today. Unfortunately, the county has chosen to not release that fact-finding report because it doesn't support the statements made by the county in any way. When you make the statements, Mr. Wygant, about the meeting that you had with the union, that was me and you that had that conversation in your office personally. At that time, Measure F was absolutely not on the bargaining table, and Measure F had never become a topic of discussion when we had that conversation. Measure F only became an issue of bargaining at the very end of last year in response to a lawsuit the deputies filed against the county to preserve our rights under MMBA, which had been violated. The simple facts are the Deputy Sheriff's Association and the Board of Supervisors have been engaged in a contract negotiation for over 3 years. The deputies have repeatedly offered a status quo contract extension, which includes zero pay or benefit incentive increases for the deputies. The status quo $0 contract extension has unfortunately been rejected by the Placer County Board of Supervisors multiple times. This unfortunately demonstrates that significant long-term economic concessions by the deputies is the only acceptable answer for the board. Unfortunately, this situation has digressed into a fight to protect our election laws and the voice of our citizens. Measure F has been on the books since 1976 when Placer County voters enacted it at the ballot box. Measure F has come back to the voters 2 additional times in both 2002 and 2006. Supervisors Wygant and Holmes no doubt remember these votes as they were Placer County supervisors at that time. Both times the citizens of Placer County voted to keep Measure F as the method of determining base salary for our deputy sheriffs. Every prior county council and county CEO has been in agreement that a voter-approved ballot measure can only be repealed by another vote from the community. We're all here today asking this board to respect the will of the voters who have overwhelmingly voiced their support for their deputies and for Measure F repeatedly. These citizens have sent thousands of emails to the board protesting the proposed actions today and have showed up in person countless times, including today, to express their same. Please listen to your constituents and honor their legal rights at the ballot box. The board's proposed action today to follow through on a backdoor repeal of Measure F, absent voter approval, will lead to endless litigation against Placer County by groups including the Deputy Sheriff's Association to protect the will of the voters. The irony in this matter will be that the board will be using hundreds of thousands of these taxpayers' dollars to try and circumvent their will at the ballot box. That notion is absolutely ludicrous to me. The deputies risk their lives every single night to keep the citizens of this county safe, and they will without a doubt show up in court with the same resolve to protect these citizens' rights at the ballot box. Placer County Sheriff's Office is built around a simple principle that nobody but the most highly qualified, intelligent, competent deputies will be allowed to police the communities of Placer County. This incredibly high standard is the foundation that the tremendous level of trust and mutual respect between the community and its deputies has been built upon. As a result of this, we've achieved the lowest violent crime rate anywhere in the entire state. Please don't tamper with this proven formula for success. The citizens deserve that. Placer County Deputy Sheriff's Association represents approximately 250 men and women who patrol the streets of our county every single night, keeping our citizens safe. These are also the same brave men and women who have shown up for work to fulfill their duty every single day of this pandemic, while the rest of the county's employees are sitting at home getting paid to do nothing. The employees represented by the DSA interact with hundreds of citizens on a daily basis, making it virtually impossible for them to avoid getting sick during this pandemic as a direct result of their job and commitment to the citizens of Placer County. They then get the pleasure of bringing this pandemic home to their spouses, children, and extended family members. They are then rewarded with working mandatory overtime shifts on their days off to cover for their fellow deputies who have fallen ill. Despite extremely challenging work conditions, never-ending amounts of mandatory overtime, and the constant threat of infecting their family, they've continued to show up every single day to honor their commitment to these citizens of Placer County and keeping our communities safe. I'm asking you to return the favor and now show up for these deputies today and every day moving forward. Measure F has been the will of the voters for 44 years and reaffirmed twice at the ballot box. Please don't infringe upon the will of our community. Consequences could be disastrous. Thank you.
My name is David Mustagny. The law firm that my father started has represented the deputy sheriffs for about as long as Measure F has been on the books, and I've for the last 22 years. It's a very disappointing and sad day, and to have to address this board over these circumstances. There's a number of misrepresentations that were made in the county's presentation. I can't even begin to address them all in the limited time that we have, but I want to hit a few, and then I want to talk about some of the legal issues briefly. This total compensation survey is a cooked survey. We presented alternative surveys and evidence at the fact-finding hearing, and that the report was based on. For example, this survey uses the high-cost healthcare plan that not one single deputy sheriff is enrolled in, which is $1,000 more than the next plan, which a deputy sheriff is actually enrolled in. So off the top, it's cooked to the tune of $1,000. There's a number of inaccuracies and other information. Doesn't take into account the high cost of living in this county. And I would ask you to take a look at the actual evidence. The actual evidence is your total compensation is close to the average of the Measure F counties. And if you weigh the high cost of living in this county, it's actually slightly below. The Measure F was a voter enacted measure. And as much as the county council and the representation for the county want to try to say and declare it unconstitutional, it has not been adjudicated by a court of law. It's been followed for 44 years. Raised for the first time after a lawsuit was filed is this new argument that, oh, we've been voluntarily following it for 40 years since 1980, and we've always taken the position it's illegal. Then why submit it to the voters in 2002 and 2006 if that was always your position? This is about democracy and hearing from the voters. We've offered, and the fact-finding report that's been concealed recommended, resolve the issue, send it back to the voters. You want to play legal technicalities and say it's an ordinance not in the charter like your Measure F survey? Then we said, let's submit it to the voters to move it from an ordinance to the charter, and we'll live by what the voters say. The county said when their bluff was called, we're not interested in doing that. We want to unilaterally take it away. If your issues are other items of compensation, address those. The Measure F creates the base salary. Those other items are negotiable, and we're willing to compromise, and a deal can be reached. In fact, we were very close to reaching a deal at multiple points, deals that would have left Measure F intact and the will of the voters. The original point, though, I want to address is also equally important. By law, this hearing is illegal. The fact-finding report is required by law to be submitted to the public within 10 days. It has been concealed by the county because it's damning of the legal and factual assertions that are made, many of which today. And I will read you the code section. It says, the public agency shall make these findings and recommendations publicly available within 10 days after their receipt. That's Government Code Section 3505. This hearing is supposed to be for the public to weigh in on those recommendations and for this body to consider those recommendations. Instead, they were disregarded with inaccuracies and untruth hurled against the fact-finding panel, and I'll address those too. But what we're asking you is vote no on imposing on these deputies. Consider the recommendations, follow the law, publish it, allow the public to review the fact-finding report, allow the public to weigh in and have public comments. That's what this hearing today is supposed to be about, not imposing, but considering the recommendations. These are highly respected people on that panel that were brought together to try to find a solution, and they came very close to doing that. Meet with the DSA in the interim. There's a deal that can be had that respects the will of the voters and keeps Measure F in place and addresses concerns that the county has raised. We're not inflexible, as has been characterized. The DSA has wanted to get a contract from day one, and we've done nothing but tried to do that. We've been faced with illegal conduct all along the road. There were initial proposals in the Declaration of Impasse that blatantly violated the PEPRA laws, blatantly violated Measure F. We challenged that in court. The response was, oh yeah, now I'm going to declare Measure F unconstitutional. I want to talk a little bit about some of the accusations that were hurled by Mr. Johnson and also in the agenda comments about the panel itself and these so-called irregularities. First of all, the county stipulated first to waive time. So this claim that the time was excessive, unclean hands on making that accusation. The parties agreed to allow the panel as much time as possible to make these decisions. The panel recognized how contentious these bargaining sessions were, and they tried to reach a unanimous decision so that we could all support it. That meant that the DSA's representative on the panel and the county's representative on the panel had to compromise. Compromise is an important word if we're talking about getting an agreement. Unfortunately, the county obtained confidential draft versions of the report. I know this because I had a conference call with Mr. Johnson and the chair of the panel. I was shocked. We did not obtain confidential documents that we're not entitled to have access to. Based on that, it appears that the county's position changed, which necessitated the chair to write a new report and for the parties to say, well, hey, if we're not going to have a uniform agreement, then there's other issues that have to be decided. Because again, for a uniform, unanimous recommendation, you have to have compromise. So Those accusations are incorrect. And the one that just blew me away is the claim, and it was on the billboards and it was or the slideshow, it's in the agenda, that the arbitrator was incorrect and exceeded her jurisdiction in ruling on Measure F. First of all, the statute requires consideration of local statutes. This is the fact-finding statute, and it says, in arriving at the findings and recommendation, the fact finder shall consider, weigh, and be guided by the following criteria. Number 2, local rules, regulations, and ordinances. Additionally, the county put Measure F at issue and its legality as soon as the unfair practice was charged. It was their opening statement at the hearing. Their brief was all about it. They even attempted, in the middle of negotiating over salary, to unilaterally repeal it, which caused us to have to file another lawsuit against the county. In response to that, Mr. Johnson suggested that we submit the issue of the legality of Measure F to the arbitrator. I'm going to read you from his email. This is Mr. Johnson to the arbitrator, the chair. The county and the DSA have agreed to jointly request the panel issue of finding on whether the county can repeal section 3.12.040 of the Placer County Code, which codifies the Measure F salary formula. The county has proposed repealing the ordinance in its entirety. The DSA proposes the parties maintain the status quo pending a legal resolution over the dispute. We would like the panel to issue a finding. So it's dishonest to say that the arbitrator exceeded her jurisdiction in looking at the legality of Measure F. You can't submit it to the panel, and then when you don't like, take a preview of what the report is going to be, and when you don't like the outcome, then defame the fact-finding panel and conceal it from the public. Again, I ask you to make that report available to the public. May we have 3 minutes for public comment?
Well, hold on. So, the deal was the deal, about 15 minutes. I'm going to now let the board ask questions or make comments. Then the public will be able to make comments. Every member will be able to.
May I just address one quick comment?
I'm going to, let me finish first, and we'll take it from there. So again, the board is going to take a 10-minute break. But, oh,
Everybody's back.
okay, so we're gonna try it again, and we'll get through this hearing one way or the other. So let me refresh what I started with from the very beginning. So we've heard essentially staff report. We've now heard from the deputy sheriff in about the same time. The board now, like we did with the first presentation, will have a chance to ask questions and or make some comments. Then everybody from the public who wishes to talk will be allowed to. And then I think in light of I did learn something from this. One of the big problems that has happened in this record-setting, sad process for me personally in my career is that we're in different universes. There is a distinct difference of factual perspectives, of different facts, living in different facts. So I'll clarify some of that. So I'll lead off, I guess. So one, Noah, actually, you and I and my district director were in that meeting. And my perspective of the process and the discussion was the board from the very beginning wanted to provide a relief to these unsustainable costs. My perspective, they simply are arithmetically unsustainable. So somebody can disagree with that. That's fine. But we have to have a civil conversation as to how we end up making this decision today. But let me finish first, and let's all take a breath and relax a little bit and maybe smile. We could have some fun before it's all over. So the board from the beginning strategically thought that the best way to deal with the sustainability question was to move up base pay above the Measure F calculation and focus on having fixed dollar amounts for the special pays. That was the start. So when you and I met, that was already out there for quite some time. So maybe you thought that I didn't say that, or I thought you didn't understand it. But in my perspective, that's the proposal that the county board initiated, and that was step one. Some people are calling it repeal of Measure F. Many people would argue the Measure F doesn't exist. It doesn't really matter. Strategically, the goal by the board was to diminish the rate of increase, not to decrease the pays. And to do that strategically, again, it was to bump up base pays above the Measure F calculation and fix the dollar amount of the special pays. And the special pays were fixed at the very highest level. So anyway, I want for the public, I wanted that to go forward. And then the good news, I think, as we go through all this over the coming weeks, is that a lot of it is public record. But, no, I just want you to tell me whether or not you agree with some of these things. And I'm sure there's other information that's available. But do you disagree that the sheriff's office expense, their cost has gone up 7% per year annually over the last 20 years? Or do you disagree with that?
I'm waiting for you to finish, so I'm going to answer that's what you want.
So that's a fact that the board embraces and assumes and has calculated. That driver has caused those costs to rise over the 20-year period 56% above inflation. So again, do you agree or disagree that that's factual or not? The board, again, has this long history of dramatically increasing resources behind public protection, never discussing decreasing those, so that the sheriff's office, that budget item, has gone up 9% per year over the last 20 years. So that's either true or it's not. But most compelling, I think, because the most simple thing to hang your hat on in terms of the problem, or there isn't a problem, is that if the deputy sheriff's compensation, it is either or it's not increasing significantly above the growth in the county's budget. So do you agree with that or not? So go ahead.
Is this on? Well, I'd like to start by saying that I appreciate, Supervisor Wygant, that you and I have always had very respectful, candid conversations about these issues. And you have my commitment that those will never change between you and I. When we met in your office, there was absolutely no talk of eliminating voter-approved Measure F. There was talk by the board to artificially inflate base salary to achieve some of their objections. And the DSA's position has never changed, that we would not be complicit in a move to undermine the will of the voters in Measure F. I told you, and I will say it out here in public, that I absolutely understood your position of controlling future costs. I understood your responsibility as a county supervisor to ensure the long-term health of this county. I gave you my word that we would meet you halfway on reining in those specialty pays and additional pays outside of Measure F and base salary. And my commitment to you on that has never changed. It's absolutely never changed. But one thing we can't waver on is we can't be bought out of Measure F. We can't be complicit in any actions to circumvent the will of the voters in Measure F. I think it's obvious that the deputies stand hand in hand with members of this community, and there's no price that we can be bribed with to walk away from that. We're not going to walk away from Measure F because that's theirs. It's not ours. Now, to address some of your questions about escalating budget costs in the sheriff's office, the county's public safety fund doesn't only include the sheriff's office, it includes the district attorney's office and the probation department. So all these fancy bar graphs are not just directed to the sheriff's office operation. They include all three of those. And that's the county's own words, it's the county's own testimony at the fact-finding hearing.
Could I follow up with a question?
Go ahead, sure.
I want you to finish too, but again,
go ahead.
Going back to the base problem, do you agree or not that deputies' total compensation over the last 20 years, the sheriff's budget over the last 20 years, and all of the rest of public protection elements that include the district attorneys, et cetera, do you agree or disagree that all of those have not gone up dramatically more than the county budget and inflation? Do you agree or do you disagree with that?
I disagree with that statement as a whole.
Okay.
I do agree that over 20 years, those costs have gone up. Obviously, inflation is going to drive those costs up before we add an additional dollar of expense. We also inherited state legislation like realignment, AB 109. The sheriff now has a responsibility of housing state prison inmates in our county jails that he has to pay for. Our probation department has a responsibility of supervising these state prison inmates when they're released out into the public. Those costs have gone through the roof. All these added costs have very logical, clear explanations that aren't anyone here's fault. We're all the victim of state legislation that has emptied our state prisons and brought those inmates back into our county. And the number one purpose of this government is to protect our citizens and keep them safe. Now that we have a bunch of convicted felons running around, we're absolutely going to have increased costs to keep our community safe from them. Absolutely. There's no two ways around it.
And then I guess maybe still a little confused. If it was clear to you that my position and the board's position from the get-go was that we were going to offer above Measure F, then it should have been clear that we were proposing not to use Measure F as a formula for calculating base pays. But I think you agreed that you did understand that that was my position.
My understanding was that there is absolutely no motive or intention or anything in writing to eliminate voter-approved Measure F in your first contract offer.
Okay. All right.
I mean, we can obviously produce those contract offer documents that will support that. There's no point in us having
as
a
well
debate
as
on
the
it.
budgetary numbers and inflation.
Absolutely. I don't know why the county failed to produce them in the fact-finding hearing, but I'm sure we can come up with them.
Okay, so I think the key is the more the public understands all of the facts, the better it is for all of us.
Can I ask you a question in response to that? Is why hasn't the county released the fact-finding report to the public if that is the sincerity of this board?
Yeah, no. And another thing I am going to do, this is sort of similar to some of our unusual hearings, mostly on land development, but at the end of the hearing, I want to make sure that anybody who has a disagreement on the county staff side or your side, if at the end there are still some differences, some different perspectives about factual information, I think it's critical for the board to understand those differences. But yes, could you respond to that?
Just very quickly, this is part of the problem is a lot of very powerful rhetoric on one side of the table. It is on the county's website under labor relations. It's been up there. It was up there 10 days after the fact-finding panel put it up. I can show you on my computer. I just went online. It is available for any member of the public to go online, download, and read it. And it's been up there for days.
Can I ask you how many pages deep that is in the website from the face page?
It's on the first page for labor relations.
Can I ask you how many pages deep that is in the county website?
Let's
Two from the county
let's-
website.
let's-
labor relations.
Let's calm it down a bit. Doesn't matter how, and the information's there, it's not. And I think Noah got his question answered. And Kate, did you have something to add? Okay. All right. So Cindy, why don't you go ahead?
I wanted to make sure I wrote down some of the numbers because you went through those and you didn't have the PowerPoint. So I have a PowerPoint from them.
Absolutely.
So you mentioned that pay was 3.79% increase. One of you mentioned it. I'm sorry.
I mentioned that. That's the historical
And-
average of Measure F, yes.
Okay. Of just Measure F, that doesn't include the special pays and their escalation,
Correct.
right? And again, that comes back to, is that pay, is it not? Is it compensation, is it not? And what did the voters intend? So I understand, we're not here to benefit from this as individuals at all. We're here to try to solve a problem. And I want everyone in the audience to understand that's all we're trying to do. We have a problem that all the taxpayers, including yourselves, have to look at. Then you said the increase in income in the county budget has been 5.9%.
That is the growth in revenue as provided by the county.
Is that the general fund revenue or is that the total revenue? Because we get a lot of state grants and other.
That is the number that was relayed by the county budget manager. That would be a better question for him on exactly where you're
Okay,
at.
I just want to make sure we're looking at apples to apples with what we have to spend as a discretionary amount because we've been told other numbers. So I will ask staff that too.
Understood.
To validate that. And then I think that was all. And the report, I did want to ask about the report. We have that answer that it was posted. I understand that you also had the opportunity on both sides to release the document, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
We've shared every document with the members of
Okay,
the
so the
community.
public
at this
does
point.
have that document. Okay, great.
Of course they do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Suzanne.
Yes, hi. Thank you for testifying today. I have a question. Is it possible you could read that email one more time regarding Measure F?
Absolutely. The county and the DSA, this is an email from Mr. Johnson to the chair of the fact-finding panel. The county and the DSA have agreed to jointly request the panel issue a finding on whether the county can repeal Section 31240 of the Placer County Code, which codifies the Measure F salary formula. The county has proposed repealing the ordinance in its entirety. The DSA proposed the parties maintain the status quo pending a legal resolution over the dispute. We would like the panel to issue a finding.
Okay. You want to respond?
I'll be happy to respond to that.
If I might,
I'm sorry, just hang on just a second.
The panel addressed all of the legal arguments that have been raised since we filed the lawsuit, which, by the way, were for the first time. And with all respect, Supervisor Wygant, the proposal at impasse did violate Measure F, but it didn't attempt to repeal it. What it said is we'll cut the incentive pays by 7% and artificially inflate the base salary by 7%. Measure F continues to run. And once Measure F goes up 7%, the deputies would get a raise. So it would essentially freeze them and cut the incentive pays. It would not eliminate Measure F. Our legal concern was that if we are complicit in agreeing to something that violates Measure F, then they're not upholding their oath of office, and we're at risk that somebody could come in and challenge that as an illegal contract. There's all kinds of ways, there's plenty of creative minds to achieve reductions on the incentive pay costs or stop the escalation of them with leaving Measure F intact. That actually was kind of a ham-handed way of doing it because it would temporarily violate Measure F until Measure F had grown at least 7%. But they never proposed eliminating Measure F. We objected constantly. And in response to those objections, all throughout negotiations, my negotiators back there, the county not once ever did they say it's unconstitutional. It was only after they were sued and they had to come up with a defense. And there was a number of illegal things in the last best final offer, PEPRA, waiver of healthcare benefits, all kinds of things. And that was one of them. The response to that lawsuit was, oh yeah, we've now come up with this legal argument that we never had to follow it in the first place. We were just doing it voluntarily.
Right. Well, I would like your comment on that email.
Yeah. So first off, there has been absolutely no court or jurisdiction which has said the county has done anything illegal. There has been no findings. The DSA has filed claims. Those claims have been pending for over 9 months without being processed. So there is absolutely no resolution of the court or finding the court has done anything illegal. Regarding the email, during the fact-finding proceeding, the DSA raised a novel new argument that the county never explicitly proposed repealing Measure F, despite the county's proposals being clear to pay above the Measure F formula. The county's perspective, as the chair articulated earlier, if we were doing something different than Measure F, we would be replacing Measure F. But the DSA thought it should be explicit. So following the fact-finding hearing, the county had a separate negotiations with the DSA regarding the specific issue of repealing Measure F. The parties agreed as part of that impasse, we declared a second impasse, to submit that issue back to the same fact-finding panel. So we wouldn't have to go to a separate, different fact-finding procedure. My email that was read out of context, the full context of it was that the issue was submitted for the fact-finding recommendations, not for a legal determination, because the fact-finding panel does not within its jurisdiction to make legal findings. That's the Public Employment Relations Board. So what the county was doing was including the issue of an explicit repeal of Measure F in one of the issues that we had at fact-finding. We were not asking for a legal decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's then go ahead and start up public comment.
I'm sorry, I thought we were going to go back to our staff for a minute. I'm sorry.
Well, we at the end of the hearing,
Okay.
like sometimes we'll have a very exotic land development project, and there will be a disagreement as to the facts during the hearing, oftentimes amplified or not by public comment. So at the end of those hearings, chair normally provides it so that we can ascertain what is factual, because we have to do that. There's kind of a last shot at after all of that testimony to hear that. And that was my intention, but I'm open to suggestions. We're looking at county council. Yep. Thanks. That helps me be more clear. All right. So with that, we're going to open up public comment. And everybody will have 3 minutes. If you would state your name for the record, that's one of our requirements. So we'd appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Rich Cervantes, Vice President of the Placer County Deputy Association. Thank you for allowing me time. I'm going to try to be as short as possible because I want to get the members of the public up here to speak on an issue that's me. Can we pull up the that slide? There was a point of contention that you guys had up earlier about salaries, salary, total pay, specialty pays. And this is available to the public online. They can see this?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, just wanted to drive home the point, the base of where the x-axis starts, or excuse me, the y-axis, 6,000 instead of 0. Do we have a graph that starts with 0?
What's your point? I don't, what do you?
To give a more accurate view to show that it's not like almost double.
Oh, I get, okay.
You know what
All
I'm saying?
No, thanks. That's why I asked.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm an Excel guy, so
Sure. I just wanted to make sure the people that are not here were able to understand what that graph actually shows.
No, thanks.
Okay. Can we also pull up the CPI measurement graph? Okay, annual salary increases compared to CPI. Okay, like I just mentioned in the previous one, we have the x-axis that has the years. Where's the y-axis? What does it measure? I'll keep going. So we're using CPI to measure salary increases. CPI is a national average of cost of living. If we have a more local look, you can go to datausa.com and you can see the increases from Placer County from 2018 to 2019 as a sample. Okay, we're talking about cost of living, unsustainability fiscally, right? You will see that median property values went up 10% in 1 year. Median household income that same year went up 10%. Look it up. I'm at Data USA. It's legit. What you can also do is you can compare counties and compare those cost of living measures. And you will see that if you take those two things, household income and property value, property taxes, you will see that Placer County compared to the averages of the Measure F counties is about 22% more expensive here on our soil. Mr. Johnson talked about overtime costs. Do we have a graph on that? No? Okay. Just want to make one more point about overtime. Okay. You mentioned that there's some deputies that make over $400,000 in total compensation, including overtime. We all know what's going on outside. There's fires, right? There's staffing issues. There were riots last year that we helped out Sacramento with. A lot of the times, if they're not voluntary, they're mandatory. We have to have somebody fill a spot, okay? The reason that OT works a little better when it comes to budget sometimes is because you're not paying somebody else to fill that spot, including more benefits, more personable benefits. So that's why we have people work overtime and they make more money. It actually saves the county money. The offer that the county's making for 3 years is very generous. I believe, according to the county, it would be an additional $5.6 million in cost. It's an investment, as it was labeled, right? If fiscal sustainability is the issue, why are we increasing costs for 3 years? And if it's such a good deal, why don't the deputies take it? We all swore an oath. We follow the laws. And we're not going to take a bribe to make more money. Okay? We go face to face with the citizens every single day we work. I couldn't look them directly in the eye and say, hey, we violated your democratic process. This has been on the books since 1977. We've had 2 repeal attempts, 2002 and 2006. All 3 times the voters supported it. Why? Because it's a conservative measure. Can you pull up that graph one more time to show the compensation, please?
Sure.
Even though it starts at $6,000 on that y-axis, you can see salary is not really the issue. It's actually doing its job. It's keeping it comparable to the counties. What we're willing to do is negotiate those incentives and benefits. Right now, there's a health benefit committee looking at different options to help save the county money and give the members better options. That's where it's at. We can respect the voters by not violating Measure F, and we can address both parties' concerns by going back to the negotiating table and landing a deal. All right? That's all I have. Thank you so much. One more thing. Sure. I just wanted to finish on one thing. Supervisor Wygant, you've been on the board since 1995?
Too long.
Supervisor Holmes, since 2005? 05. So there's been 2 repeal attempts in your tenure, and there's been 1 repeal attempt in your tenure. If what the county says is true, why did that even happen? Why did the voters vote on it if it was voluntary? It's a legal theory that doesn't stand up to the fact finding.
Do you actually want my honest perspective about the question generally?
Well, I would like to submit one item, which is a 2003 article that was written by, at the time, Jan Christofferson, the county chief executive officer. I'd like to submit that to the board clerk. And I want to read 2 important quotes, because this is how the voters saw it when this article came out in the Auburn Journal. This is a quote from the CEO at the time in 2003, and this is extremely important. The public may not be aware that the county must adhere to the voter-approved Proposition F measure that sets salaries. Proposition F prohibits the county from negotiating salary increases for deputy sheriffs in Placer County. Proposition F was a measure sponsored by the DSA and adopted by the county voters in 1976. That was written in 2003. More so, the county is unable to change the Proposition F formula. Only the voters of Placer County can do that. For that reason, the DSA sponsored a ballot measure in November 2002 to repeal Proposition F. The Placer County Board of Supervisors agreed to put the issue on the ballot. I just want to finish for real this time on one thing. If the argument is so strong, then it shouldn't be a hard time to convince the voters to weigh in one more time. Thank you.
Okay, so if you'd like to public comment in light of the number of people here, we would appreciate if you could actually line up, and we would minimize the downtime between comments and hopefully be more efficient and move forward more quickly. So now it's your turn.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak here as a constituent. I am here today because I wanted to support our local sheriffs. Was my
And I'm
understanding.
sorry, could you?
Sandra from Placer
Thank
County. Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah, I wanted to support them. I wanted to support the process because it was my understanding that the will of the people was not going to be respected. And just to suggest that put it before the people again and let them speak, as opposed to feeling like you're going to impose something. During these discussions, I heard some words that kind of I put focus on, and one of them was trust, and the other one was constitutional. And with trust, that word, I didn't feel that trust between a Placer County organization that I respect so highly, the deputy sheriffs, that they didn't feel that they could trust our Board of Supervisors, and that's a problem. So we need to increase that trust so that we can feel that you're going to really represent us constitutionally in all the other decisions, not just this one. And so when I heard your representatives here to my right say that you were exercising a constitutional right, well, if we're using that to defend an action of the board, then why can't the board do the resolution that we've asked you guys to do to, proclaim that Placer County is a constitutional county? I've been listening to a couple of these meetings and trying to follow, and that's kind of what I've gathered. And so I'm hoping that we can all come together and trust each other and work together to respect that Constitution, to respect the rights of all of us that are here. We all have a vested interest in this county, and we need to move forward respectfully. So thank you so much. I hope that you will take what they are saying to you into consideration and do not agree with bypassing it. So thank you.
Devin Bell, your Placer County Sheriff. Earlier, Ms. Sampson said it was a pleasure to be here. I don't know if I would characterize it that way. I'm not sure many of you would either, but it is an honor to be here. Thank you, Chairman Wygant, board members. We're exercising democracy today. I don't know if you guys are aware. This very date, September the 14th, 1814, Francis Scott Key penned the Star-Spangled Banner as Baltimore was being shelled, specifically Fort McHenry. I just thought it was a salient point. I want to express the appreciation that I have for the men and women of the Sheriff's Office, and specifically our deputies. And when I say deputies, I mean everybody from our newest rookie to the undersheriff. They're all my deputies. In a time that has been fraught with civil unrest, political discord, natural disasters, and a pandemic thrown in, they have done a yeoman's job in serving this community and providing the highest level service for the dollar that you spent. And it is an honor to serve as their sheriff, coroner, and marshal. I also have to express some disappointment that we're even here. Here, where we're discussing terms like imposition, and that's actually maybe viewed as a pathway. Imposition has consequences. I've been an executive with the Sheriff's Office since 2006, part of the management team even previous to that. And I've been around when we have imposed in the past. Imposition consequences include a loss of morale, loss of productivity, recruitment goes down, shattered relationships. And the last time that negotiations broke down and led to an imposition, we had an exodus to another agency. And it's not just the people, it's the training, and the experience, and the heart that they have for service that went to another community. I understand and respect the board's goal of constraining future costs. And as a taxpayer, I appreciate it. I disagree with the tactic of eliminating Measure F. Measure F was passed by the voters in 1976. It has stood for 44 years as the method for determining salaries from that brand new rookie deputy all the way to the undersheriff. And at no time in my experience as an executive have I ever heard the word voluntary when speaking about Measure F. You know who else doesn't think it's voluntary? The constituents, the people who have approached me and asked me specifically what's going on with Measure F. They do not think it is voluntary. They think they voted for it in 76, and again in 2002, and again in 2006. They do not understand why the board would take the liberty of eliminating Measure F. I do agree with the independent arbiter's finding relative to Measure F. I thought they split the baby in a lot of ways, and I think there is a pathway forward. I think the DSA has expressed a willingness to move forward other than imposition. Put it on the ballot and let the voters decide. We talked about, I heard some reference about the quality of people that we hire. As the assistant sheriff, I started the mantra in the sheriff's office: we will not settle for mediocrity. And we don't. And that has led to tangible results in the community. Low crime rates, and historically low violent crime rate throughout the state of California. That was accomplished with the support of the Board of Supervisors. You have been historically supportive of the mission of public safety. But it's two prongs. Public safety can't be accomplished without the people. We need to support our deputies. And Measure F has been the mechanism for 44 years ensuring we're competitive in the marketplace. With your help and Measure F, our agency has become a destination agency. I'm very proud of that. I don't have to settle for new employees. I select new employees because the public deserves that. I would ask that you give it your utmost thoughtful consideration in not repealing Measure F, return to the table. I think there's a deal to be had. Thank you for your time.
Devin, can I ask you a question?
You just did, sir.
You referenced last time we went through this experience and it resulted in imposing, and you made some comment that it had a negative impact on recruitment. And so here's another example where your perspective and mine are different universes. So my perspective is that Nuno and Andrew Scott were on that negotiating team, by the way, and we just got through in our last meeting approving an ordinance as related to the Lima Group, which is essentially the same offer that we offered this group, except the difference was they accepted it. I often wonder if maybe because Nuno was around the first time and he saw what happened after imposition, he didn't leave, didn't go to a different career. He's still here in the county. In my view, the deputy sheriff force is better paid, better. Things went better after imposition. It was simply a negotiation circumstance where when I met with those folks, they were not gonna voluntarily let go of what were unsustainable cost shares for insurance and retirement. It was almost like they had to have us impose upon them so they could walk away and say, well, at least we didn't agree to it, but we went back to life normally. We didn't go through any litigation. We didn't have any of the debris. It was a tough move by the board. We took a lot of heat for doing it. But in my view, things just got better. And I'm checking in. Do you have a, you think things went to hell in a handbasket?
Operationally, they did. We lost 9 deputy sheriffs to the Roseville Police Department during that time frame. And we also have people that retire early, and was more difficult. It's always more difficult when the board and the DSA, I'm not assigning blame, but when this is going on, people don't want to come to your agency as much. I heard today from one of my lieutenants that lateral candidates are saying that we're scheduled for ride-alongs to come check us out, said, I don't know. I think I'll wait and see how this impasse thing plays out. So it does have a negative consequence operationally. Did we get through it? In the words of Annie, the sun will come out tomorrow. We got through it, but there was a lot of pain and a lot of
thanks. I just, for the record, yours and my perspective on the days and years after that are significantly different. So I want the public to understand that.
Sure.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Devin.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda Toppenberg, and I'm new to all the political aspects of what's happening in our county, and I'm a lifelong resident. I grew up here off of Wise Road. I love this town. I'm going to ask, when's the last time you guys had a town hall? When is the last time you actually heard the men and women of the families of the officers that are risking their lives every single day? We have the safest statistics. We have safe communities. We all benefit from it. So do you. Like Officer Cervantes said, our house prices are rising. Cost of inflation is rising. There's a lot of nuances of numbers and liabilities and all this stuff. And it's really an excuse, I believe. I believe that you have not stopped because you're talking about parallel universes. Stop and talk to the families.
Talk to the wives and the husbands of the ones that are protecting all of us. Find out what their experience is. The fact that we are losing the ability to recruit, that means their families and these deputies are lives on the line, even more so, because we're not able to recruit top law enforcement. So, sitting here watching all your faces, there's some great reactions. And then there's others that, Mr. Wygant, I just have to say, as soon as the DSA stepped up to the podium, your whole demeanor changed. It's like you were totally closed down to anything that they're saying. And I'm going to challenge you. Open up and talk to these people and make a deal. It's been 3 years, 3 months, 6 months, totally understandable to make some negotiations and be at the table and make a deal. 3 years is unacceptable. You cannot bribe them. You cannot defund them. You cannot take our right as voters of putting this measure in place. You cannot take that away from us. That is our choice. So put it back to the ballot, make a deal, make it happen for these guys. You're stressing them out even more on top of everything else is going. And if you want to take, quote, constitutional here and there and use it as an excuse, then use the Constitution 100% of the time in every decision that you make.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Jason Wedge, and I've been coming here for several months, speaking to you guys on several key issues. So I met Officer Cervantes and a few other officers on Friday, came and spoke at one of our meetings and got to hear their perspective and everything, something that, I haven't heard personally from any of the officers. And over the weekend, I was just praying and thinking, first of all, if I'm going to show up, and second of all, what do you want me to say? And the word that kept coming to me was integrity. And let me explain to you real briefly, one of the meanings behind integrity is to do what is right, even when nobody is looking. And what we're seeing here is you guys are constantly, what I'm seeing is doing things that not is right, that people are looking. So in my opinion, I don't see this board operating in the utmost integrity that we've voted you in and as your constituents to be. And briefly, kind of want to explain on that a little bit is that, a few things that I've discovered, this whole thing, understand it can put the county into, a financial situation, with this Measure F, what was explained. But correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't it just last Board of Supervisors meeting that, county council was just, a raise was voted for them, and a new position? I'm not sure if that was correct. And also it was last year that it was this board here that, unanimously, -1 actually voted Kurt Uhler's wife, Tammy Uhler, a 28% pay raise. Ridiculous. And that right there is, where's the integrity in that? Where did that go out to the voters on that? And so, I'm going to end it on this note. The damage has been done. So you guys are in damage control right now. You guys can fix this. You spoke in 1980 when, this was passed to be a charter county, and you have a constitutional right, to do that constitutional. But we've brought resolutions before you, that protects our constitutional rights, and you've ignored them. So what I see here is you guys are fine operating within your constitutional rights, but you have a problem to look at anything or bring any resolutions forward that are for our constitutional rights. So let me leave on that note. Let the damage control start. You guys can fix this. You can get the support from your community again, but you need to work really, really hard at it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Taryn De Silva. Honestly, I can't believe that I'm back here again. I spoke with you guys previously. At the last meeting I was here at, you had an outpouring of support from your community for your local law enforcement. Honestly, the lack of intelligence that I am seeing through this board is shocking, although I guess that I shouldn't be surprised considering that you, Mr. Wygant, at the last meeting that I attended, called our own sheriff a liar. But you did that after public comment was closed so that no one could come up and have a discussion with you about that. I'm here today because you, the board, have somehow convinced yourselves in your delusional state that even though your job is to represent us, the voters, and taxpayers who pay your very generous salary of well over $120,000 per year, if we want to talk about how much people are making, somehow you've come to the conclusion that your opinion negates the voice of the voters, despite the numerous phone calls and emails that you are receiving from the community telling you and urging you not to go through with this decision. You seem to have forgotten that Measure F was voted in by the people, and you have absolutely no right to repeal what the Placer County residents want and voted for, not once, but 3 times. Measure F was originally enacted in 1976, like we have already talked about, placed again on the ballot in 2002, and then again in 2006. Placer County voters voted in favor of keeping it in place because they, unlike you, value our deputies. Measure F takes the salaries of comparable employees in surrounding counties, just as we have previously discussed, averages it and determines what our deputy salaries are. This seems like a fair way to ensure our hardworking deputies who get up, go to work every day, not knowing if they're going to come home to their family and see them again, are compensated for putting their life on the line daily. I find it funny, quite honestly, that you, the Board of Supervisors, would even be considering repealing this voter-elected measure, because isn't that how your salaries are determined? There's a formula just like Measure F, but of course, yours falls under a different charter you have no intention of changing. Let's be honest, you wouldn't dare to think about taking a pay cut, let alone actually enacting one on yourselves. 2018 was the last time a county negotiated pay raise was given to our deputies. If not for Measure F, they would be extremely underpaid, and Placer County would cease to be able to hire quality deputies who work with care, compassion, and ethics. Placer County is #1 in the state for the lowest violent crime rate. What's going to happen to our county when good men and women no longer apply and deputies leave for other departments that actually pay them fairly? There's been a lot of back and forth between the Board of Supervisors and DSA, so the DSA proposed putting the measure back on the ballot to allow voters to have a voice and decide if they still want this measure in place. You denied that request and have decided that you are now the deity of Placer County and you get to determine what we, the voters, want. You are overstepping your boundaries and you are making decisions that we do not stand behind. Regardless of your stance on law enforcement, every single Placer County resident, may I have a little bit more time?
A little bit.
Okay. Should be infuriated by the Board of Supervisors repealing something that we voted that we wanted. If you're willing to repeal this measure, what else are you willing to repeal that we, the voters, want? Each one of you needs to take a good hard look at yourself. And I'm just going to say, how dare you, with the life that you have, look at these men and women who serve and protect you and determine that they are worth receiving less. They risk their safety and lives every single day, especially in today's climate. And why would you determine that they should make less than you, who get to sit at a safe desk every day? I'll be willing to bet that not one of you, maybe one of you, has taken the time to do a ride along with the sheriff at different shifts in the sheriff's department in order to see and experience the evil that they protect you and every other resident of this county from every single day. If you had done this, you wouldn't even be considering repealing this measure.
Could you wrap up your comments, please, so somebody else will have a chance to?
This is my last.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep. Want to have everybody have a chance to talk, and there is a limited amount of time.
I'd like to finish.
Yeah, I know.
Finish. Okay.
I would like you to.
So to
too.
top all of this off, you have the insolence to bring the reduction, this defunding of the sheriff's department, and then turn around and expect them to provide you with security at all of these meetings. Shame on every single one of you. If the Board of Supervisors votes to repeal Measure F from our fearless men and women at the Sheriff's Department, I urge the Placer County Sheriff's Department to take legal action to terminate your contract to provide security for this group of cowards before me. And I call on the residents of Placer County to rise up and take action to remove each and every one of these incapable individuals who vote in favor of repealing what we voted for. Or you guys could just do us a favor.
Wrap up your comments.
You could just do us a favor and resign now. Thank you.
My name is Tina, and I keep hearing this 23% number rolled out. I suppose my comments are mostly what everyone else has already said, but it costs more to live in Placer County, so of course our sheriffs should be paid more. Everyone should be paid more to live here. And also, they have made this county #1 in crime across the entire state. They totally deserve that funding. I don't understand why we can't put this back out to the public. And I'm asking you, please, put this back on the ballot and let the public decide.
Good afternoon. My name is George Knowlton, Chairman Wygant Board. Thank you for allowing me time to speak. I'd like to take a deep breath now and thank you all for the hard job that you have. I realize being a Board of Supervisors is not easy, and there are a lot of things that you have to balance. But what I'd like to spend my time talking about today is a character that I've witnessed, or the lack thereof. So one thing, the report was supposed to be available to all of us, and I noticed the board made this available, your position. You made the agenda available, but you did not make the bipartisan or the neutral report possible, which makes the board look very not credible. It makes you, in fact, many things today made this look like exactly what the American people, we the people, are upset about our national government. That they say one thing, but they don't actually do it. It's we the people. I don't know who hired this man, but this man made you look terrible. This man put up stats that were misrepresentations. They were not accurate. They were not graphed. They were purposely made to persuade people. I understand that's his job. That's what gives attorneys a bad name, right? You guys are Board of Supervisors. We are supposed to be able to trust you. We're supposed to be able to. Now, this Measure F was put in place so that we didn't have to worry about people like you taking funding away from the people who protect us, right? That's what it was for. So, Mr. Wygant, Chairman Wygant, I very honestly challenge you to find a better solution. The DSA has offered ways to negotiate, but you are just hell-bent on getting rid of Measure F. I disagree. That is what keeps us in control of you. And in the rest of Placer County, this good old boy network is going bye-bye. We're not going to allow it anymore. That's why Measure F came in, because boards of supervisors get off on their own little tangents and they want to spend the people's money in other places besides public safety. That is not okay. Measure F provides a base salary to make sure that our officers can be paid so they want to come to work and they want to serve, not just protect, but serve. I do not agree with you taking that away. I do not agree with it even going back to the people. It's absurd. We voted on it 3 times. Leave it there. Find a better way to do your job, and if you can't do it, resign. I'll take it. I'll do your job, and I'll be honest. I will have character. Nobody will be able to look at me and say, well, you deceived me. You didn't tell me the truth. And right now, everybody in this room is looking at you just like that.
Good morning. I'm Anna Marie Seipert. I'm a resident of Placer County. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to be able to address the board. Second, thank you very much to our deputies. I really appreciate your service and that you guys have been working even without a contract for the last 3 years. I'm a little bit frustrated that you guys haven't been able to come into something in 3 years. This makes absolutely no sense. But I want to make sure you understand something. In 1976, the voters, the residents of Placer County, voted Measure F into place. In 2002 and 2006, like it's been said before, we said we want to keep it. We voted for it. We want it. We voted for you, which is why you're here. We expect you to represent what we want, not what you want, what we want. We are having an election today to recall our governor because he's not doing what we want. We can do that to anybody. The will of the voters must be represented by our representatives. Do not touch Measure F. We don't give you authority to. If you want to make changes, bring it back to us, because that's where it lies. We are the ones that should decide what happens with Measure F and any changes. It's in our control, not yours, ours. We want to make sure our deputies are taken care of. We did not give you authority to make changes to that. Bring it back to us. Because if you do make changes without our authorization, we can make changes about your employment and recall or vote you out next time. We want representation. And that's all we demand, actually. Not ask, demand. As voters, as American citizens, that's what we demand. I appreciate you listening to me. Thank you guys again. Please take it to heart. We're fed up with having our vote taken for granted. We're done with this. When we say something, when we vote for something, we mean it. And we hope that you take our voting on Measure F very seriously, because we were very serious when we voted about it. Thank you.
I am back. I'm Ken White. I retired after 30 years last Wednesday as a deputy sheriff. I've been a union dues paying member for 27 of those years. I've been through the 2002, I walked the streets and knocked on doors, and in 2006, I did the same thing. The last 2 years, I've been on the DSA board, and thankfully, I was on the negotiations committee as well. I find it very troubling that none of you ever, and I don't know how it works, but you let these people go and negotiate for you and determine whatever they tell you is what happened. There's no court reporter in there. There's no video recording. There's no documentation on what's going on in that negotiations. You're taking their word for it. What troubles me most is everybody that was at the PERB hearing, which I got to attend, everybody that was there for the county had not been working for the county for more than 2 years. Nobody. Mr. Johnson wasn't even part of the negotiating committee to begin with. He was brought in as a hammer for the PERB hearing, but it sure sounded like he was there during the whole thing. I was going to retire in December of 2020. We believed we had come to an agreement in November, end of October, somewhere around in there. We were waiting. The county said they were going to take it back to the Board of Supervisors. Next thing I know, there's a new contract for us. You're getting rid of Prop F. There had been no talks whatsoever of that before that. So I decided I'm going to stay until this is done. For me, it's family. Whether it be the county as a family, the sheriff's department as a family, the DSA, I will always be a DSA member. I don't know what's going on. I understand. I do not envy your guys' job at all, but I know some people that are going to want to take it. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Let's start now.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I'm a resident of Penryn. I was a volunteer firefighter for 23 years.
And if you could state your name for the record.
And I tell you, I had a root canal this morning, and I enjoyed that a lot more than sitting here listening to this.
Could you state
first
your name
off,
for the record, please? I'm sorry.
My name?
Yeah, please.
Robin Gibson.
Thanks.
And have you ever had to look down a barrel of a loaded gun? Have you ever had to chase a criminal at 120 miles an hour from Tahoe to Sacramento? Have you ever had to intervene in a domestic dispute and stop that? On top of this kind of emotional stress these deputies face, And the extracurricular activities, with all these fires going on, they're gone for weeks at a time, taking care of the needs of other communities. Have you ever had to go through a community that's been burned down and look at all the homes people have lost? They take this home with them. I know they try. I was told as a firefighter, it's not your problem. We're just here to help. But there's times when you really feel helpless, and that just, it gets to your core. I got PTSD. I'm an ex-Marine, and I've got traumatic brain injury from that, which causes a lot of other emotional problems. But these are things I know what a lot of these deputies have to go through. And I tell you, they're the greatest, because when I was on the department, anytime we had a call and they were in the area, they were there. Hey, what can I do to help? They're above board. All the extracurricular activities they have to do, they're worth every penny that they get. All the extra, the overtime, anything that they get, they deserve and earn every penny of it, because they may only be working for 5 years, 10 years, and something may happen that takes them out. So they deserve every benefit they can get. And I just thank you for the time.
Hello, my name is Dave Aria, and I live in Roseville area. The last time I was here was quite a while ago. I work with Jason Wedge from the Freedom Coalition. Last time I was here, I asked you guys to back off. You haven't backed off. You're still the same communists that you were last time I was here, which was a few months ago. And let me say something. I know communism very well. I've been in the Soviet Union 7 times. I've worked over there for many years, and I have a lot of friends whose families have been killed by communists. And I'm married to somebody from the former Soviet Union. Next, I want to say that I'm ex-law enforcement. I know what these guys do, okay? I know all the stuff that they have to deal with on a daily basis, and it's horrific. And even during these times right now, it's even worse. I know that we're talking about Placer County having a better crime rate than the other counties or whatever. That's all good and fine. But there's so much stuff going on the outskirts of Placer County, and it could spill in here at any time. And we need our law enforcement badly. We need them badly. I support everything that the audience has said. I support everything that the deputies have said so far. I don't get a good feeling when talking to the board or when listening to the board that you guys are being transparent with us, that you guys are being honest with us. It just doesn't feel right. It's like being on the street when you talk to somebody, they open their mouth, they say 2 sentences, and after a few sentences, everything they're saying is not true. So that's kind of how I feel. I feel like the deputies were up here telling the truth. I feel like you need to stand with the people. As far as the Freedom Coalition goes, it's my understanding that you've rejected everything we've asked of you guys. And we haven't asked of anything that's going to cost any kind of money or be anything. We want you to be constitutional. We want you to support the Second Amendment and things like that. And these are simple things. These are simple things that you could do to build a relationship with your constituents, and you just push us away all the time. And so I cannot support anything that you're doing right now in regards to this situation. I'm 100% behind the deputies. And if you go against the deputies, I would say that you're probably going to all be recalled. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Joanne Dodd. Is your last name Wygant?
Wygant.
Wygant. Mr. Wygant, specifically to you, you said Measure 4 doesn't matter. I want to know why you said that. Measure 4 matters.
Measure 4 doesn't matter?
Measure F4, whatever you call this measure that we're talking about, doesn't matter. The measure that the voters put in to guarantee that we had good sheriffs, good police in our county, doesn't matter to you. I'd like that on tape. It doesn't matter to you. I'm looking right at you.
This isn't the time for dialogue.
It's a question that you could say yes or no. You already stated it for everybody to see. You said it doesn't matter.
My position will be crystal clear by the time we vote, so why don't you proceed?
Okay, my other question is, who are these people? Are these lawyers for you? Are these lawyers for you guys?
You just need to make your comments to the board, please.
Okay, I don't understand what's going on here. I'm a voter. I voted it in. I've been here since I was 14. My uncle was a sheriff, and you awarded him posthumously an award for taking down one of his own people that he knew had committed murder. These men are good men, and they're here to support us and keep us safe. And when we have fires, they show up. They help us get out. They care about people. I don't know what you care about. We voted to keep their salaries decent. My uncle never got rich, laying his life on the line every day. None of these men get rich. And then you start making suggestions like you should take away their medical and that stuff too. They need to know they don't have to worry about their families, their health care, their jobs, so they can do their job protecting you and me. There is no excuse for this. None. Absolutely none. You find somewhere else in your dumb little budget to take it out. PCWA pays you millions. Use that. Use the other money. Get rid of your pet projects. There is no excuse. None. And you're not going to go against the voters. We're tired of it. I hope I made myself clear.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Berg. I'm a almost lifelong member of the community. And I would like to say it's really nice seeing supervisors with expressions on their face. Ms. Gore, you know, your face is just here the whole time. And it's depressing because I don't think you're hearing. And this is a hearing. I think it should be a listening. It's really easy to hear and not listen to what's being said by the people. And you're here to listen to the people. And first of all, I don't know if everybody stand up. This is a community gathering, a part of our county. And I'd like to salute the flag. When I was a kid, we saluted the flag every morning before school started. And I would like to salute the flag before our meeting started. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You know, I feel that unites us as a country, and we don't do it. I don't understand why you don't do that. Okay, when we came in today as the public, not with the public. Maybe you guys did.
We did the Pledge of Allegiance 3 times today with the public.
Well, I guess not for the afternoon session when this new session. I'm sorry, I apologize then. I take it all back. It was good. We did it again then, right? That's good. Okay. You know, there's this thing called trust, and I've been to a lot of county things, and you know, it's amazing. And I pray that that doesn't happen this time, because the voters voted for Proposition F. And I pray that your amazing vote doesn't come out 2-3. It's always 2-3. And I don't know if the 2 are the ones that are really desperate for votes or they drew the shortest straw. Because I feel like on so many things you don't listen to the public. And you vote what you have in your minds, and that's what you're going to vote on. And I'm sorry, you don't listen. I haven't seen you listen to common sense. I was here about the Starlight Project. You can spend lots of money on that. Doesn't matter if the roads are dangerous. It doesn't matter about fire. It doesn't matter about all that stuff. But you just go your 2-3 vote. And that's, I think, a problem of trust. I don't know if you've noticed that the borders are open in the South. And there's tons of drugs coming across and criminals. And they are going to come into this county. And if you don't support our deputies with all that they're asking, we are going to be not the safest county in California anymore. Thank you. I know my time's up.
Good evening. So I wanted to just touch on Sheriff Bell's statements. My name is Robert. I'm a resident of Placer County. I'm actually a lateral applicant here, and I wanted to let you guys know that this agency from outside agencies is looked at as a pristine agency to work for. And everything that Sheriff Bell said was dead on the money. I've gone back and forth with my wife on if I need to continue with this or if I need to withdraw. It's a tough decision. I travel 4 hours to the agency I work for, and it's tearing our family apart, me being away for so long. This would be my preferred agency to work for, but that's kind of on the, it's questionable at this moment. So unfortunately, everything that the county and the constituents have said holds true. And I hope that you guys will take that to heart when you're making your decision. We voted for this many, many times now, and that we're even questioning this now and taking money from the deputies who, if you were in our shoes out there working the streets, you would understand. And I do hope, as one of the other constituents said, go for a ride along. Pick a Friday night. Pick a Friday night late in the evening. Go see what they deal with. I've been out there. I've seen it. We've had people shoot at us. You guys don't see that. That's where you're going to realize what we're worth out there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Sarah Rose. I'm a resident of Rockland since 1990. Our country is in a civil war. There's no doubt about it. And we have to stick together locally. I know that there's a lot of big money in this state threatening people, and we have to stick together locally. We have to protect our law enforcement. Our only elected law enforcement is our sheriff. He is our last defense to uphold our Constitution. Now, I've never been on a ride-along. I've never had a gun in my face. And the reason I haven't is because I feel safe in Rockland and in Placer County. But I have seen government change. I have seen corruption. No one's going to tell me that the globalists, the elite globalists, are not going after the Klaus Schwab agenda. They are destroying our Constitution. And for you up here, and I know you've been here a long time, I'm not going to make judgment on you because I've been a lazy voter. This is the first time I've ever come to a Board of Supervisor meeting, but I have emailed numerous times. I do not get responses. And with that said, I'm not going to pass judgment upon you, but we do still have a Constitution. We did not ask 5 people to vote for Measure F. I voted for it twice. We do not want it repealed. We do not want career politicians who are not on the front line giving self-pay raises. So I'm shaking like a leaf because I'm not a public speaker, but I am fighting for our country, and we need strong law enforcement because the bad people are coming after us. They are. They are going to be here before you know it. The Biden-Harris administration that was illegally sat in office is destroying this country. There's so many fires. The open borders, our corrupt AG, Ron Bonta letting criminals out, our corrupt Shirley Weber, 2 appointed Newsom crooks. print your ballot out. Print your ballot out. We are losing our country. We have to save our country, and it starts at the local level. And I've been a very ignorant voter. I've always done my duty and always voted. I did go to local city council meetings when my kids were younger, but I just thought that voting was enough, and it's not. You're going to be held accountable if you overturn it.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chairman Wygant, members of the board. I feel like I was just here.
You look familiar.
Yeah. Jeff Swearingen, president of the Placer County Law Enforcement Management Association, up here with my vice president, Nuno Tavares.
He looks familiar too.
He's the better looking one on the tall one.
Different suit. No comment.
So before we're here to support the DSA and ask the board not to impose, to go back to the tables, to start to try to find a pathway toward an agreement. I've always subscribed to the way things get done is by building and maintaining relationships. My fear is that if you do impose, this is going to damage relationships, and it's going to take quite a bit of time to come back from that. And that's my fear. I will say this, and I want to clear up, I think, a misunderstanding. I've heard this from some DSA board members, and I've heard a couple of references to the Lima MOU that was just reached. Although that did happen, the Lima, and I just want to make it very clear, never gave up the right to go back to Measure F should that be litigated in DSA's favor. As a matter of fact, our first session was June 3rd of this year. It was the first thing we put on the table, is that because management, public safety management, was unilaterally removed from Measure F, we want to make sure that we preserve that right to go back to it should it fall back in our favor. But to be honest, it was the sole and primary reason why we formed the Lima. When the unrepresented management was removed from Measure F, we kind of realized we had to scramble and form an organization to represent ourselves. Now, that being said, the reality is we didn't have the resources to fight on something the DSA was already fighting for us based on the classifications included in Measure F. As stated before, I'm not going to belabor the point. Measure F was reaffirmed several times by the voters. Much later, I think after one of the votes, there was actually another job classification that was added. The assistant sheriff position was actually added to that code. So we just want the board to reconsider, let cooler heads prevail. Please go back, meet with the DSA. I'm confident that an agreement can be reached.
If I could ask you some questions,
Sure.
if you don't mind, and I understand that you're in potentially a difficult situation, and I'm certainly not interested in making that worse for me. So if you want to tell me to take a flying leap, a rolling donut, that's fine. But Nuno was on the negotiating team how many years ago?
From 2007 to 2013.
The last time we imposed.
Yes, I was.
You were,
yeah.
That's how I met you.
Yep.
And Andrew Scott was on there, and in communicating with him, that youngster retired on us, but he's chimed in on this by way of email. So it's been fun actually to talk with old colleagues. But so I get your position as it relates to Measure F. You know, people have been literally yelling at us a lot, as you've heard. Don't know how long you've been here, but you know, you don't defy what the voters did. Our dilemma is that Measure F was passed in 1976 before Nuno was born, and I was pretty young still. And then the charter was passed. And Measure F says base salaries shall be calculated using this formula. And the charter says salaries and total compensation shall be negotiated by the Board of Supervisors. So we can defy one set of voters at one election or another, but we cannot comply with both. So that's by way of, you may or may not want to share with me any insights. You guys formed and reached out to us to recognize that. And we did all kinds of things and approved a relationship contract memorandum with you guys in about 6 months. And it does not use the Measure F formula for your pay raises. And it's a 3-year contract, 4%, 4.25%, 4.5%. And the rest of it is very, very similar to the deputy sheriff. you guys seem to be happy as could be. The deputies, on the other hand, or at least their union leadership, seem to be unbelievably dissatisfied, unlike anything I've ever seen before. And so I agree with you on the relationship. One way or another, we're going to get through this because the county has to have contracts in place and compensation has to occur. Last time, my perspective, a respectful disagreement with our sheriff, we got through it famously. And we built an even better platform for public protection with even a lot more money, not only for the deputy sheriffs, but also for the whole public protection system and more for the Sheriff's Association. Why the difference? Can you shed for me? I don't know how we go back after all of this and just assume that the last 3 years were a cakewalk, because they weren't. And we, as you've seen today, were subjected to a huge amount of abuse and a lot of misinformation. And and maybe you want to call me later, or maybe you never want to talk to me again.
Yeah.
But I am literally astounded.
Yeah, so it's not that we were happy with it. We would prefer to have stayed under Measure F. But when we were removed, we were told by the county what was going to be coming our way, which is what we have right now. So we were going to be imposed upon for our salary and compensation. But we kind of felt like we don't have the resources to really fight this right now. The DSA has a lot more resources. We're codified under Measure F on the fight that they're having right now. So we kind of knew, however it resolved in their favor, we would fall back in underneath that. That being said, I will say this about Measure F, and I believe the lateral applicant that was just up here talking about Measure F and having to make that commute. Before I took on my current assignment as the Auburn jail captain back in October, I spent a little bit over 4.5 years in the support services unit. I promoted in place there to the position of captain. When I ran the numbers, we were pretty close to almost half of our deputies were lateral applicants, which means we get to tap into all of that experience and resources they're bringing us. They're plug and play. 6 months max, they're on the road, they're working, versus a new employee. It's going to be more like 2 years before they're operating on their own. So it's quite a cost savings for us to be able to bring those folks on board. Having had that experience, I've been able to talk with a lot of those applicants. And Measure F was one of the driving forces as far as compensation goes for them to come here, because they know no matter what happens, when we're going through contract negotiations, I know that I'm going to be able to keep my family here. My kids will go to school here. I'll be able to raise my family in an amazing environment and work for, in my opinion, the best sheriff's office in the state, if not the nation.
Okay, I'll just leave you with this. And so, because that was helpful and I appreciate it, but I have no idea what we're going to do. But it's been a long 3 years. I can attest to that. But I think the prior sheriff and I, when we spoke last Friday for a long time, I'm assuming that one of the differences that I think needs to be addressed one way or the other is that with you folks, with the Lima group, we have a 3-year contract. During that time frame, you're going to make more money than you would have made had we used the old formula under Measure F. So it's a transition from being locked into every 3 or 5 years or 2 years, we're going to have to renegotiate contracts. So going forward in the future, I think the good thing for both sides is that we can negotiate the whole contract and not either side assume that we're going to be constrained by a particular part of it. We can just sit down and talk about the whole thing. And I'm assuming there must have been a difference in that you guys must have had confidence that we would be able to do that. And there's risk, but there's risk relative either way. And it strikes me that that is the core of the difference. And if there is an opportunity, if there is one, to attempt to rebuild any relationships, at least in some kind of a short, reasonable period of time, it's going to be somehow steeped in how we can overcome that, because I am confounded.
Yeah, for us, we would prefer, even though we would have brought home a little bit less in base salary, for us, we prefer to stay under Measure F. There's a level of security there where I can focus on other things.
No, I get
right,
that. I
right.
mean, and that, if Measure F was written such that it says the minimum base increase will be that's one thing. And it would have given us the same degree of flexibility we're trying to embrace now. And that might be a win-win-win, but that's not what Measure F said. And the vote on the charter is what it said. So anyway, as we go forward, any advice you might give to a very old, hopefully friend still? I'd appreciate that, and I appreciate you actually coming here and making the comment.
The only thing I would say is, I think a good, safe way to do this is put it back to the voters. Let them have the final say and just put this thing to bed.
But, and I'll just finish by saying that that's with risk also, because as you know, we don't know how the vote will go.
Sure. No, you're right.
And then what do we do? So thanks. Yep. Appreciate you coming though.
Sure. Thank you.
Nuno. Yeah.
Sir, morning or afternoon. Nuno Tavares, Vice President, Placer DSA. A lot has already been said that I was going to cover, but bottom line, you're right. I was here, Supervisor Holmes, Supervisor Wygant. You remember, you're taking me back now a few years when we went through this. And I'll say during that time, that imposition, it was tough. It eroded relationships. It eroded trust. Resulted in lawsuits, resulted in money being paid out. It was a tough challenge. So it wasn't easy after that, but we got there. And that's what I'm here to encourage you to do, is to get there. These are the best deputies and DA investigators. And that's not my opinion. It's evidence driven. We look around the room, we look around the streets. These are great people. We hear from our community. Let's take care of them. Let's preserve them, and let's work towards the next contract and towards building those relationships in the future. And this is from experience, as both of you know, it takes a long time to repair those relationships. And I'd hate to see that erode and not give up. Don't put up the white flag, get back to the table and give it your best shot. Those folks deserve it. And honestly, our citizens deserve it.
Well, so yeah, thanks. And not knowing what's going to happen as we go forward, but hopefully you'll be willing to help us on that relationship side, regardless of what happens. So I appreciate you coming.
I'm here to help. And
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna O'Shea, and I'm going to keep it short and sweet for you guys. Getting to the end of the line here. I just hope that you are listening to we the people. These people came out on their time because the law enforcement is there when we need them, and we want to be there when they need us. That's the way it works, right? It's a community. So I just hope that you're listening to these people. These are only the few people that could come during working hours. You guys have your Board of Supervisor meetings during the time that people work. And fortunately, this many people could show up. So just understand, when there's one of me, there's probably 1,000 behind me. So let's times that by all these people in this room. That's the community that stands behind the law enforcement. They don't want Measure F to go anywhere. We don't want it to go anywhere. So please listen to the people. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Mariah Giovanetti, and I am a resident of Loomis. I just want to say you guys have a difficult job on your hands, and I appreciate what you're doing. I couldn't sit up there and listen to what you've listened to today, as deserved or not deserved. I won't pass judgment there. I'm here because I want to share the perspective of being a wife of a sheriff's sergeant. And I'm going to try to speak without the emotion that this brings up for me. Thank you. You've heard lots of things about the negotiations, about pay. You have a difficult job with the budget that you have to solve. I have a long career in human resources. I've done many cost-cutting, cost reduction, any term you want to put on it. It's a hard job. I know that trying to manage employees, trying to get the job done that needs to get done with the overall county, it's a big remit that you have. From my standpoint, my husband came here 3 years ago as a lateral transfer. And it's hard to watch him walk out the door in the morning. And I count on you all to keep him safe. The thing that brought him here and why I encouraged him to come here is because of the excellent coworkers that he has. Because I know that they have each other's back, and that is not something that a new to the job person is always as good at. So when we talk about making it less attractive for great talent, experienced talent to come here, I want you to know that makes my mornings more difficult when I have to say goodbye to my husband, and know that he's putting his life in a more difficult and more risky position every day. So I just want to bring that perspective to you all and say, please take that into consideration, not just for those of us that are in this as a family, that put our lives and our loved ones' lives on the line, but also for the citizens, because this isn't just about money. In fact, it's about a lot more than that. It's much more meaningful. It's about the safety of the people who do this work, and it's about the safety of our citizens, including you all and the people that you love. The world has gotten more dangerous over time. The type of situations that our law enforcement deals with today is very different, even than when Measure F was put into place. The type of guns and ammunition, for example, that are on the streets, very different. The type of crimes that we see, the type of gangs that we see. All I ask is that you take into consideration giving this some more thought, not voting yes on it today. All of the things that were presented about compensation, it sounds like you guys were just getting to understand it in detail. Take the time to understand it and make sure that this is the most thoughtful decision that you can make. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I am a resident of Placer County. I wanted to thank the board members that are up here struggling right now to make a decision for what's ahead. We have a lot of choices that now have to be made, and every choice we make has a consequence. And I think a few things should be reiterated, especially a few things Sheriff Bell said, since I feel like he's very knowledgeable about what's going to happen if we repeal Measure F. We're going to have a hard time recruiting good officers with experience that are going to really keep our community safe. And I think that's a really important thing to think about. We've also heard testimony from a gentleman here who, I guess the term is lateral transfer. This is helping people make choices to not come here that may really benefit our community and really keep us safe. We have to look at these people that we are recruiting to help one another in the field. The officers have a family. They deserve to have the best family that we can give them. They deserve also to have people that have their backs, and they also deserve to have a good pay, a good wage, so they aren't worrying about things. Now, the people have voted Measure F in 3 times now, it sounds like, and I know we've heard this multiple times, but I hope that's really coming through to everybody on the board. It also sounds like many people outside of the board really do want to negotiate and try to come to some sort of agreement and understanding. So I really hope that you guys will think about not making a decision today, but to make a decision to go back and really work with everybody to get this under control. And please let the people's choice of Measure F continue. If you wish to put it back on the ballot again, then do so. But please don't take it away from the people that put it there to help protect the people we depend on to keep us safe and also to keep them safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is from, that's how much rehearsal I did. My name is Mary, I'm from Auburn. I'm just gonna make 2 quick, short, salient points. Number 1, when your room capacity is filled, there's about 50 people here. And the lady before me said, that she represents maybe hundreds of people. The Pew Research polls have indicated, and Congress knows this as well, that for every letter, every email, every phone call to Congress actually represents 1,000 opinions of the same mind. That's because most people will not take 10 or 15 minutes to do so. The group that came before you today, which filled your seating capacity, actually took more than 10 minutes. Some of us are here 2 hours, plus 15 minutes to get home or go back. So they actually, each person here put in 6 times 15 minutes. So 6 times. So the people that have come forward today represent 600,000 people. If I did the math correctly, I believe I did. The second point I want to ask you to consider, you said that the problem was you're being asked from 2 different directions, conflicting things to consider. Measure F was first, and then along came what do you call it? Charter after that. So I'd ask you to consider that since the charter was in opposition to Measure F, both in time and in content or intent, I think the charter is invalid because it went against the first measure. So in my mind, there's no doubt that it's invalid what the charter says about you guys deciding. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sorry. You've already spoken, so I'm gonna.
I took less than 3 minutes. If I could have my
No, I'm actually. We're not gonna keep going over and over. You've already had a chance to speak, so I'd like to have somebody else have a chance to speak who has not had a chance to speak, and so I'd appreciate it if you'd honor that.
Okay.
Thank you.
If there's a red Subaru, your lights are on. No, I'm just kidding. So I just want to remind everyone that Placer County got $100 million in the great COVID debacle. I just want to remind everyone that Placer County got $100 million in the great COVID debacle. So we'll go with that. At any rate, good afternoon. My name is Josh Schinel, and I was happy just standing in the back. I came just to support. Full disclosure, I'm a 24-year employee with the Sheriff's Office, resident of Placer County for 40 plus years, going on 50, do the math, yeah. But at any rate, I'm glad that I guess I was forgotten. I recognize 2 faces here. Back in September of 2009, we were in the same position. I was the director for the Placer County Sheriff's Office back in the mid-2000s. I was for the Deputy Sheriff Association. I was vice president, and I was association president. I did not envy Nuno's job. Kudos to him and the board. But since we went down memory lane, I felt I needed to come up and speak. I was the president during the last contract imposition. And I'm glad that you throw Nuno and Andrew Scott under the bus. It means I was able to just get out. But I was association president September 2009 when the board voted to impose after a 3-year impasse, 2006, 2008, and 2009. After that, we did file a lawsuit, shocker, a ULP, an unfair labor practice with PERB, the Public Employee Relations Board. We won a 6-figure settlement for back pay as a result of that imposition. So I don't mean to correct you. I'm not here to challenge anybody. That's my perspective, and that's what happened with that imposition. Having said that, 2010, within 8 months, 9 months, we did get a deal. And I'm not here to give anybody advice, but to talk about that you have to impose, and maybe you impose on the association, because that contract we negotiated voted 178-1 no's to yeses. So we did it. We bargained in good faith on the association. We won the unfair labor practice. But to say that a contract needed to be imposed to get the association back to the table, you might want to change those optics, because it's like saying, abuser is like, hey, everything was fine after, I abused my spouse. Like, so that just food for thought. So, but it did start the cycle again. And as a result of those 12 years, we do have laterals. When I was here as association president, we were losing people to Roseville. We weren't getting laterals. When I first started here, in 1997, we qualified for assistance, my family. So the process in place works. And just lastly, to the public, thank you. You guys are amazing. And regardless of what happens, I can tell you that the people that I know that wear green will be here regardless, because there's new faces, new names. This gentleman was somebody else at the time. They were different at the time. Different, still here. So, there's a path. So I just wish you all luck. And this is just horrible. I just please learn from past mistakes, everybody. That's it. Thank you.
I'm Judy Gronsky, and I have moved here just very shortly, about a year ago. And I admire you in this county for what I see here today. You've taken abuse well, and that's not easy. Everybody has an opinion, and it's usually important. There's no question about it. That's our democracy, that we all have opinions. And I'm very much for my country and this process. It's good to see. But as I've sat here and listened to all you people, and I've never done this before in my life, but my heart would say to you, I'm old, I've got gray hair, so I guess you can listen. Some of you do too. Can't you just forget the lawyers? Get rid of them. And sit down and talk to each other and make an agreement that you can live with and the citizens of this Placer County can live with. But more than that, the police can be well represented. I would never be able to be a policeman. I can't even carry a gun or look at one. I don't even want to hear one go off. They do remarkable things that a lot of us can't do. And I admired this lady that said people are coming that are not good people. They're letting people into our nation that isn't good people. And it's frightening. But I sit here and I think, you're very intelligent people. And these people here are intelligent people, and your officers are amazing people too. Can't you just sit down and make an agreement? Forget the laws, remember the Constitution, and care about each other enough to not do this to each other. It breaks my heart to hear the anger amongst the people here. They're good people. So that's my plea. Sit down and talk, get rid of the suits and lawsuits and the liars, and make an agreement. Listen to the people. God bless you.
Okay, my name is Jackie, and I'm a lifelong Placer County resident. Not only that, I'm actually 5th generation Placer County. So my great-great-grandfather is over on the memorial over there for the Civil War. He's buried over in Newcastle. My grandparents on both my sides of my mom's family, my dad, they're still married after 46 years in Placer County. And I just have to say that it's just so disappointing, to be here and see how othered we are, that you up here are not a part of us, is the feeling that we get. And you can just see by some of the body language, especially Mr. Wygant, when someone is opposing him or doesn't agree with him, or his mind is already set, he can't even look you in the eye. But when his people that he's more neutral or comfortable with, you nod, you laugh, you make jokes about how long you've been in office, similar to Joe Biden, who's been in office for 47 years. But not only that, The reason I'm here today is because of Placer County deputies. Because when I grew up in a trailer park right here in Placer County, and I was surrounded by domestic violence. And the only people who ever came to help me were the Placer County Sheriff deputies. And I remember sitting in their car, and I remember that one of those officers, those deputies, telling me, you can be anything that you want to be. And they gave me a teddy bear, and that stuck with me my whole life. And I was going down to Oak Hill, I don't know if it's still in Placer County, and there was gang activity there, and they were trying to get me in gangs. And the Placer County Sheriff's deputy, when he told me that made a huge difference in my life. And when I think about you guys, you don't like to say defunding, but when you want to defund the sheriff's department and laugh about it and smirk and smile about it, Mr. Wygant, because that's what you're doing up here, you can probably review the video. Your body language is very telling. And it's just very upsetting because there isn't a decision to make. You are here because you are to do the will of the people and not to put your will over the people. And I'm just sick of seeing this happen. And not only that, just thinking about your judgment with things like Dominion software, spending millions of dollars on that for our county and all these things that's going on just because people are asleep. It's really disappointing. And I know at the end of this, Mr. Wygant, you're going to give your big closing statement, and that's going to be all you consider. And I just really think that the only decision being made here is whether or not you are going to do the will of the voter or you're going to put your will over the voter. And that's something, that's what you need to think about. And you need to think about that anytime you do salary readjustments or anything like that, or you need to take away money from here or take money from there. There's plenty of other places where you can take money, and you don't need to do it from there, because I'm an example. I've raised, in fact, just here in Auburn, hundreds of thousands of dollars for nonprofits and millions across the world by the grace of God, and also because of the Placer County Sheriff's deputies. And so I just hope that you all will do the will of the people, because if you don't, we'll make sure that each of you that vote against it will be gone. So thank you.
So we now will hear from some Zoom callers.
Sandra, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Sandy, can you unmute your mic?
I don't wish to speak, thank you.
Dave, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Yes, thank you very much. I live in Loomis, longtime resident since 1998. I didn't think that we were defunding the police anymore. After all we've been through last year with BLM was coming to Loomis last year saying we're all racist. And with all the stuff you have over in Grass Valley with all the riots and protests, and when you want to defund the sheriff department, that's all we have in Loomis is the sheriff department. We don't have city police like Auburn, like Roseville, like Rockland. And you got to remember, Placer County is one of the biggest counties in California. I know a lot of people don't realize that, but Placer County, let me say it again, is one of the biggest counties in California. And for you to try to defund the police, there's much more different ways of getting money that you say that you need to fund the police. Like, for instance, all these cities around here who have police, their own police, and they use the Placer County sheriffs, those cities should pay more for our extra help that we're providing to them. Another way that we can make money back is all the money that you give to the homeless, all the drugs you give the homeless, the needles you supply for them, all the services that you supply from the homeless, that is being removed from our police officers. And then you're blaming the police officers for overtime. Let me tell you something. There's not one police officer that I know that works 40 hours a week. These brave men and women are working probably an average of 60 hours a week doing things what you wouldn't even dream of doing. You defund the police, and when stuff hits the fan, who you gonna call? And when the police don't show up, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna pull out a gun? You gonna defend yourself? You people on our board couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag, not less defend yourself. You wanna find money to support the police, then stop giving money to the homeless and all these useless leftist ideas that you guys are imposing on everybody because we don't need them. Don't defund the police, because that's all Loomis has is our Placer County sheriffs. I've been here for 23 years, and they are the best police force I've ever ran into, I've ever called on, and that I would ever use, because they'll always be there, and they'll always have our back, not like you people. This is the first time I've ever called into a meeting like this, because I have enough time dealing with all of our stuff we're having done in Loomis. Shame on you for trying to even defund the police. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. And I waited almost 3.5 hours to give my comments.
Mary, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Mary Wilshire, and I live in Lincoln. And I would just like to request that the Board of Supervisors asks or directs the County Council to explain and provide the legal statute that grants the Board of Supervisors the authority to overturn and amend a voter-approved measure. The public would like clarification, since this is an action perceived as unlawful and an abuse of power. My comments are short and simple, but this is my request for the County Council to provide that clarity for the public in a sense of transparency. Thank you.
Cheryl, can you unmute your mic and give your comments?
Hi, good afternoon. Cheryl Berkema, Placer County resident for over 20 years. I'd like to respond to Robert Wygant's comment that there's a conflict between the Measure F and the charter. Well, that's rather disingenuous, since you were responsible for putting that item in. You review the charter comments, and there should have been, it's either you intentionally put something that was conflicting in place, or you kept it in your back pocket so that you could pull it out when you wanted it. But either way, it is disingenuous. I'd like to talk about fiscal responsibility and transparency. For fiscal responsibility, during COVID, without much public access to meetings, several times you have approved budgets with huge budgets and huge headcount increases at the respective resident requests. We made requests for you to tighten your belts as we had, but you didn't listen to us. We looked at that headcount and said, it is not sustainable. In regard to Robert Wygant's comment that there's unsustainable arithmetic, I'd like to point to several areas in the county that there is unsustainable arithmetic. A lot of it comes from planning, salaries, raises, and promotions. So Sunset Area Plan, $55 million that you fronted developers to run studies and things of that nature with EIRs that has not been paid back. We just heard from Mr. Johnson that 60 million would be over the course of years. You made that in one transaction. Additionally, I think that there should be an audit. Rather than making changes to compensation in a piecemeal fashion, there should be an independent county compensation package looked at. Where do the CEO, county council, planning directors fall compared to other counties? How many employees do you have compared to other counties? If you look at the mechanisms used to modify compensation, recently, the head of HR did a compaction exercise. Managers got an 8% pay raise over their employees just because they could. In the corporate world, that doesn't happen. Employees often make more than their managers because they have different skill sets. But to give those types of raises, in addition, especially in planning. There's been a whole layer of executive management added in the past couple of years to Placer County. These are executive level salaries that could have been used for sheriff salaries. How much is that costing both in pensions and in raises? If you look at pay for performance, if you look at the lack of accountability, infrastructure, 3 billion short in roads, our sewers are impacted, affordable housing, Ds and Fs based on an independent statewide comparison, workforce housing, 9,500
Cheryl, would you
short.
wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, I urge you to consider making other budgetary cuts which do not impact health and safety of your constituents. I think that the unsustainable areas should not be law enforcement. Thank you.
Irene, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Irene, go ahead and unmute your mic. Give your
Hello,
comments.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hello, hi, I'm Irene Hape, a longtime resident of Placer County. I currently live in Loomis. And I just wanted to, from a personal perspective, comment on defunding of the police department or the county sheriffs. My son was injured on the job outside of this agency in Sacramento. He was shot by a double murder suspect, and his life changed forever on that day. He was medically retired because he was shot in his sciatic nerve. His life has changed drastically. His career was gone. So when you put a price tag on people, just remember that they are running into the face of danger every day. And the worst call I've ever had in my life was that my son had been shot. So these are people, they have families that rely on them to come home. And we need the best of the best out there to have their backs so that they do come home. So please, please do not defund the police department. That's a bad decision. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Nettie, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for having me. I really don't have anything planned, and I actually wasn't planning on speaking today. But first, I'd like to say thank you to the Sheriff's Department for upholding the Constitution and not enforcing the mask and soon to be all resident vaccination. And secondly, I'd like to say that I would give every single last penny that I have to ensure the safety of my family. And I don't know if people understand that the Sheriff's Department and the District Attorney's Office are the two most important offices within our county. And early in 2020, the District Attorney's Office was completely dismantled. And it is currently experiencing a mass exodus of long-term litigating trial attorneys, which is putting our county at a very huge disservice. So in regards to Measure F, I would vote against repealing Measure F because as of now, the Sheriff's Department is the very last standing department within Placer County that can ensure the safety of the residents. With everything that's going on in this country and the way Placer County looks from the outside, so sparkly and beautiful, our county is going to go downhill very quickly. Without a secure district attorney's office, you have to rely on your sheriff's department. And in all honesty, and in the spirit of transparency, there's other ways that funding can be allocated from other departments, such as child support services and their 28% pay increase that Kate Sampson allowed to go through and the board unanimously voted on. And if true, if the county council received a pay increase, I don't know for sure, and they have 8 people in that department, they're not protecting us. My recommendation would be a town hall in person for people to address other issues in addition to Measure F with not only the board, but the sheriff's department. Because our county is going to not look very pretty and sparkly pretty soon if our sheriff's department is not able to do the job that they have signed up to do, just as you are not doing the job that you signed up to do. And I don't think that this is abuse. This is, again, the year of accountability, and everybody turning a blind eye will be held accountable. That's just how it works in this world. Thank you very much.
Chairman, no further public comment.
Thank you. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, I want to give all of my colleagues an opportunity. If you have any questions, there was comment that reflected in conflicting interpretations of facts, one way to say it. So if anybody on the board has a question of either DSA representation and/or their counsel, or county staff and their counsel, I think the smart thing would be to go ahead and have those questions asked and answered. There was one question that somebody from the public asked that I wrote down, so I'll dig that up. But in the meantime, Suzanne and Cindy, looks like you have your lights on, and if you want to start off, Suzanne.
Cindy was first, actually.
Okay, Cindy.
Let's just go.
Sure.
Whatever. Go ahead. Okay. And this might be to both groups, DSA and to our county. So we started this meeting out with presentations that the board has been briefed on numerous times in closed session on the negotiations. And then I hear from DSA that this information is really skewed and not factual. So I need to better understand, Kate, and those issues as it looks at total compensation, and that is the salary and all the special pays. I know when we get into health benefits and pension, that gets very confusing, but if we could just look at that, and then specifically, what special pays are required to be hired by Placer County. Some are additional pays. I understand special pays. I ran a small district. I had a labor union I negotiated with, and there were many special pays to get people to work extra hours, different shifts, that sort of thing, that demanded special pay to incentivize people to want to do that. But you said post pay was a requirement.
There was a time, Supervisor Gustafson, when the county offered an incentive for a basic post certificate. And basic post certification is a minimum qualification for the job. Off the top of my head, I want to say it was around 2010, 2011, when the county moved away from that and instead pushed the value of that basic post pay into intermediate and advanced post. So currently we are only paying for certification that's above and beyond the minimum qualification.
Okay. And so when we do what I hoped was going to be agreed to, at least as far as where the salaries compare to our Measure F counties, you believe we're 20 to 24% in total compensation. You believe that. And I'd love to ask DSA, you again, if you would come up and answer that question on why you disagree with that or agree with that statement. Because this is really profound, as you know. We believe we are paying our sheriff's deputies far more than other jurisdictions. Is that incorrect? In total compensation.
You want to address that, Mark?
Hi, my name is Mark Salvo, labor consultant for the Mustang Law Firm. I've been representing the DSA for several years now. Also, I was part of the imposition when the board imposed. I was president of West Sacramento Police Department at that time. So I've kind of been through this before. It's unfortunate that we're here again. One of the things that you look at in the compensation survey is historically what you've done. One of the things that the county did this time around is they've changed all of the comparators, and they've changed them to their kind of, to what would benefit them. We, through fact finding, picked apart their survey from top to bottom, and that's why we believe that their survey is relatively invalid.
Okay, thank you. And I will ask you, what was inaccurate about your survey? Did we not use the Measure F counties?
We did.
Okay. So I'm not sure, these are public documents. These are publicly transparent. So I'm struggling with both of you suggesting, I can see why we're where we're at today, right? After 3 years, we can't agree on the basic facts, and I've got to rely on my county staff. And I look in your faces and I know you're passionately disagreeing with our county staff.
We'd be happy to make those reports available to the board to look at with our analysis of the county survey. There's a lot of little things that all add up that put you pretty close to the average before you even take into account cost of living in this county, which is significantly higher than Sacramento, El Dorado, and Nevada County. But one easy example is there's a super high cost healthcare plan. The copays are astronomical. The county's contribution, if anybody selected it, is $1,000 higher about than any of the other healthcare plans in the comparator agencies. So what the county does on its survey is it takes the maximum healthcare cost somebody could select, even though, at least at the time of the fact finding, nobody selected it. And they say, okay, that moves us up $1,000 higher than Sacramento, El Dorado, and Nevada, even though it's all phantom. It's a numbers game where you can manipulate the survey to look like the total comp is that much higher, even though no one actually receives that total comp.
And, we would also then do that for the other counties, I would assume. We would look at the maximum potential benefit.
None of them have one that's similar. That's the point.
Right.
So it's low hanging fruit if you want to manipulate a survey. You use that high cost, I think it's like $2,500 health plan.
Mhm.
That's $1,000 more than the highest cost plan in El Dorado, Sacramento, and Nevada. And then on paper, you have an imaginary $1,000 total compensation increase. In real life, nobody has that plan. Nobody receives that compensation. The county doesn't pay.
I believe you. I've got to believe that when we do some comparisons, we would also look at them, because you have to pick. There's so many different nuances in each jurisdiction. I'm very familiar with salary surveys and benefit comp and class studies. So I understand that that's one of the flaws. Are there any other flaws that?
Sure. So Social Security, most agencies, public agencies don't have Social Security. You include that on your survey, or your representatives do, as an extra benefit to employees. Under the law, and we presented this at the fact finding, it's actually a net reduction in the take-home pay for the deputies, and there's a corresponding reduction in their PERS pension because they get Social Security benefits that offset that. So it double hits the employees because it counts it as additional compensation when we said don't count it at all because nobody else gets it. But if you are going to count it, it should be a negative. Or you pick an incentive pay that 10% of the deputies get, and you say, we're going to assume everybody gets Tahoe pay, everybody gets the top step longevity pay. We indexed it based on the number of deputies in the corresponding counties that got those pays. And if you look at it like that, and again, I'd be happy to share that and welcome comparing their survey to our survey and that analysis, you'll see you're not anywhere near over what other agencies are in total comp, as we saw here on these slideshows. And if you add cost of living of Placer County to that, you're actually behind the average in total compensation.
Okay. Well, that just is absolutely 180 degrees, as you know, that from what we've been told. So the information that we have to trust and believe in is what our county staff are telling us. And we also understand, and I do, that this is very personal, and there's become a lot, I mean, since I've been on the board the whole time, and I've met with, I've been saying, where can we find a solution, right? Because I come from a law enforcement background. I'm absolutely dedicated My father was my hero in my life. And, you know, I really regret that you've made this so political and emotional instead of sitting here with us in a professional manner. And the videos have been really challenging for me because you've taken me on personally on postcards and mailers, the DSA. I've not done that to you. I'm sitting here and listening, and we're taking all of the criticism that you've asked everybody to give us, and we're trying to come up with a solution that benefits the taxpayers. Now, I am told, and I've got to believe, that our staff are not lying to us about the total compensation. And I looked at Measure F today. Here's Measure F. I read it. It does not say base salaries. It says average salary. And it says the employees of the Placer County Sheriff's Department shall have salaries comparable to the other competing law enforcement agencies. What I know is different since 1977 that none of us foresaw was pensions skyrocketing. Pension costs across the state. The labor union I had to negotiate with, I had to explain, we have to be able to take care of you long after you've stopped being employed here. And that's what we as a board are charged with, making sure that money is there for you. And we've got to look at what then was called fringe benefits. They're not fringe. They're a significant cost of employee costs now. And so I look at this board and our absolute commitment, never defunding. And, you know, for all the rhetoric about defunding, we have not proposed anything that defunds. We've tried to curb the escalation. And so I'm just very challenged with what I do sitting up here in judgment of hearing people that have nothing but our interests. They are sworn to us as you are sworn to protect us. They are sworn to provide us the facts as our employees, and you're saying they're lying.
Can I ask you, Supervisor Gustafson, have you read the fact-finding report that's come out?
Yes.
Because it addresses all of these issues from a neutral third-party arbitrator.
Well,
and it discredits every single one of the county staff's arguments.
I appreciate
Can I ask
that.
if you've put any weight into this third-party independent review of the facts and stepped away from the two sides that clearly have a disagreement on what the
Yeah.
facts are?
Well, I will tell you, I have experience with PERB, and I don't believe the Public Employees Relations Board is independent on workers' comp, on many, many issues. We face this in many areas that they are not completely independent. They do try to, and as they should, represent employees. That's why they're the Public Employees Relations Board. Anyway.
Can I ask you if the arbitrator's report would have came back in favor of the county, would you have offered those same comments to discredit the Public Employment Relations Board today?
I would have loved the three panelists to have agreed.
Absolutely.
Not just had the one person write a report and the other two. So, you know, this is our challenge. This is the tough job that we've tried to be respectful to all and listen to everything and try to put some thought into it. So thank you for answering that question. Is there anything else that you felt that they've misled us on?
Yeah, I would love to actually provide you a complete answer. So everybody in the county is familiar with this. This is propaganda that the county staff put out today. This is the third time this type of propaganda has been released to the public. It is absolutely filled with erroneous information. Can I ask you, as the person in charge of representing the fine men and women of this county, when the county releases fake propaganda like this, what do you expect me to do? How do you expect me to reply? It sounds like the only acceptable response.
You disagree with everything in here?
Absolutely. This is the third iteration of this. We have gone and presented all of this evidence at the fact-finding hearing. The county could not provide any evidence to support any of this. It's all been heard by an independent third-party neutral arbitrator, and it sounds like the county didn't get the answer they wanted, and they've just decided to disregard that independent arbitrator because they didn't get the response they wanted. That's not personal on my part. It's pretty obvious who that's personal to. And I don't appreciate the accusations that I've taken this personal and I've sabotaged this entire process. That's just not the truth.
Well, I didn't say anybody sabotaged the process. We're unfortunately where we're at today with a lot of very heated emotions. And you have put out hit pieces and you have used propaganda yourselves, right? As the DSA, not as individuals. And I want to make
I would
it very
challenge you to
clear.
ask if anything is not factually correct that we've put out. I would challenge you to find anything that's not. Everything is factual.
Defunding the police?
That, the DSA has never used the word defunding the police, ever.
Well,
Ever.
We would invite the board to look at the evidence that was submitted. You have access to that. You have access to the
Absolutely.
transcripts. The former Sheriff Bonner testified about the importance of Measure F. Sheriff Bell testified. Your district attorney testified. You also have all of the evidence that was submitted. And if you don't want to look at all of that, I would invite you to look at the Cliff Notes. Your attorneys prepared a PowerPoint that was submitted into evidence. The DSA prepared a PowerPoint that was submitted into evidence that summarizes all of the actual exhibits. So you have the source documents, you have the testimony. I would invite you to, at a minimum, before you make a decision, look at the 2 PowerPoint presentations, look at the 2 closing briefs, and then look at the report again and make your own decision as to what you think the facts are. We're not saying that somebody is lying. We're saying is that you can manipulate these surveys. You can include things that are not standard for the industry to be included, or you can include misleading things like a healthcare plan that costs $1,000 more than anyone else that nobody gets, or an incentive pay that 10 people get, and then you cost it out for your survey like the entire sheriff's department gets it, and you could cherry pick things that only Placer DSA has that the others don't. It artificially raises that total comp survey. So, maybe the truth is in the middle in your view. Look at it is all we're asking and make your own educated determination on it.
Yep. And I do think,
If I could interrupt, I don't mean to interrupt, but if I could insert a little bit, Noah, we earlier on kind of went down this road, but so in the sheet that you dispute, there are some specific factual comments made that are either correct or they're incorrect. And that's what, we're in such different universes.
If you would love to sit down with us and we can go by these line by line and find where the middle ground is, we'd be more than happy to do that with you. We're the ones being reasonable here. I would love that opportunity.
I'm just trying to keep things moving, and we're someone way or another before we leave, we're going to have some kind of a resolution. But so, for example, it says over the last 20 years, compensation for the sheriff office has risen by 7%. That's either propaganda or it's accurate. And there are many other comparable comments. I've been around long enough to do budget reviews every year, so I just know that public protection costs have doubled as a percent of our total budget since 1995 when I've been on the board. Now that's, I actually supported that. But again, there are limits. But the statement that there is DSA information being posted socially referring to us defunding is actually accurate. That is a fact. We can get you some of that information. So
I would love to see it. The DSA has never said that.
So that's, that's.
Let's not squirm on it. The DSA has never
I'm not
said
squirming on
defunding the
anything. I'm saying
police.
this is the kind of dialogue that's been missing. There's just no sharing of common ground at all.
Well, I can assure you, Supervisor Wygant, right here, right now, you have my commitment that if you have a genuine interest in finding a mutual resolution, I absolutely commit to 100% the exact same thing.
Well,
More than happy to find middle ground with you.
And I met with you 1 or 2 or so many years ago to start that process. So I've never refused to do that.
I had another question.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Is that okay, Mr. Chair? What proposals, Kate, in the 3 years, and I've only been on here 2.5, I guess, a little over. What proposals did DSA bring forward to resolve the contract issues? What suggestions?
As you might imagine, over the course of 3 years, there's been robust discussion and a variety of approaches to solve some of these issues. More specifically, in the recent round of negotiations, I asked Mr. Frederido and Mr. Salvo for their ideas. What would you do? What is your recommendation? What is your proposal? Give us something to react to. And was told unequivocally, That's not our role. If you want to suggest something, we'll be happy to review it, but we only will accept the status quo.
Is that correct?
So, Ms. Sampson, with all due respect, is it your statement to the board today that the DSA has never offered you any proposals for a successor labor contract? Because that's what it sounded like. Is that what your statement was to the board just now?
Would you care for me to respond to that?
Yes, go ahead.
No, of course, as is documented, there were a number of proposals the DSA made to, for example, increase the amount of special pays they currently receive, and the county agreed to those proposals. But in terms of the larger crux of the matter on salaries and the growth of compensation outpacing the growth of revenues, from my estimation, the DSA did not provide a material proposal to solve the problem.
And that's been better part of 3 years, a year before I joined the board and since then. And I think this is my final question. Thank you for indulging me with a few questions here. I keep going back to the taxpayers, to the voters who don't necessarily get all kinds of special pays and incentives and some of the benefits and I count myself in this because I was a career public employee for 27 years. I received those special pays and benefits and various things that the public wasn't aware of. I don't know how you can say that when we're trying to be comparison to these other counties that we pick and choose only salaries. We've got to look at total compensation. That's the only thing that's fair. And that's where I really struggle with whether or not in the intent of what the voters said in 1977 is really what's happening. Because in fact, we're paying more than the Measure F formula. We are, and we have been since special pays were negotiated. So we found a workaround that you accepted that wasn't transparent to the public. That's how I see this. I never knew, and I was friends with Ed Bonner for many, many years as a fellow citizen in Tahoe. And so I never knew about all the special pays and compensation, right? And I so strongly support individual deputy sheriffs. I just have a hard time when a union is you've got to fight for your members. I understand. I know that's your job. That's what you need to do. But I've got to find a way to represent to the taxpayers what the truth is. And I know we want to pay the best. We have the best. I believe we pay the best. That's why we have you. That's why people do want to come here. And I want us to continue that. But I need to know that we're comparing apples to apples. We can't just take Measure F and then add special pays and then hold Measure F up to the public and say, look it, we're below in our salaries. Well, no, there's all this other.
Can I make a couple of quick comments?
Yeah.
So to your point that you attract people now, that can change very, very quickly. If you eliminate Measure F, and your representatives have been very clear that this is one-time money above Measure F, and then no raises going forward, you will fall behind within 1 or 2 years, and you'll lose experienced people, and you won't get them back.
They can't have said that because we're not in negotiations on future years. We have a 3-year contract.
In the context of this answer too, we offered 3 years contract. And I understand. I don't think we need to argue about you or us wanting some kind of guarantee that we can always attract the best and the brightest by paying enough to get them here, something above market, but in my view, not 20%. So, but we can't.
But can I address
but let me, if I could just finish on it, because I want to hear your answer. So there's no way to create that guarantee. We're not all going to be here 20 years from now. None of us. And then in those, even the next election cycle or the negotiation cycle, it's going to come down to hopefully parties on both sides having good intentions, developing good communication, completing negotiations in good faith. So our last best final offer was a 3-year contract. We could offer a 20-year contract, I suppose, but obviously that's not practical. So
if I can address the concerns with the incentives, and I agree things have gotten too heated. I don't like getting involved in contract negotiations. It's not what I do. That's what the negotiators do. If I get called in, something's going wrong, and it shouldn't in this county. I think that everybody should take a step back and cool off. We were within about 3 issues, 2 of them relatively minor, of having a deal on the eve of fact finding. And the issue was the DSA wanted to maintain the will of the voters and keep Measure F. And I had heard a little bit of testimony, but let me just clarify that and make it crystal clear on the record. And there was a counter, despite what's been claimed in court papers, to the pre-fact finding offer that addressed the incentive issues, largely gave the county everything they wanted on those points, but maintained Measure F. And I would just kind of circle back. If the statement is we had a workaround with high incentives when the Measure F salaries were too low, then isn't common sense we should be talking about the incentives? Because the salary is a base, it's a safety net, it's a floor, so that if you go out of contract for 3 years, you don't fall so far beyond the market that you lose all of your experienced employees. It's only about probably a little more than half of the total compensation, which is what the charter talks about, not salaries. It talks about total compensation. We were this close to having a deal on total compensation that left Measure F alone. Then people's positions hardened, and I don't even think we ever got a response to the counteroffer, which was essentially most of what the county wanted, but maintaining Measure F, which were ironically lower pay increases than proposed here, but consistent with the will of the voters.
May I ask a follow-up question on compensation? And I know, Suzanne, you've got questions, but I want to follow up on the compensation issue. So can I clarify? I know there were conversations and going back and forth as we were looking at negotiating and those special pays, but there were other things that the county asked for reductions. Were reductions offered by the DSA?
Asking us?
Well, Kate.
The answer is yes.
I'd love to answer that. Absolutely, Supervisor Gore. During the mediation sessions we attended, the DSA absolutely agreed to meet the county halfway on their desire to control future special pay costs by converting them to flat dollar amounts.
So the flat dollar amounts, but that was a.
So the answer to your question is
but
absolutely.
anything other than the special pays, because what happened with special pays is they all got increased and they got flattened. So you would always have those special pays, reducing future costs because they're not based on a percentage basis, but any of the other items that would have a significant impact in actually reducing current costs, such as paying their portion of the CalPERS benefit. There's a couple others, but were there any concessions made as far as a reduction to the increasing escalation of costs?
So correct me if I'm wrong, but the county's stated position has always been to control future costs. This here right now is the first time I've ever heard the county has a desire to cut deputy pay today to control immediate
future
costs.
costs in addition to
It's
those.
the first I've ever heard of that. I apologize.
We do not have an interest in cutting pay today.
No. And that
She literally just asked if I had
Well,
offered any pay concessions for today.
any benefit concession. I misspoke.
Concession.
I mean, I
this
do not
isn't
want to
funny, but I'm
cut salaries.
fired, but
We're not cutting
If I could, Bonnie,
salaries.
I mean, our communication capability is even just amazing to me.
Agreed.
When you're negotiating, I don't want to speak for Bonnie because she'll take care of me if I do, but she was asking about, the negotiation process is give and take. The fun, I thought when we met, that's probably been 2 years now. Maybe
That would be my
more.
best guess.
Yeah, so conceptually, and a guy with a finance background, again, the key was not because there was a hearing here where many DSA members came and some of them testified that we were wanting to defund them. That's a matter of the county public record. So let's set that aside for the time, but that is my clear recollection that's on tape. So then, shortly thereafter, you and I met, actually. And conceptually, the board direction in reviewing, both of us sit down and, where are we at here, where am I at? So the board strategy concern was not concessions, and we're not looking to cut anybody's pay or cut the sheriff's department budget. How do we constrain the growth in DSA total compensation costs? So it doesn't look like this. If inflation is down here, it comes back down here. And if inflation continues to go up, we want your pay to continue to go up. So that's why if I try to keep things simple, what made sense to me with a finance background again is, for the second key time in my career and with concurrence back then with the deputy sheriff, Measure F was an anchor around our necks that was constraining our ability to resolve that problem. So if we pretended that we were not going to pay attention to it just for the sake of theorizing, a simple solution is to increase those base pays, not worry about any constraint on that, and then convert the special pays to a fixed dollar amount, positioning in us and you guys to not worry about us. We're both going to have to deal with labor negotiations going forward. So 3 years from now, et cetera, et cetera. But at least there was this foundation, on this new foundation, this new methodology that when we started up 3 years hence, that would be the basis by which we started contract negotiations. So if inflation was way up or if it was way down, or if other agencies were paying way more to deputies or way less, we would have that working foundation as a basis by which, so it's then like, well, we need to bump up base pays, or maybe we'd be arguing we should decrease base pays, or maybe we would argue we keep them flat. But we never got started, in my view. I never saw when we reported back, and maybe we just should have met more frequently, this pathway that was saying we're going to get to that point. And then we get here today, and I mean, we can't even argue what's accurate or inaccurate in one sheet on a piece of paper. So Bonnie's not saying concessions like we want less from you or we want to force you down. We're saying in the process of negotiation, we'll give you this, you give us that. That's the concession framework that I heard her saying. And that you can't imagine how frustrating this whole thing is.
Supervisor Wygant, I agree with you on 99% of the things you say. I agree with you fundamentally on most of your positions. When you and I met in your office, we had an extremely productive discussion, and we were well on the path to getting this thing worked out. And it's no secret that the fundamental ideas that you and I shared and agreed upon were the exact same principles of a contract that we achieved through mediation, or we got within $50 of achieving a deal through mediation. I don't know where all it seems like there's 10 layers of interference between you and I, and obviously it's getting lost in translation somewhere along that way. But I have no doubt that we can get back to that exact same place where we can achieve some pullback on those future costs that you're concerned about while maintaining Measure F, and what we've all heard today is the clear will of the voters to maintain that Measure F base salary. And I have absolutely no doubt that you and I can find that middle ground and get there. If we cut out a lot of this white noise that's in the middle, it seems to be the
So I
problem.
want to be just crystal clear on my personal perspective of the direction that I think I've provided and if we're going to have any substantive conversations that I'm going to participate in. It's like, let's just assume and not argue about whether or not it's true, but let's assume my perspective is we're about 20% above market. So I personally want to be somewhere like 5% above market. So 3 years from now, let's assume those same dynamics are the same. And so I'd be looking for labor negotiations that take us from 20% above market, and you still get increases, assuming inflation, probably going to get a lot worse actually. But now you're 12% above market. You get an increase, but we're getting closer to market. because that's the same thing. That's what's going to happen if we can afford to fund the deputy sheriff's compensation package forever. Because if we don't get there, there's some point in time where the deputy sheriff compensation package will be more than the total budget. That is a mathematical fact. So if we can have that kind of communication, for me personally, that's a particular pathway.
I think the first order of business would be for us to decide the exact parameters of what a salary survey is based upon. We're obviously going to ask you to throw out these outliers like astronomical healthcare plans that none of the employees take advantage of. We're going to ask you to not use Tahoe substancy pay that a tiny fraction of the deputies actually get as what the salary survey is based upon to determine total compensation for the 250 deputies we have. I think we can sit down and come to a mutual agreement on what is appropriate and what's not appropriate when we decide what the salary survey is based upon. And I think we can get to a clear, agreeable consensus on where we're at right now with as far as total comp goes compared to places like Sac County, City of Roseville, City of Rockland. And we can decide where we want to go from here as far as the quality of law enforcement we want going forward.
And so you want to bring in different comparables now versus Measure F. I just want to make sure.
I'm not trying to rehash the semantics over Measure F or not. I'm trying to come to a reasonable conclusion that works for everybody else, that has real world understanding for everybody.
Well, I think a lot of the testimony today, the public and as well sheriffs have talked about how we must be true to the Measure F formula. And so I think that's what we've been trying to do here, is to say the base pay, you benefit from that when your salaries are kept low and we put more into special pays, right? That was what the board worked out to make sure you were above the market. And I guess we're debating how much above the market you are.
If it would be helpful, Supervisor Gustafson, I'd be happy to correct the record on our salary survey.
Okay.
I would challenge this team to find any evidence of a county contribution to a certain healthcare plan that is $1,000 a month above any other plan offered by the county. That's absolutely categorically false. We do provide health benefits that are much more generous than other counties, but it's still part of compensation. So I just want to be clear, there is no mystery plan in the salary survey that's $1,000 a month more than anything else. I want to be clear that Tahoe pay is not included in a salary survey. We include elements in a salary survey that are available to your average deputy in this case. And you might be interested to know that in the fact-finding hearing, Mr. Salvo himself testified that salary surveys don't mean anything. You can make them say whatever you want. They do it all the time, and there's just no reason to do them because they can all be manipulated, so we shouldn't look at them. However, I do have a salary survey from Mustagny and Holstead that compares Placer County only to cities with the exception of Sacramento County. We wouldn't argue that those are comparable. They provide a different suite of services, but it's their own survey. So in theory, it reflects their beliefs. And this is from 2019, but it still puts Placer County at 14% above the market. So I just want to correct the record that at no time was there a substantive discussion about how to achieve comparables or, which agencies we were going to compare ourselves to. I think fundamentally there is acknowledgement from the DSA that they have a very generous compensation package here at Placer County, and they would like it to stay generous, and so they can recruit and retain good employees.
And the board is in agreement with that. It's how much, right? And I stand here, I have met for hours and hours in closed session with this board, and this board stands behind paying the best. But how much? And we have got to be the fiscal stewards for our taxpayers. And we have to ensure we can pay your pension. That's the bottom line. I look at it and I look at this chart, and you'll probably say this chart was wrong, but we're going into the red next year in our general fund. You don't want to see that. Because then we're back and cities have done that. And they've gone to court and had the courts determine how they're going to roll back salaries and benefits. So we don't want to be there. We want to take mutually acceptable steps. And that's what I've been pushing staff to do for my 2.5 years here. And I've been assured they've tried and that we haven't gotten there. And that's why, unfortunately, when you go political, it's challenging because we're not here talking about facts. We've got a lot of emotion in the room that people think we're villains, that none of us deserve anything, and all the things they've said. And I take that. I understand. I volunteered for this job. Right? I remind myself, my husband reminds me of that all the time. You volunteered. But it's really important that we take care of the future of our sheriff's department, not just our current. And so that's where we need to look at that escalation.
And to your question, if I could address it,
I'm going to, if I could, just because I want to build on some. Suzanne, I have not forgotten about you.
I'm sorry.
And, we can't stay here all night and just a dialogue. At some point, we've got to do something. But one of the question that was asked by the public that I want to get an answer to, but I'm going to premise it by, I think one of the saddest things in the deterioration of the relationship that has unequivocally occurred between the board and the Deputy Sheriff's Association is this whole notion of Measure F. It was a horrible thing in the eyes of the board in 1995 and the sheriff back in 1995 and the Deputy Sheriff's Association back in 1995. And now there's been this politicalization of us overturning the will of the voters. Well, the truth is, what the voters and the public needs to hear is that, again, there was a vote on Measure F in 1976. Then there was a vote on the charter in 1980, and the words are clear. And so one of the questions that I want county council to actually respond to is, it was, legally, what are those arguments? What is that legal platform? But because it was asked, and I think it's an important thing because I have thought about it a lot. But to me, there's this unbelievably rich opportunity. I don't know why you guys would want to hold on to Measure F. I mean, if we just said, let's negotiate the best compensation package for Placer County's deputy sheriffs, if Measure F didn't exist, I can't imagine anybody thinking it would be a good idea to use that as a shackle to then try to complete negotiations. So that's just a premise to all of this, something to throw out for you guys to think about. But then Karen, if you could articulate the legal, we've talked about this ad nauseum at the board, so the board has a particular perspective, but at least we can share that with the voters.
I'm not sure.
The question is, what is the legal argument stating that there's board authority to not have to use Measure F as a calculation?
Okay, I think what you're actually asking is did the charter supersede Measure F? And the answer is yes, it did. The voters voted in the charter, and in the charter, there are provisions that state.
Could you move my mic a little closer? Thanks.
Sure. Try not to cover up the papers that I'm reading from. The charter specifically stated that it left with the board the authority to set compensation. And the charter also stated, that was passed by the voters, that any ordinance that was in conflict with the charter would supersede that. And the position is that because Measure F states, it does not state base salary. It says the salary shall be comparable to the three jurisdictions. And therein lies the problem. How can the board establish compensation when you have a measure, and it's embedded, of course, in Chapter 3, that states you must set this salary? They're completely contrary to each other. And based on the time of the fact that the charter came in 1980, and based on the fact that the charter states explicitly that anything that is contrary to what's in the charter, and one of the premises of any charter county is setting compensation, then there's no other conclusion but that Measure F can't stand against the charter.
And
May I respond?
And thus and thus the constitutional question also that arises.
Correct.
And then I just want to, and I will let you get to that, but there have been a lot of the politicalization of all of this has been this attack on the members of the board saying we're trying to overturn the will of the voters. Where that came from is another question, but it's clear. So one thing I want to communicate is attorneys can argue things forever. We deal with that all the time. But the Constitution actually dictates that we get elected by the vote of the people to not do what the voters may say is, or a group of people may say is the voters will at a particular moment in time. We get elected to use our best judgment to make the best decisions we can. And we survive or we don't based on re-elections, based on the series of decisions that we do make. That's the voters hire us to use our best judgment to make our decisions. So we can debate these legal issues at the end of the day, but that's what, so when it comes back to me and I just, why don't we just keep it simple? Why don't we try to address constraining the growth and cost while at the same time making sure we have the kind of compensation package that fits Placer County? I can't imagine anybody would say, I'm going to start with this Measure F idea, but with that, I'll let you respond to
I appreciate Supervisor the opportunity
Could
to.
we just let county council finish up and then?
I'm glad you mentioned the Constitution because, of course, that's also what the charter says, is the board must follow the Constitution. In the Constitution and in the bargaining, it is to bargain on salaries. And a Measure F is a dictation. Now, I'm sure that the DSA representatives are going to disagree with this. And as you said, we could sit here until midnight and debate the legalities or illegalities of Measure F and the imposition of the voters' choice in making the county a charter to leave and trust the board to negotiate salaries, because that's in essence what the charter did. And the voters brought that in. So we can debate this till midnight.
Can we at least hear the other side?
Can I finish my sentence?
Yeah.
And we're just
Did cut
never
me
going to
off.
agree.
Yeah, no, that's kind of part of what I. So
With
go
all
ahead.
due respect, ma'am, you're not a judge. You're not a court of law. It's not been adjudicated. It's a legal position. And your legal position you've articulated today is directly in conflict with the legal position of your predecessors on the ballot statements in 2002 and 2006. Compensation and salary are not the same thing. They have different legal meanings. There's a reason why there's such great efforts to avoid adjudication of these issues. Salary has not been construed as total compensation for 44 years. It's been construed exactly as it is, salary. That's why the Measure F adjustment is based on base salary. Nobody ever said the charter says base salary. Everybody understands the term salary means base salary and total compensation means everything else. And I'll also point out on the 2002 and the 2006 votes, which happened after 1980, it was said by the county council, and these documents are in the record if you want to look at the record from the fact finding, that a vote of no to repeal it, a vote no not to repeal it, is a vote to keep it. So you have two additional post-1980 votes of the citizens to keep that ordinance. And county council left out another provision of the charter, which says any ordinances that are in effect that are not in conflict with the charter remain in effect. And so it's arrogant for an attorney to say, I'm making a legal determination outside of a court of law that compensation means salary, and therefore it's clearly there's no other conclusion than they're in conflict, because the county council's predecessors didn't reach that conclusion. We did try hard in 2002 and 2006 to get around Measure F, and the county had a firm position that it had to follow the law and the will of the voters, and the exact opposite position that's articulated today, to the point that the two parties jointly asked the voters to repeal it. And that seems to be forgotten by this Board of Supervisors. We didn't like Measure F back in 2002 and 2006. it's understood that we had to comply with it, and so we had to send it back to the voter. It wasn't until the county got sued for illegal positions that it came up with, for the first time in the history of the county, this argument, and it's a defense to a lawsuit because it's not an unfair practice to breach Measure F if Measure F is invalid. That's what this is about. It's a defense to a lawsuit. It's an argument. It's not adjudicated. I can't tell you conclusively how a court's going to rule. Neither can any other attorney in this room. It's up in the air. That's what the fact finder said. They said that these positions are not anywhere near as black and white as the county counsel's office has represented, and that there's huge risk to both sides to litigating this, and suggested a pathway to getting a deal. And they said if the county sincerely believes that it needs to be in the charter instead of an ordinance, then submit a vote on Measure F to move it from an ordinance to the charter and let the citizens decide. And we said, okay. And then the county said, no, we're not going to do that. And to the point that I've been trying to make on the total comp, and what my president here was saying, is that we have wide disagreement, not as to what jurisdictions, but what items of compensation and how they're measured. And I don't want to get in the weeds. There's tons of different things. There's certain industry standards, and it's not a lie. It's just an argument that attorneys have to say, well, if longevity pay, for instance, is earned by 10% of your 250 deputies, they're going to say add longevity pay as though everybody gets it. And we say, no, index it and make it 10% of what the longevity pay. You might disagree. There's reasonable arguments on both sides. What he's suggesting is we don't have to breach Measure F. We could maintain Measure F and negotiate a contract that addresses the county's concerns on these incentive pays. The first thing to do is, we are miles apart, is to try to reach a consensus. Maybe that's in the middle on what a proper survey is. So we identify what Supervisor Wygant thinks the problem is, and then we can work on addressing that as to where you think we should be on that survey. Flat dollaring incentives rapidly erodes the value of those incentives. That's why you negotiated them as percentages so that they would keep float as inflation went.
Right.
But it's an obvious way that you can reduce the incentives over time without having members have a pay cut. And that's something that we have said we're open to multiple times.
And
The fight has been over Measure F.
Yeah, and we've said that repeatedly as well, right?
If I may, just very quickly.
Then if I could, so one thing I just want to admonish is when you make reference, I can understand more of the problem all the time. Our county council gave her opinion, and you made reference to it's arrogant for an attorney to make this argument. We got to knock that stuff off if we're going to get anywhere. So I'd appreciate everybody deflating a little bit, taking a breath. It's okay to say I disagree with this legal argument, but the arrogant stuff is just, it's got to go.
If I may, just for context, this is not a false dilemma. There are not only two options here. If the board is to unilaterally impose, the very next day the parties can start negotiations. The law is clear. We do not impose a term of a memorandum of agreement. The parties can return to the table and try and work out a subsequent agreement that works for both parties' interests before anything is impacted.
Yeah.
The only impact that would happen if the board did that is the deputy sheriffs would see an immediate increase in their paycheck.
Right. No, we get all that. So Suzanne, sorry for your light being on for so long.
Yeah, I got to wake up now.
Do you remember what you
Okay,
were going to ask?
yeah,
It was a long
I
time
had to
ago.
write it down so I wouldn't forget after all that. What I perceive as Measure F is the big crux here of the matter. It's the problem. It's the thing that we're not getting over. And I am in agreement that I do not believe that Measure F is legally decided. I have the ballot measure when we put the charter to the folks, and this is the impartial analysis that was on the ballot for the folks. And it just says that this Article 2, Section 3 of the California State Constitution provides that a county may draft a charter, which is in effect a local county constitution, except for matters which are regulated by the federal or state constitution. The county charter replaces general state law and is controlling wherever there is a conflict between general state law and the charter. I have thumbed through this whole entire thing, and there's not anything in here anywhere to inform the voters that it is going to change anything with the way we bargain with anybody. It doesn't shift that power from a Measure F to the charter.
So, I mean, if we talk about the voters voting for this, the first thing I would say is they were woefully uninformed when they voted on it. So don't, save me. I don't have time for that. I want to go home. Sorry. But so at any rate, so I'm reading our ordinance. We're at chapter 3. It's 3.12.040. And it does say that the supervisors shall annually determine the existing minimum salaries for the 3 counties. Okay. And then effective every year after that, we shall determine the average salary for each class of position. That, to me, average salary for each class of position does not address special pays. There's nothing in there that talks about special pays. So then both in 2002 and 2006, the verbiage on these measures, this is from the elections office, says shall Placer County Code Chapter 3, Section 3.12.04, also known as Measure F, be amended to remove that section in its entirety, thereby repealing that provision which requires Placer County Sheriff Deputy salaries be set by averaging the Sheriff Deputy salaries of Nevada, Sacramento, and El Dorado counties. So they passed this. It was codified in 1977. Then it went on the ballot again in 2002 and 2006, worded exactly like this. Shall we repeal it? Shall we take it out of the county code? Everybody said no. Both counts, they voted no, over 50% on those. So part of what's really, really concerning me here is the contract expired in June of 2018, and we've been negotiating for just over 2.5 years until we got to this point when the county told the union on February 11th of 2021 of its intent to officially repeal Measure F. That date seems kind of like a date out of the clear blue. Let's just grab it. Let's just decide we're going to do this. Without some legal decision on Measure F, I'm not a labor law attorney, as you all know. I just don't see how we can throw Measure F out without a legal determination. And so where I'm really going with this in the long run, I found out, it came to my attention that part of Measure F is a guarantee of security for them. If we negotiate, we're going to give you 4, 4.25, 4.5, blah, 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 this. Okay, at the end of 3 years, we go and renegotiate again, and now we're stuck in suspended animation for another 3 years. Their salaries are frozen. Measure F guarantees every year that base pay is going to be averaged out by the 3 counties. That's their guarantee of not being frozen in time while we all sit around trying to negotiate some agreement. So basically what I'm seeing is I think we could be very close to this. I would recommend that we table this. Let's give it a time, 4 months until after the holidays, 6 months. But I would do it with a completely new negotiating team. I would not try to do this. We're at loggerheads here and we're getting nowhere. They've said that they want Measure F, and mind you, it's a lot lower than what we're offering. But they are also, correct me if I'm wrong, willing to set some special pay rates and to work on this stuff. If it's just a matter of letting them have Measure F until it's legally decided, but they're willing, because that's where you guys have to come in. You can't, don't give us lip service. Tell us that you're serious about this. You're serious about looking at what is it that we're talking about that's causing this cost escalation. I only see us negotiating and digging our heels in on the base salary. From earlier conversation, I don't think that's the part that's out of hand. That's not the part that's escalating. It's the rest of it that's escalating.
And the challenge is that we don't have an opportunity to negotiate on the entire package because in the last 2 years, they've had an increase. They've had a guaranteed increase. So there's no reason to negotiate a new contract because nothing else changes. Right. And that's been the challenge, right? Okay. So we can't make any changes because it's fine. Status quo is fine. And so The challenge for us is it's great the status
Well-
quo is fine because their salaries have increased, but we're not getting anywhere on reducing future escalating costs.
Yes, but at
They could
six,
keep
We
this
have an
for the next 10
obligation to
years.
bargain over that.
but at
If-
6
And
months,
if I could give Jim,
But-
has been wanting to make a
Well,
comment, so if I could let
can
Jim,
I-
and we'll get back around. We don't have to go
I
anywhere,
was-
but Jim,
So to Sapis Johnson, you said that if the board decides to impose, we go right back into negotiations. What is the drawback of that? Does that mean that we're going to go into,
Kate gets more gray hairs, I suppose, would be the first drawback. But besides that, there is no other drawback. The law is clear on this, that unilateral imposition does not remove the parties' obligations to meet and confer to start a new round of negotiations. So if the board was inclined to impose the terms and conditions of employment, we could get right back to the table next week if it worked out for everyone's schedules.
And they would have increases in special pay and an increase in salary January 1, correct?
Today,
That's not the law.
the
Today.
increase
That's
would
simply
go
not the
into
law.
effect right away.
one speaker at a time. I'm sorry, Kate, could you repeat that?
I just wanted to be clear that the increases to special pays and salaries would be effective at the next pay period, so immediately, not in January.
Thanks. Okay, sorry, Sandy.
so you're
No,
saying,
I just
couldn't
wanted
hear.
to make sure it was clear that imposition means salary increases.
And Jim, are you,
well,
you still have your light, you still have the
well,
floor?
yes, it kind of concerns me. We've got a proposal on the table, 4%, 4.25%, 4.5%, but it seems like we're concerned about 3 years from now. And is it your assumption that the Board of Supervisors at that time would not want to make sure that our deputies are paid above market? Is that your assumption, that we would not make sure that our deputies are compensated fairly and above the market? Wouldn't we do a salary survey to make sure that we compensate our deputies correctly and fairly? Is it your assumption that we wouldn't do that?
Do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah.
I'll just rip the Band-Aid off. It's absolutely our concern. One supervisor offers a counterpoint that's outside of the talking points of imposing on the deputies, and her microphone gets turned off. Another supervisor,
No, her microphone was not turned off.
she was talked over. Her time was passed on to Supervisor Gore.
And she'll get a chance to come back.
Yeah,
We're not in a hurry. Her microphone was.
Everybody who offers an opinion that's counter to imposing on the deputies gets cut off. Everybody who wants to spread words of imposing on the deputies and getting rid of Measure F is free to talk the entire time. This issue has already been heard through the fact-finding report through PERB. I don't see the interest in relitigating it right here, right now. The report's available from a neutral third party if the board chooses to hear that outside, non-emotional assessment of the situation. If the board chooses not to, they choose to go against the voters in Measure F, then obviously that's a choice that they can make.
I have to say, no, I'm horribly disappointed you just made those comments, and I'm going to give the microphone back to Suzanne.
Well, I guess those comments were effective then if it got her back on the mic.
She was going to go there anyway, as I mentioned.
now I have two concerns. Does imposition, does it wipe out Measure F?
Correct. What we would be imposing is we would be amending the charter to make it clear that the code to make it clear that the Board of Supervisors have the ability to negotiate salaries.
Okay, well, the attorney in me doesn't like solving Measure F like that. I think it needs to be legally adjudicated, so there's one reason why I'm not in favor of imposition. My second reason for not being in favor of imposition particularly is because someone already alluded to filing a lawsuit. And they said they got 6 figures. I don't know, lawsuits are always a crapshoot. You never know who's going to win or how much or whatever. But if they did something like that and we lost 6 figures, have we just wasted a bunch of money not being willing to go 4 or 6 months? I mean, we need to find out. We really need to find out if our law enforcement budget is increasing. Has anybody actually looked to see why it's increasing? I mean, we were told a bunch of reasons why there's a possibility that law enforcement, I believe, does a lot more now than they did 20 years ago or 30 years ago. So, I mean, these are all things, I realize I came in late on the game, but I just think these are things that we need to know and we need to find out. And the other thing that postponing this and giving a time certain to go back to the table is that at the end of time certain, we're back here imposing. I mean, that's a pretty good threat to come to the table.
So the legal interpretation is coming. It's already been, it's in the courts.
It's at the Public Employment Relations Board. It's not
I'm
in
sorry.
the actual
Courts.
court
That's
system. Technically, it's a quasi judicial forum. It's not a purely judicial forum.
Well, isn't this group that you just dealt with PERB?
The PERB has been waiting to see if we can come to a deal. And I'd also point out, there's no reason to give an additional raise right now. There's no Measure F adjustment until next February. It's more than enough time to reset, go back to the table, and try to get a deal. We've told you, and we stand by the commitment. We're willing to work with the county on the incentive pays if we can maintain the will of the voters on Measure F. And I will also, I will know this will shock everybody, but Mr. Johnson and I have a difference of legal opinion. I believe the law is once you have imposed, then bargaining stops until the next budget, which is next July, or unless there's a break in the impasse, which would mean that one or the other of us would have to come to agreement on Measure F. That seems doubtful. I would love to be wrong about that. But you have, 8, 9, 10 months where you have no harm in going back to the table, trying to reach an agreement that you came very close to that maintains Measure F and addresses the county's concerns regarding the escalating cost of the incentives.
So here's the other thing, about how long do you think that opinion will take to come from PERB?
There's going to be a lot of litigation and it's going to go on for a while. There's new stuff that's probably going to get filed if this goes the wrong way.
Well, I will say I do agree with Mr. Mastagni. We're not going to have a decision anytime soon. The Public Employment Relations Board, which typically issues complaints fairly quickly, has been looking at the DSA's claims for over 9 months and has not issued a complaint. So there hasn't even been a complaint from the Public Employment Relations Board against the county.
But wasn't this an issue with PERB and the findings that came out of your complaints to PERB?
The county tried to back out of fact finding once we filed the unfair charge. And so then we had a hearing on that. The county lost and they were forced to go to the fact finding. We went through that process. Then we filed more actions based on the attempt to repeal Measure F outside of the fact finding unilaterally on the side. Then I won't get into all the legals, but it's like piecemeal bargaining. Then, as I read you, Mr. Johnson said, let's put them together, and we did. They filed a counter unfair, we think maliciously, against the DSA. All of those are to be adjudicated. And I think, frankly, PERB is probably saying, we don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole unless we have to, and let's see if the parties can reach an agreement. And we've had a couple of times, as I've said before, where we were like this close to having an agreement that maintained Measure F and addressed the county's concerns.
Right. But in the fact-finding report, though, they found Measure F to still be viable.
Yes.
Didn't they?
No, that's not accurate. That's not what it says.
Okay.
The fact finding is a misnomer. Fact finding is not about finding facts. Fact finding is very clear in the statute that the purpose for fact finding is to have recommended terms for settlement. So I actually think the sheriff did a very good job of summarizing the fact finding report. It was a splitting of the baby. And one of the factors that the fact finding report recommended was that the percentages be changed to flat dollar amounts,
Right.
but that Measure F remain where it is. It was a recommendation for settlement. It wasn't any determination as who's right or wrong.
No, I agree with that. I agree with that. But I'm saying is that they're recommending they maintain Measure F, and you're saying, so we're going to go to PERB and we're going to ask them to slice the baby on this. You've already got one, just kind of a recommendation that they maintain Measure F.
Yeah, the fact finder rejected the county's legal arguments. The county squarely put the legality of Measure F on the table in all of their pleadings, all of their arguments, and in that stipulation that I read to you, they don't like the result. She didn't say we're going to win either. I'm not going to come in here and say I 100% guarantee it. She said it's uncertain, but the legal arguments that are presented as black and white are nowhere near black and white.
Well, I do not see the harm in going back to the table. I prefer a whole new negotiating team, if possible. I think we need fresh eyes. And I think after all of the things we've discussed, maybe there's a lot more things that we need to look at and consider on both sides.
Are you asking for new teams on both sides? On DSA side as well? I don't think we can dictate that. So
We can't.
I can't support a whole new team because it would be bringing in new folks and these that don't have this history. And I understand it's a good thought because but I know that there's a lot of history
Cindy,
here.
before
Yeah.
we go,
Yeah.
Suzanne, in light of the rhetoric, did I ever turn off your microphone, or do I have the ability to turn off your microphone? Okay, now Cindy.
Well, I'm not, I want to make a few statements for the record because obviously we're heavily invested in the future of this county and our public safety. Not only are we number one in public safety, we are number one in child protective services and health and well-being and many, many other factors. We gave the most to our businesses out of our COVID relief dollars. This is a phenomenal county, and I am so sorry we're here today and that we're going political on a situation that I wish we could have resolved. And I pushed as hard as I could and was assured many times that there weren't forthcoming proposals that were really getting to the root of what we needed to address in the long term. None of us wanted to cut pay. None of us wanted to take anything away. In fact, repeatedly, I said, what is the take-home pay going to be? It cannot go down. It cannot. But we had to look at curbing that escalation. And I am absolutely committed to that because the taxpayers deserve that. And you deserve it because your pensions need to be covered. Your health care needs to be covered long after you retire. And so that's what I'm committed to. I know there was a good turnout today, huge turnout. And thank you. You've got a lot of people here. Hundreds of people I meet with every week. I have MAC meetings. I have town hall meetings. I have all kinds of meetings. I put out newsletters. I hear from lots of other people that weren't here today that are concerned about the roads, the code enforcement, many, many other issues that the county has to address. And so from my perspective, I've got to do my best at balancing all that. And you're absolutely right. There is no magic formula for anything else. You know, there is no, it is weighing our best judgment, taking in everybody's feedback and making sure we're all educated in decisions. So I just want the public to know that because I sat and listened and I was so disheartened to hear my esteemed colleague, Robert and Bonnie, attacked, you know, because they stand up and they try to represent their people. That's what we're doing. We're all up here committed to the future of this county. And I could say the same about the reaction I get from you. They don't see your faces, how you look at me, but it's cold, it's calculated, it isn't friendly and smiling either. And so it goes both ways. And I understand this is your pay. I get it. I get that we're talking about your compensation. We are so committed to our public safety officials. And I told you I come from a law enforcement background. I've never had to look into a gun, but my home was shot up by somebody who was mad at my father. And I couldn't come home that summer from college because there were bullet holes in my house. So I know the dangers that these deputies take in their jobs. I understand that. And I'm sorry if you thought that was funny. It was very serious in my life.
Supervisor Gustafson, I appreciate that.
Excuse me.
I just don't draw a conclusion between you being hundreds of miles away from a shooting and the deputies that actually face those guns personally.
That my father and mother were almost killed. So is that personal enough for you?
Yeah, 9 Placer County deputies have given their life. in prevention of this
Absolutely.
Let's
And
not
I
downgrade their sacrifice.
that is just really not fair because I am here fighting for these deputies. I am. And I'm sorry you see it as so black and white. It is not.
Jim.
Let me go back to the question before us. If we impose the salaries go into effect, the 4%, and then we go back into negotiation.
Correct. I do disagree with Mr. Mastagni. There's a PERB case on point. It's the City of Santa Rosa case from 2013, which makes it clear both parties can request a bargain, and there is an obligation under the MMBA to begin bargaining promptly.
So there's also now a threat of litigation if we impose, is that correct? And if there is a threat of litigation, we go into litigation, the salaries still remain through the imposition.
Correct.
All right. And is there the ability of the Deputy Sheriff's Association to go back to the voters while we're in litigation to put that on the ballot to get it codified into the county charter?
Correct. The county has never denied the association the ability or right to go to the voters for any type of charter amendment that it chooses to put on the ballot. That is the association's right and ability.
So if it was put into the county charter, we wouldn't be having this disagreement.
Assuming that it was legally written, it would not be a problem.
All right, thank you.
Suzanne?
I would just say that I know we're offering them more money, but it's obvious they want Measure F. So we want to offer you more money. You want Measure F. If we stay there, we'll never come to terms here with each other. And I understand that we could take it to the voters and ask them to put it on the ballot so that it basically takes it away. But the voters have already denied getting rid of Measure F twice. I think it's going to be a hard sell. It's just,
And that's just,
you know, I mean, it's a possibility.
I want to make sure you're finished, that you have plenty of time. And
I support them in that I think we should go back to the table. I think we have more time than we have money. And there is the threat of coming back after set time back to the imposition table. I mean, that's where we're at. And that's your heavy hand. That's your hammer.
Are you willing to set a time certain?
Well, like I said, either 4 months gets us through the holidays, or if we don't think the holidays are actually, you know, very productive, then maybe we give it 6 months instead of 4. But I wouldn't be willing to go more than 6. I think if everybody's
It would kick in an
willing.
automatic Measure F salary, February, what did you say, February?
First full
First.
paper in February.
So let's see. So if we did, well, then let's do it the end of January. I don't know.
just,
Whatever the pleasure of the board would be, we would be open to.
okay, so and I just throw in that last time we imposed it wasn't nearly this strange, but we immediately got back at it. And again, the world didn't end. In my perspective, public protection even got much stronger in Placer County. We relieved a similar problem, which was that unsustainable cost became sustainable. And I very certain that that's exactly what would happen if we went that way again. It's just, I know the courts can do a lot of things that are unexpected. We see that we spend a lot of money at this county, unfortunately, having to deal with those kinds of things, not by choice. But if we did go forward today with staff recommendation, the deputies, as has been discussed, would get a pay raise greater than the Measure F formula. If litigation came forward and for some reason it found that what we did was inaccurate, they would have a pay cut if they won the lawsuit, correct?
No, that's not a given. In fact, what the Public Employment Relations Board has done in those circumstances has said, well, even though they shouldn't have gotten that pay raise, we don't want to harm them by taking it away from them, so they get to keep their pay raise.
So they get sort of an insurance program.
Exactly. But it's not a situation where we're looking for a concession
Right.
that would result in a back pay award. It would just, they would be keeping what, most likely, who knows? The Public Employment Relations Board has broad remedial powers and they can form any type of award that they think is just and proper. But I think the most realistic award would be if we were to lose that litigation and the Public Employment Relations Board said we didn't have the ability or improperly change the ordinance to remove Measure F, they would keep their pay raises and then we would go back to the Measure F formula.
And one last thing I think it's really important to get on the record, and it's okay, you can just validate this or not, but Our last final and best offer was again that 4%, 4.25%, 4.5% 3-year contract. And it was never taken to a vote, correct?
Not to my knowledge, Chair Wygant.
Ask that question again. Say that, Robert.
The last best and final offer was never taken to the rank and file for a vote. Is that not correct?
That was not the last best and final offer that the county made prior to declaring impasse.
Well, so the offer that I just referred to, was it ever taken to a vote?
That
No.
was the final position in fact finding.
That was not the last best and final offer presented to the DSA prior to the declaration of impasse.
Okay.
County
Bonnie?
changed their position on that after impasse.
Bonnie?
Thank you. I will agree that it is really unfortunate that we are here. It is really unfortunate that a board that for years has been very supportive of law enforcement is in this position. And somebody made a comment, which I agree with 100%, which is they are worth every penny they get. That is true. You men and women are worth every penny that you are paid. It has been really challenging to have people sit up here and question the integrity of this board when we have worked so hard to listen and be respectful and try to get to a place where as we as elected officials are looking at not only the interests of our public safety, which is absolutely important, but we're looking at the interests of our entire community and this county as a whole. And I think we've lost sight of that. You men and women do a great job, and you are one portion of an entire county of services. And I think what's frustrating is seeing that there are these guaranteed increases that you all get. And I'm not opposed to increases, but because our hands have been tied in negotiating the other benefits, we look at your increases in your salaries. Maybe it's not 18 to 23%. Maybe it's 14% higher than other jurisdictions. And I think about the public works person and the sewer folks and the clerks and all the rest of our employees who don't get these increased salaries or annual salaries. And I am not saying that everyone has the same type of job. Yes, you all have the most difficult job in this community. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we've also, as a board, made sure that you have been paid well because of that. And I served in a jurisdiction where we as a city made some decisions about our police, and our folks came over here to Placer County because Placer County had better pay. And then our board had to go, oh my goodness, or my council, and we renegotiated and we made changes because we lost police officers here to Placer County. And we came back and we made changes. And I know this county cares about public safety. That is very evident by the men and women who are very passionate, whether they were, some were wonderfully polite and respectful, thank you. Others, unfortunately, are an example of what's been so challenging in our society. How do we respect one another and talk with one another? I actually appreciated this dialogue because we actually got to talk to you and actually get some answers. So I appreciate that. And Measure F, unfortunately, is very flawed. It's flawed because it has tied the hands of this Board of Supervisors, and we've seen that over the years. And we're looking at a way so that we as a board can be fiscally responsible into the future. That's our job, public safety and making sure that we are responsible for the fiscal sustainability for the future of this county, all of our pensions, not only for you, but all of our employees, and then making sure that we provide support to our businesses and to our neighborhoods and our parks and our rec. We are one county. And I think what's been so frustrating is it's been not about one county. It's been, right now, it's been about a group of individuals who serve well, but we're not looking at the whole county. That's really what I have to say. And it's unfortunate that we're here. It's unfortunate that people don't agree with the work that I'm doing as a supervisor, but I know that I'm working with integrity, that I'm working really hard, as my colleagues are. So you can question it and you can run against me. That's okay, because I'm working really hard to do the best that I can, and I know this board is.
Suzanne?
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that. And I understand that the perception in the past measure F probably has been broken, but we basically not bargained accordingly. I mean, because if it's the base pay does not appear what is causing the escalation. Where the escalation causes are, that's where we have failed to negotiate. If they are now at a point where they're skyrocketing and getting out of hand, then I would say that has to be the problem. I mean, if it's leaking someplace, plug the leak. Don't just throw the whole thing out. And if there's an opportunity that we can do that and just keep the base pay, because right now the base pay annually, I don't think that those raises based on the annual salaries is more than 2 and 3%. You know, what we're proposing is 4, 4.25, 4.5. So basically you're offering less there. Now just get in there and negotiate what the problems are.
And Suzanne, I just have to comment that my perception is that is exactly what we did do. The problem with the cost increases was a function of the fact that over time, the workarounds and or special pays became percentages of the base. And so when the percentage increased in a certain way, it would drive up those costs too much. And that exactly was the approach by which we started. But, you know, I've been here for the whole 3 years. So,
Right.
Jim.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I appreciate the conversation with all the folks in the audience and DSA reps, county. I think I want to move forward with the resolution just to see where the board's at. Now, if I'm starting making motions on these items, do I need to take them one at a time? Already. So I would move to adopt a resolution imposing the proposals from the county's final position on December 8th, 2020 in negotiations with the Deputy Sheriff's Association.
I'll second.
So there's that much I know. So there's a motion, Holmes, and a second, Gustafson, and we're going to have a roll call vote.
Gore?
Yes.
Holmes?
Yes.
Jones?
No.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Wygant?
Yes.
Item number 3, introduce an ordinance, waive oral reading, amending Chapter 3 to adjust the compensation and benefits of employees represented by the Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Second.
Motion, Holmes, second, Gustafson, roll call, please.
Gore? Holmes?
Aye.
Jones?
No.
Gustafson? Aye. Wygant?
Yes.
Item 4, introduce an uncodified ordinance, waive oral reading, adjusting the compensation and benefits of employees represented by the Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Second.
Motion, Holmes, second, Gustafson, roll call, please.
Gore? Holmes?
Yes.
Jones?
No.
Gustafson? Aye. Wygant?
Yes.
Item 5, adopt a resolution to implement the adjusted employee retirement contribution to the California Public Employees Retirement System for miscellaneous members represented by the Deputy Sheriff's Association.
Second. Sorry.
Motion, Holmes, second, Gustafson, roll call, please.
Gore? Aye. Holmes?
Aye.
Jones?
No.
Gustafson? Aye. Wygant?
Yes.
Item 6, adopt a resolution to implement the adjusted employee retirement contribution to the California Public Employees Retirement System for safety members represented by the Deputy Sheriff's Association.
And I'll second that, and I have a point of discussion. For the person who commented on my smirk, I want you to know by taking these actions, We have the best. We want the best, and we are now again increasing pay to pay the best. It is true. Thank you.
We have a motion, Holmes, second, Gustafson, roll call, please.
Gore. Holmes.
Aye.
Jones.
No.
Gustafson.
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes. Okay, so we're gonna let the hearing room clear and give a couple seconds because I committed to having public comment on any item that might not be on the agenda at the end of the meeting, and that's where we are. So is there anyone who would like to comment to the board on some item today that has not been on the agenda?
Dave, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Oh, I've been listening to this meeting since 1 o'clock. I called in earlier. Am I able to say anything else on the meeting that just got over?
No, the only, that would be out of order. We're only, and you can make a public comment on something that was not on our agenda. And of course, the item you listened to was on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. You had a great meeting.
Thank
I wish you looked
thank
the
you.
other way.
Thank you.
Chairman, I see no further public comment.
With that, we are adjourned for the day.